Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning. How are you? I'm a little hoarse from yesterday. Almost a marathon day. Good morning, Miss Kevin. How are you? I hope everybody had a good night's sleep. I can't say I did. Oh my gosh, y'all. Are y'all ready? Sarah Boone testified yesterday. And now, oh my gosh, y'all, that was a day. So we are now getting ready for, I guess, follow-up. And we have court movement. Oh my gosh, we got court movement. Oh, I got to get everything lined up. My bad. Gotta get everything lined up. Why is it doing that? Let me fix it, y'all. I can fix. I can do it on the fly. Just did it. Yay. Good morning. I am so excited for today. We had a good day. Oh, no. I'm not going to say it. I got it. Are you ready?
We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day.
Yes, we did. I'm getting my coffee. I got in a little late. I'll be honest. Boy, almighty. Last night, I went to sleep at a good time for me. And, okay, it's empty. And fell asleep good. Had weird dreams all night. Crazy dream. And it's one of those where you go to sleep and then you wake up and you go back to sleep and you're right back in it. It's like, really? I was trying to get away from that dream. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning, eyeballs. How are you? So, for those of you who don't know, yesterday Sarah Boone was on the stand, and it was interesting, to say the least. Interesting. Oops, sorry about that. She did better than I thought she was going to do, and that's saying a lot. Although she lied. We caught her in a few lies. That was a problem. And so, good morning, Zach. Oh, good morning. Oh, Zach, how are you? Are you ready for more leg? I think she'll be in pants today. Honestly. I think she'll be in pants. Yepers, I think she will be. Thank you. Sorry, I had to take care of some business that I don't like to do, but warranted it was. Okay, we have 2 trials going, but We will be watching Boone, and then we will, during break, go over to the Ferris trial. Because of the type of case this is, I feel like I need to do this. I feel like I need to run that. It's important. Oh, my brain is trying to engage. It's not awake yet. So, this dream, I wish I knew somebody who was really good at interpreting dreams, if you believe in that. I'd be interesting to hear from them what this one meant because it was cray cray. It was just strange. Hi, neighbors, Ronnie says, Zach says to Miss Ronnie. Howdy. Wait a minute. You always say that, Zach, to Miss Ronnie. Am I not a neighbor? Do I not warrant being called a neighbor? What was it? How did that song go for the show? Won't you be my neighbor? Uh-oh. They're letting her out of shackles. Is she in pants or is she in a skirt today, Zach? You're never going to live this down. Ever. You're not, Zach. You're just not. So, who will be the next person? Oh, and boy, don't you think she feels good about her testimony? Oh, she's in the skirt. Oh my gosh, Zach. There you go. I'm sorry, that was Miss Diane. She was letting me know that she got work today until 8 p.m. her time. You want to think that's a long day for that baby girl? That is a long day of interpreting. So, yep. There was some speaky. I didn't hear it. Let's kind of zoomy. They still moving around in them. Okay. So yesterday, Sarah Boone got on the stand, and yes, there were some inconsistencies in her stories, but overall, she did good, surprisingly. But I think it's because she did not do a narrative form, but she did. But she was questioned by her attorney, who was able to keep her on task and in line. So I thought that was good. I must say I was a little disappointed in the cross. That's all I'm going to say. If you look at the body language of the people over here, the prosecution does not look good. Um, this team looks very comfortable. They look like they're kind of happy with themselves. They're just very comfortable chatting, smiling. And these two are just not even speaking to each other. Just an observation. Just an observation. So, wow, interesting. By the way, I want to thank everybody. We did raise the funds needed for Miss Jules, Notorious Jules. We did raise the funds. And so I will be getting that to her today. So I am so blessed and happy. Thank you all so very, very much. That is very kind of you, especially those who really donated. Y'all are awesome, and I appreciate you so much. She stumbled a little bit with the cross, but not to what I thought she was going to. Sorry, I had to type something. I think in some ways he did very good. I think Cross did good in some ways. What I was disappointed with, there was a lot of lost opportunities. Like with the hand. She has said all along, 2 fingers. I left 2 fingers. And in reality, on the stand, she said it was a whole hand. She said the whole hand came out, and that to me is where I struggled with this, because she was talking about the whole hand. I don't know about y'all, but that was my struggle personally. I don't know if the jury was buying it. I think Jules being there and telling us that there was 4 of them that were at one point or another agreeing with her when she was talking about the DV and all of that. So who knows? Who knows? But I think that she should congratulations, because do you know what? Yesterday
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Yesterday for her, she did very well. So I give her that. But I feel that the prosecution left a lot. Now, I'm hoping that what they left on the table, they will take up when they do the rebuttal. Now, Brian has not been cross-examined, her ex-husband, has not been cross-examined by the defense.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm hoping that the redirect from the state will rectify some of this stuff.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn. Please, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit jacket and a maroon blouse. She is in custody. However, she is not in any restraints, so we will be continuing to stand as our jury enters and exits. State, are there any housekeeping matters we need to address this morning before we bring in our panel? Defense.
Judge, I don't know if you got the email last night of the potential witnesses we're going to call.
In addition to the one I received this morning. Yes, sir.
Dr. Harper did get in last night after midnight. She's over at Brookville, but in addition, we may recall the phone extraction expert. She's not on the list.
Okay, understood. All right. Are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
You may bring the jury. You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I didn't. Oh, Dawn, you're fabulous. I love that. Y'all, I got some new sounds, so, I'm going to wear them out a little bit. But, oh my gosh, I love that. Boy, my voice is kind of bassy today. So quiet, so serious this morning. I think everybody is tired. I'll share my freaky dream with y'all during break. See if anybody has an idea. It was creepy, man. I didn't crawl out of bed till 7:15. Oh, notorious Jewel. That would be a dream, Ronnie. Yeah. Help in prison with controlling and lying issues. They may take an anger management class. That's it.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope you had a great evening. If you could, again, just by a show of hands, you complied with the court's instructions for the overnight break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this point in time, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation. And I'm going to ask them to call their first witness at this time. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy Ramirez Delgado.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I swear.
Good morning. You can be seated. And can you please state and spell your name for the record for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica, first name Jessica, Jessica. First last name is Ramirez, Ramirez. Second last name is Delgado, Delgado.
Thank you, ma'am. You may inquire, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I am a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's?
7 years.
Back on July the 25th of 2018, how were you employed at that time?
I was a full-time deputy sheriff for the agency.
On that date, ma'am, did you have the occasion, due to your duties, to report or to go to 4748 Franks Lane, apartment number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were going there for? The purpose?
Yes, sir. I was a backup deputy for a call involving a male kicking a female in the face. So it came out as a domestic call.
Okay. And was it another officer who also responded?
Yes, sir. He was the primary.
Okay. Ma'am, while you were there, did you have contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
While having contact with Miss Boone, were you able to observe any injuries?
Yes,
on
sir.
her person?
Yes, sir. She had swelling and bruising in her right eye.
And ma'am, were you able to make contact with Mr. Jorge Torres?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to notice any injuries on his?
I'm going to get water. I'll
Yes,
be right
sir.
back.
He had red markings and some abrasions around his neck.
Ma'am, at a certain point in time, did you place Miss Boone under arrest?
Yes, sir. I detained her and placed her in my vehicle.
Ma'am, at that time, do you recall or remember Miss Boone asking you, "Why am I in trouble?"
Yes, sir.
And without saying what you said, but did you respond to her?
Yes, sir.
After that, ma'am, do you remember Miss Boone asking you why? Because I fucking fought back.
Yes, sir.
I can have one more.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
During the course of your investigation, you or the other responding deputies spoke to Mr. Torres as well.
Yes, sir.
After concluding all of your investigation, which involved talking to both Mr. Torres and to Ms. Boone, and making your observations of the two of them, did you all make final decisions about how to handle your investigation?
The other deputy, which at the time was Deputy Zito, was the one that made that determination.
Okay, but collectively, what you all looked at was statements from Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your physical observations of both persons?
Yes.
And then whatever else you may have observed on scene?
Yes, sir.
And do you take into account people's demeanor when they are giving you statements, when assessing their credibility?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy John Alden.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, good morning. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
John Alden, John Alden.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Henderson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France Lane, number 3?
Yes.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes,
Were there any other backup officers there with you?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
Yes. He had some redness on it by his left eye.
And this is helping the prosecution, the defense out when both of them are
Sir, on
injured?
that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
From my report, I remember marking the left redness by his left eye.
And did you have your body worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
And so that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
It would, especially since this happened 4 years or 5 years ago now.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them in the scene, is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. J. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So both of them were injured. That to me
Defense?
may or may
Call
not
your
help
next
the
witness.
defense. They're going to get that battered spouse syndrome expert in there for sure. That'll be the bulk of their testimony, I believe, in my humble opinion. Boy, y'all, I am bassy today. Good morning, Adair. Good morning, Miss Campfire for Life. Hello.
Judge, may we approach him?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I want to once again thank Dawn. I'm going to give you the 3 sound bites. I just love them.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Mm-hmm.
You may bring the jury.
And then the final one was a surprise.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I love those. She is awesome. She's awesome.
Defense, you can call your next witness.
Who are you calling? I didn't hear the name.
Judge, at this time, the defense calls Deputy Coswell.
Who?
Detective, excuse me.
I think she did far better than anybody thought she was going to do, Ms. Campfire for Life. Honestly, she really did far better than what all of us thought she was going to do. Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Good morning again. Could you state your full name and date of birth for the record? Or, I'm sorry, full name and spell it for us.
No date of birth.
It's Chelsea Ketzel, Chelsey. Last name is Koepsell.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning,
This
ma'am.
will be fun.
Good morning.
In relation to this case, on February the 26th of 2020, did you have the occasion to interview Abraham Marino?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded, ma'am?
Yes, it was.
You remember as part of that interview that Mr. Marino tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020.
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes, the next morning
The day that we were called.
that you were called out.
Okay.
The 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there.
Yes.
What time did you get there? That's probably what's going
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
on. So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle. So it would have been at some point during the investigation, but it wasn't, I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
All right, but to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated. So I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
She doesn't want to do
Did he
hearsay.
say to you
Pull the
during that
witness.
interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does sound similar to what my report should say.
So this statement was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made to Mr. Moreno was on the 24th of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Moreno is saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we just talked about,
Yes,
that was on February the 24th.
I don't know about that,
that
Zach.
is correct.
So when she said a
I
couple
think
of
she's a
days
cutie
ago,
patootie.
that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Ma'am, during that interview with you, did Mr. Moreno ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Ms. Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident? Did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate. Yeah, I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why, like, part of the statements might be accurate, but
Ma'am, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
his recorded statement,
Yes.
transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, great.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now take your time. Read through that.
Okay,
When you are ready, just let me know.
okay. I don't recall all the statements that you asked or the way you asked it, but
Would it help if I repeat it?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, like, you said multiple statements, so
Yes, ma'am.
this was a like 11-minute interview.
All right. The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Moreno that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know.
Did you say, okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
Fell asleep.
Fell asleep, okay.
And what I'm asking is there any indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
Sorry, I'm trying to go to the part where we talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
Okay, so like I had stated, there were certain things that I thought was accurate from your statement. He stated, I don't really, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem with you reading what he said.
Okay, then she,
Approach.
Oh, a little tisty.
Ma'am, you cannot read the statement at this time.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
You may continue, Mr.
That,
Henderson.
Zach. You all, thank you.
He described,
Zach. I know,
Hang on.
beautiful.
Just wait for a
Man,
question,
you
okay?
flatter
It's okay.
me.
yes, sorry.
Ma'am,
Not bad skin
anywhere
for a 53-year-old.
in that interview, you see reference to this statement that Sarah stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep.
You just impeached your own witness. You freaking
No to
just
the two
impeached your
parts,
own
the first
witness
two
because she
parts of
said
your
she was
question.
not teaching him a lesson.
I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate, because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No,
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
no, don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So yesterday, Sarah Boone said, no, I
And
wasn't
again,
teaching
ma'am,
him a
this interview
lesson.
was on February the 26th of 2020.
He just
Is that
impeached her.
correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Defense? Call the next witness.
He doesn't, I don't think he realized he just impeached her.
I believe Dr. Brandon is here.
All right.
Making sure.
Okay, just so you know, the juror number 13, who is our concern, has not taken her eyes off of Sarah. Interesting. Just saying. Very interesting.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, sir.
Oh, she gets. She gets. Really? 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 I know, I know. You've got to bear with me. Witnesses. Okay, so I know we're going to have did all these. I'm looking for guess I didn't. Guess I will now.
Members of the
Okay.
jury, we're just waiting on a witness. They are using the facilities outside. So as soon as they're done, we'll bring in our next witness. Thank you for your patience.
I'm just trying to get some of the frames with the names done so I don't have to keep hunting for them. So it makes it a whole lot easier for me, and I could just download them directly. Don't know if they're going to use them all, but that's okay. Y'all, this is a lot of work to make these, and I am so blessed to have somewhat of a potential witness list to do this by. It's a lot of witnesses. Yes, thank you very much. I'm not too sure if this is helping or hurting. Her in the sense that it shows that both of them were DVing each other. So, I mean, if he's got just as many, injuries as she does, every time they come out, they both have injuries.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Dr. Michael Brandon.
Very good.
How did I know that was going to be the next one? I got to take this. Sorry, guys.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning,
Could you
Your Honor.
state and spell your name for the record for us?
Michael Brandon, Brandnon.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Dr. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning.
Spry, having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes,
Is that not correct? Okay.
it was a good drive.
Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year internship where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist when I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law, and anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too, I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. I'll make long drives and then come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And are you also required to update your educational background and knowledge as a forensic psychologist?
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years, we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our license. And part of that is we have to, on a regular basis, update our work in domestic violence or battered women's syndrome. So we have to take those courses. We're all required, whether you're a forensic psychologist or not, to take that coursework. So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence as a general term, or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse, or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. Most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injury. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now, what is the DSM or the DSM-5?
The DSM it stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are
It's
for
the
different mental
psychology
health disorders.
Bible.
Major depression
It's
or
a psych
schizophrenia
Bible.
or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis. And then we're able to utilize that in terms of either treatment, so even insurance billing, but being able to inform patients too about what condition we think that they're suffering from. It's been updated many times over the years. It started at just DSM, and now it's at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5th edition, text revised. So we've gone through a lot of revisions over the years to try to fine tune in an empirical or scientific way what the elements are, if you will, of various mental health conditions.
Now, you've been asked to testify today in regards to battered women's syndrome. Is the battered women's syndrome identified or located within the DSM-5?
So it is not. It is not a diagnostic category in the DSM-5 or other coding books as well. There's others besides the DSM. That's just the most popular one. But it's not a formal diagnosis that it is contained within that book, that classification manual that I just told you about.
Within your field of forensic psychology, however, is there a subcategory that is located within the DSM-5 that experts would recognize as a DSM diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what is that, sir?
So that category would be in the trauma section of the DSM-5 TR. There's a whole category on trauma disorders, and it's most closely related to something that we call post-traumatic stress disorder. That isn't the only trauma disorder, but that's the one that what used to call battered women's syndrome. Now I refer to it as battered person syndrome, but all of it really is more connected to a trauma disorder like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, testify that you testify on criminal matters. Do you also testify? You indicated also on personal injury cases and emotional. Well, that would be civil, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, you've testified as an expert, as a forensic psychologist. You testified for, and today you're testifying for the defense or were called by the defense. Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes to both of those. I've testified in other states, but I also testify for both the prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
About how many times have you testified?
Wow. At last count, it was about 1,500 times. It's over that, way over that now. That was from a few years ago. I testify in a lot of different kinds of hearings and trials over the course of mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized by the Florida Supreme Court.
Approach.
I didn't hear that question. I'm catching up on my document keeping for the case.
The objection is sustained.
Yeah, we can't be talking about jury. I can't be doing that. Be right back.
I apologize. Doctor, you testified as to battered women syndrome, battered person syndrome. Are there other synonyms or similar names for what you're describing, in particular battered spouse syndrome?
Well, we talk about it in terms of trauma disorders like post-traumatic stress disorder, but the way when it's applied to the legal system, it's called battered wife, or that was the original terminology for it, battered wife syndrome or battered person syndrome. So really depends on your setting. So in this setting, we oftentimes talk about this particular condition that I've been asked to talk about today, is really referred to as battered spouse syndrome.
And have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert and on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in about 100 cases. Of just that alone, I've been involved in some sort of testimony about 50 times.
And you indicated that you testified for the state, you testified for the defense, you testified in state cases, federal cases. Could you break down on a percentage basis the number of times you testified for the state versus testifying for the defense?
It's really close in terms of the last time we looked at it, it was about 50-50. On most cases, like for instance, if there's a case that involves battered spouse, potentially battered spouse or battered wife syndrome, I'm usually called by the defense first because they raise the issue. If you're called by the prosecution, whether it be federal or state, what oftentimes happens is it's in response to a defense expert that's been called. So do I agree or disagree with that other expert? So I'm usually, the call usually comes first from the defense, but in terms of who I'm hired by, it's pretty even. It's about 50-50.
Now, this time, Your Honor, I will proffer the witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
Yes, approach. Objection is sustained. Wait. Objection is still sustained. Mr. Beck, you may continue.
Somebody in chat, tell me, I didn't hear what the objection was.
Battered spouse syndrome.
Somebody in chat, tell me, what was the objection? I didn't hear it.
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Can you describe the classic system or systemology wherein an individual might necessarily suffer and then exhibit symptoms of battered women syndrome?
Yes. So battered spouse syndrome is a woman, usually a woman's response. Doesn't have to be, but that's a classic historical research went into how women respond in situations in which there's intimate partner violence. When they've been the victim of violence. Now we know, of course, in other kinds of relationships, men can be a victim of it as well, or whether it's a heterosexual or homosexual relationship, that both men and women can be victims. But we still know the majority of those individuals that are diagnosed with that condition or given that condition, classified with that condition, are women. We do know that it's a reaction, a strategy that's developed by the person who's being abused to someone who's abusing them in an intimate partner situation. And essentially what they're doing is they've made a determination that they can't effectively escape from the abuse. They can't just leave for some reason. They feel in danger or they've been threatened. If they leave, that something bad will happen to them. So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused that I have to develop some coping skills or ways of protecting myself or maybe even loved ones as well from some form of imminent violence or danger or lethality. Something bad will happen to me if I don't develop a way of handling this abuse, this constant abuse that's coming towards me. So the battered wife syndrome is really a way of thinking. It's a psychological change that happens
Battered
with
wife?
the victim
You mean
in terms of the way
battered
they cope and
spouse?
strategize to stay safe
I'd
for
reject
themselves and other
I'd
loved
object
ones
to
as
that
well,
one.
oftentimes.
I'm going to ask a really silly question, if I may, doctor. I don't know if you've noticed a bruise across the bridge of my nose this morning.
I did see that when I came in. Yes, sir.
Okay. This weekend, hypothetically, if an individual was digging around in the garbage, the lid fell down and cut his nose, the bridge of his nose wide open, would you, as a forensic psychologist, anticipate, or a psychologist in general, anticipate that there might be a physical or a psychological reaction or response to that degree of trauma?
So I don't know if it would be trauma or not. It could be, depending on the degree of the injury and the pain and things like that. But certainly you'd view that garbage can differently as you approached it. So it changes your psychology or the way that you look at that particular situation or that particular object. So by viewing it differently, you may engage in different behaviors. You may approach it differently. You may have somebody else approach it. You may approach it with both hands up. So it changes your behavior and your thinking about that garbage can.
Does that also apply to interpersonal relationships?
So it certainly can. No two people always react the same way to every situation. Trauma, one person's trauma is not a trauma to another person. But for people who do develop battered spouse syndrome, they do begin to change the way they view the persons who's abusing them and what they have to do in order to maintain either their life or their safety, their physical safety in terms of their behavior and interactions with that person.
Now, is there a specific set of criteria that a psychologist, forensic psychologist, would necessarily rely upon in attempting to make a diagnosis or assessment of battered women syndrome?
Yes, sir.
And what are those criteria?
Well, you'd want to see one, if some type of abuse has occurred. That abuse can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be emotional, or it can just be the threat of abuse or bad things that's going to happen to you. So there has to be something bad that's happened or that's threatened to be happening over a period of time. So abuse has to be present in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome. But that's not enough. There also has to be what's called coercive control. Coercive control is really keeping the person's social interactions, overseen on a regular basis, controlling money, controlling preferences, even TV preferences, sometimes social media, looking at social media that the person is accessing or looking at, who they're talking to on Facebook, who they're texting. So it's a combination of abuse and coercive control that results in a person feeling victimized, but that's still not enough. That person then has to feel like they can't escape from that.
But
They
she
either have
could.
been told, if you leave me, you're going to die.
Many
Or
opportunities.
a family member is going to be harmed. Your children, your mother, whatever it might be. And as a result of that, they develop strategies to cope with that, acquiescing, pleasing, doing anything they're asked to do, demeaning themselves, allowing themselves to be controlled. All of the things that would fend off, if you will, some abuse or attack or threat to them or someone who surrounds them. So those would be the components that you would need to have. And that dance continues to go on usually repeatedly throughout the course of that relationship.
So I think what you're describing is, in a sense, a subjective nature to the syndrome that's being described.
It's both objective and subjective. So objective in terms of the facts, like what's really happening. A person's being abused, they're being told certain things, there's control over them. But then the subjective part is the person's interpretation of that, their perception of that. So there's really both going on, and they have to kind of work together in order for this syndrome to be formalized and properly diagnosed.
You indicated that there's sometimes maybe some defense mechanisms that are, or strategies that are devised by the battered individual, the abused individual.
Yes, sir.
in your experience and your training, do controlled substances, alcohol, drugs frequently appear in your analysis or assessment?
Yes, and the way they appear is they can appear either from the abuser or the abused or both. What can happen from the abuser standpoint is they may only be abusive, or the abuse may become worse if they abuse substances. From the abused standpoint, it may be self-medication. It may be a way of coping with the anxiety that there's going to be something bad that potentially could happen to them or somebody else. It's kind of a way of dealing with walking on the eggshells. So if I use substances, that can deaden the pain, if you will, for me, or help me to forget about it. So it's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes part of either the abuser's behavior or the abused behavior.
Do they, in your experience, do they on occasion actually defend the individual that is abusing them?
That's a very frequent part of this syndrome. Not always, but it's very frequent. It's why interviewing them becomes difficult sometimes, because they're used to explaining away their behavior, the abuser's behavior, my black eye, my missing tooth, his screaming and yelling in the background while I'm talking to mom on the phone. So they're used to making excuses for it. It's part of the coping strategy, trying to explain away this behavior. He's had a bad day. She's, really upset about something else that's going on. She's really never like this at any other time. So defending that person is oftentimes a part of the battered spouse syndrome, and getting the person who's been abused to get them to stop defending them so they can talk about the actual abuse becomes a challenge.
Now, the DSM makes reference on occasion to rule outs, I assume for the diagnosis that's being applied. What is a rule out?
A rule out in our parlance says that we should consider these things before we look at other diagnoses. So, for instance, if we're going to consider schizophrenia, we should rule out substance abuse first, because oftentimes some drugs can create hallucinations and delusions and psychotic symptoms. So there's always rule out, just like there are for medical conditions. So look for this before you consider this, is really what a rule out is.
Are there specific rule outs for battered women syndrome or PTSD?
Sure. So there's rule out.
So, do you not notice two things? One, he said that the batterer is yelling at the victim while they're on the phone. Who did that, I wonder? And number two, now they've gone into calling it the battered women syndrome, trying to get it into the jury's mind that it was the woman who was the only one being battered. Well, if I was the prosecution, I would be objecting, Your Honor. That is not the proper term or phrase. It is biasing the jury. My humble opinion.
For everything, because you're considering a number of different conditions before you make a differential diagnosis, or you pick that's the one that I think best fits this person. So yes, there's rule outs for both of those.
For my sake, what is a differential diagnosis?
That's how you decide
Hello,
which
Ms.
ones,
Dawn.
whether it's your medical doctor, your psychologist, whoever, it's how they pick the right diagnosis. So you're going through kind of a card catalog in your head, and you're saying, all right, there's symptoms of this, but that's also consistent with symptoms of that. So is it schizophrenia? Is it bipolar disorder? Now I have to ask more questions. It's a decision tree. And that decision tree helps you to inform the person and either make a diagnosis in a legal setting or help to treat them clinically.
Now, if the individual, the psychologist who's doing the evaluation, identifies the presence of certain rule outs, what is their response professionally to those rule outs in establishing or assessing the patient?
You have to go down a decision tree. And we all kind of do decision trees in our mind every day about what we should do or shouldn't do in certain situations. It happens automatically. It's more structured when you're doing it professionally. So if you have a concern about substances, then you would kind of take that track and you'd have to ask a lot of questions in that area. So you'd want to know what kind of substances, how often are they using those substances, what kind of effect have those substances had on them before. I just picked one of many possible rule outs there, but every one of them you'd have to explore or ask additional questions because, of course, you don't want to come up with the wrong diagnosis because in a legal setting, that leads you to a bad opinion. In a clinical setting, it leads to bad treatment.
Now, I want to go back just a second. We talked about the subjective nature of the abused individual's understanding of what's happening. Does this subjective or does the experience that they have suffered result in, on occasion, their experiencing or their anticipating or assuming or imagining a threat that others may not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm off camera because I'm having my toast, and it's quite crunchy and quite good. Don't have anything against what he's saying so far, except for they keep calling it the battered women syndrome. Now you see why I mute myself. I'm sorry, I just couldn't get anything. I had to get something in my stomach. So, what do y'all think so far? This is true, Don. And this is so true. There's so many men out there who are the battered person, and then they bite back in defense or anger and frustration, and they're the ones that go to jail. I believe both of them were in the wrong.
From what you
But it was a good
described
day.
this
She
morning,
didn't have any reason to do what she did
talking
that
about
day, which is the
complex and sophisticated process
part of the issue with the defense.
for
Oh,
assessing and diagnosing PTSD, battered women, the matters that you described. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, this particular matter regarding the state versus Sarah Boone, were you approached about the possibility of doing an assessment as to Sarah Boone?
Approach.
I said one momento, please, while I chew my food. Wow, Dawn, that's amazing. I think they both did wrong. I'm not saying that George wasn't in the wrong. But at the time that she put him in the suitcase and did all that, he, as she said herself,
We had a good day. It was a good day.
then why did you do what you did? And then you get on the stand and you start saying, oh, well, he was angry and I was just trying to appease him. And I kept trying to think of things to do to keep him occupied, basically, is my narrative. I'm like, so it wasn't a good day. And if that was a good day for y'all, man, I'd hate to see a bad one. Feeling human. Now, there was an objection over him being a qualified expert. Did they accept him as such? Good girl. Do y'all hear the dog chewing?
Objection sustained.
So they lost that one. I want to show y'all something. When a person puts their hand on your back, like in this situation, it is a sign of control. When somebody opens, other than your spouse or loved one, when somebody insists to open the door for you, like when you see the president and maybe the president of France or whatever comes over to the White House and one opens the door, the one open the door is the more controlling, aggressive one in that relationship. Just saying. Body language. By the way, I wanted to talk about some of Sarah Boone's body language later. No, two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah, no. She was an aggressor too. She could have been the instigator for all we know.
When you are retained to do an
Maybe not.
evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings, the assessment efforts?
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion.
Yes, we
on whatever
did.
questions being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is. So what are they asking me to do? Because I want to know, A, can I do that? Am I qualified to do that, or should I refer that to somebody else? Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do? And the next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what do you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question? So right away, I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is, and it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help.
But he's not
try to give an
forensic.
opinion,
He's
an
clinical.
educated opinion about that matter.
What? Wait a
Have
minute.
you done this?
Well, wait. You are a clinical psychologist. I looked you up, not a forensic. Why are you saying
assessment
that
in this
word?
particular case?
No, sir.
Can you tell us very briefly whether that was your decision?
Objection, no, it is.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can move on.
Objection sustained.
In your experience, doctor,
Thank you very much.
can battered women syndrome
He's
rear its ugly
clinical.
head? For instance, when there are threats
He's
to
not
other
forensic.
members of the family, two-legged or four.
So yes, sir, it's very common that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse. So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's
But he
very
offers
common in, of course,
forensic. That doesn't make
domestic
sense.
violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
And that fear that's developed by the abused individual may exist contemporaneously with other issues, alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They can all be combined together. And certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened or live in the same home or close by. That can increase the terror. The purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
He's got a wonderful resume. However, it's all clinical. And then up in services, it says forensic. So he does not have any degree in forensic. It's all
In doing
clinical.
an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside materials do you necessarily review in order to make this assessment?
Specifically to battered woman syndrome?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder, but you're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time, and that the person feels they can't leave that situation, and if other people have been threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of the particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Are there people you can talk to? You know, friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse before? Have there been medical visits where the person has actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be? You'd want to do psychological testing as a forensic psychologist, because we have very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You'd want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or has there been a 911 call or calls? If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that it all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you to talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for a battered spouse, then you can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
And real briefly, some of the things that you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear.
Yes.
Low self-esteem.
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone, texting them. So especially in that context.
Stockholm syndrome.
Sure, that can be part of it.
And what is Stockholm syndrome, real briefly?
So it's really adapting to someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. The famous model of that would be many, many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped. But it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance, if you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused, who meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, they oftentimes adapt, defend, and take on in an acquiescent way that this is okay and I'm part of this situation as opposed to opposed to the situation.
Will this syndrome exhibit itself in physical attributes?
It can, at times, even physical illness at times.
Inability to sleep, inability to keep food down, and those type of things.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Would that individual potentially experience hypervigilance?
Well, that's a large part of it. Of any trauma-based disorder is hypervigilance. What changes when you've been traumatized, any kind of trauma, not just abuse, but what changes is your perception of danger.
Juror number 13
whether
is
it's the
nodding her
lid of the
head in
garbage can
agreement
hitting
with
on your
him.
nose, or whether it's someone being abusive towards you, those situations change your perception of danger. So you no longer see that object or that person in the same way. You have a foreboding sense of danger could occur. So other people may not perceive it with that person. He's so nice at work, or he's nice in these other settings, or he's so great on the softball field, but at home he's different. So that person who's being abused, their perception changes.
Does that include denial?
It could include denial, and oftentimes that's part of the explanation. The defensiveness of that person is the denial of how bad things are that are going on.
Okay, Jules has a lot to say. Jurors are paying a lot of attention to him, but we've not actually heard a diagnosis yet. We have not. She says she admits she can't concentrate knowing that body language 101 is sitting behind her. I'm probably going to embarrass myself
Morning.
on break by
to see you
fangirling
again.
her.
So there's a subjective component.
Did not get a
to trauma,
diagnosis.
is what I understand you're saying, correct?
Always. Yes, sir.
And so hypothetically, a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence, even sexual violence. But either or both of those partners may or may not believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma. The trauma is really the reaction to it. So
That's not what I asked.
bad things
Yes
that
and no.
happen, people don't
Asked
always
and
react in
answered.
the same way to them. So
I
yes,
shut him
that's
up.
correct.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a freshly dead body, and their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just gives us muffins in the morning coming across a dead body. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it, and the other person who works at the donut restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So yes, perception is a big part of how
Should
trauma
not have been
occurs.
in the jury pool.
And I understand your answers today, and I'm not saying that they were different the other day. But I understand you to say that
Oh,
it's
okay, Miss
very
Kevin, I may have
important to do
missed
a
it.
comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, Jules didn't catch it either. This is true, Miss Kevin. But Jules even said herself, she said, cross of Brandon being by Mr. Day. During the sidebar, several jurors in the back row are laughing and conversing. First row are fairly quiet, with one or two of them just glancing at Sarah. We haven't gotten to the diagnosis yet. Oh, that was 21 minutes ago. My bad. We're good. Dr. B explaining the use of alcohol when it comes to perception. Yep. Do you think this, okay, for all my watchers, all of you, thank you so much for joining. Do you think this is helping, hurting, or is a null and void? The 13th is a part of the 6 main jurors. Yes. I did verify that with Jules. The 13, number 13 is a part of the 6. And then you have 8 alternates. But if I was a prosecution, I would revisit with the judge about
objection is
the
overruled.
13th juror, because she is constantly nodding when it comes.
We've been talking about
She's going to be the
importance of
hanger.
comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as one could possibly have.
She's definitely a part of the 6 per Jules.
Syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. Relevant piece of information. Yes.
And
sir.
I remember when
And
we
would you
took the
agree
numbers and they
that
pulled the
obviously
6, she was
person
part of the
who,
6.
is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner.
Yes, sir. In every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5 TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. So it's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or affects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems, difficulties. So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes. So in introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you'd want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you'd want to know if there was substance usage, and if so, what the person's memory functioning was, and does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were.
Are you familiar with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir, of course.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not a person who is giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits, perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder? Is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate or inaccurate information. That's why you need more than one source of information. Does what this person's saying to me check out with other sources of information?
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can, yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration
that
of
hits
yourself
her on the
over
head.
anybody else. It's kind of operating in your own world. So it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Are you familiar with an adjustment disorder diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the DSM-5?
All of the checks.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Adjustment disorder is a person's reaction, and it could be emotional, it can be behavioral, or it can be both, to a situation that occurs. You broke up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, so you're upset about that. And so as a result, you're tearful, you're anxious or nervous or worried about what may happen to you as a result of breaking up with them. Or you behaviorally may start not going to work, or get into more arguments or fights with your children as a result. So it's a temporary reaction to a stressful situation that occurs in some individuals.
And hypothetically, if a person who is giving a history for criteria of diagnosis, let me strike that. If somebody is giving a history and that is being used to come to an evaluation conclusion of battered spouse syndrome, if that person has been diagnosed with adjustment disorder predating the traumatic relationship, is that something the evaluator should take into account?
You'd want to know any prior diagnosis, because it may not necessarily be exclusionary, but it could. So adjustment disorder is a temporary reaction. You're upset in a temporary period, and most of them just go away on their own. Whereas something else like a traumatic stress disorder is long-term. It's something that person's stuck with for a period of time that usually doesn't just go away on its own. So yes, you'd want to know that for that term I used before, that differential diagnosis. You'd want to know those things to compare and contrast them and hold them up against each other.
Now, hypothetically, if somebody says things like, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, and I'm the best you'll ever do, are those indications of the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, they could be. You wouldn't want just that alone. You'd want to see if that was happening in other settings. Is that happening on the job, with friends, with family members? Is it showing up on psychological testing? But certainly that would be a red flag. You'd go, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to investigate that further.
And is it important when evaluating trauma-based disorders, because they're based on emotional reactions, to do that rule out on alcohol or drug use?
Certainly you'd want to do that. It's not usually disguised as a trauma-based disorder. Alcohol and trauma aren't usually rule outs for each other, but it could exacerbate a condition. It could make you diagnose a trauma condition when it's just an adjustment disorder. I say just, I don't mean to minimize it, but it's not as serious as a trauma-based disorder.
Is it important to consider whether the abuser and or the abused behave differently in the absence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because you're trying to analyze a psychological condition. If as a result of drug or alcohol abuse, their behavior changes or their perceptions change, that's not a psychological condition, that's a substance abuse disorder. So that's why you'd want to know that. So if their condition remains the same, maybe it's a little worse when they're using drugs or alcohol, but it's the same perception of threat or danger, then you're going to diagnose a trauma-based disorder. If not, then you're going to diagnose a substance abuse disorder. You can have both, but you'd want to rule one out as opposed to the other.
And are you familiar with the classic 3-step cycle of battered spouse syndrome or domestic violence?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of battered spouse syndrome. And in the classic model, which we know oftentimes happens, not every time, but in the classic model, there's a period of tension buildup where things are happening, little arguments are happening, there's bickering back and forth, there may be some threats or some loud voices back and forth, but it's all things that are leading up to a possible violent episode. Then there's the episode that happens itself, the violent episode. It could be verbal, sexual, physical, but there's the violent incident that occurs. And then after that violent episode occurs, there's a honeymoon phase where the person who's done the abuse, they're apologizing, taking that person who was abused out to dinner, buying them things, saying nice things to them, complimenting them to sort of make up for the abuse. And it's kind of it's called the cycle of violence. And the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome, where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
Oh,
And in fact,
boom.
as times have changed, language has changed. And so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, sir. I mean, interpartner violence can happen outside of legal settings, but it's really kind of the large over grouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all of these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right. The later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome than anybody else.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's the stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that'd be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner who is lacking the control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you could interpret it as emotional abuse too, but it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay, but when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner A?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Yes.
Wow. What do you think? What are y'all thinking? Jules has said, I can listen to Dr. B for hours. Juries is still paying close attention and note taking. Mr. J just intimidated. I would say that's not the word she meant. That George is the better spouse. Insinuated is probably what she was going for. Insinuated. More of what she was going for.
After hearing argument of counsel, the objection is overruled.
So may I respond to that?
If you remember the question, please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of physical violence. So if those things, in fact, were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person, right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Now, you mentioned earlier, anxiety, low self-esteem, and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Correct.
Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things were in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, but in terms of your diagnosis, you need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits, would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
And that's important for an evaluator.
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
Just want to, one more time, in response to the state's questioning, you indicated that
That was a good cross by
individual's credibility may be in question.
Mr. J.
there is a necessity that the individual who's making the assessment corroborate whatever they're being told. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, in a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
It's possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualify because it's simply not there.
Right, sure. So sometimes like social isolation can be because we're introverted, or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit one or two symptoms of narcissism, but not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators.
Good observation, Adair. That is
Yes,
exactly
or it
what
can
the
be
jury needs to
situationally
hear.
based, like we may
That is
display
exactly
narcissistic
what this
features
is.
here in a courtroom, but we may not do that in any other part of our
Bingo.
life.
Now,
Oh my
in
gosh.
your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household,
Okay, I understand.
Sustained.
you've indicated that there are things that I think in response to the state's
This is exactly what needs to be hammered in at closing. That right there.
add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. Would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
Finally,
Guys?
one question or one symptom that we haven't discussed, I don't think, or maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, a psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals. But where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for
Sure.
traveling up.
Guys, there's something that we did not talk about.
Thank you, sir.
He never
Excused. Thank you, Your Honor.
evaluated Sarah
Can
Boone.
the parties approach for a moment?
I think they're going to take their morning break. He never evaluated Sarah Boone. He's just setting up the precedent for the one who did. He didn't evaluate her. He cannot diagnose her. I love having Jules in the courtroom. She said, redirect is over. My humble opinion, Dr. B's testimony could help Sarah, or flip side, it could hurt her because he never assessed her. Wow. I wasn't thinking like that. Oh, I'm looking. So I think I got my sound set up finally. That's like when you hit the nail on the head, like Adair just did. That comment is so right. So, I need to start doing my swoop for transition between. I need to start doing all that. I need to get a transition added, of course. I need to make a transition and figure out how to add it. Yep.
All right, members of the jury, it is 10:40 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that mid-morning break.
I'm gonna get
Similar
my phone
instruction I've
ready.
given you over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I got to keep telling you. Please don't have any conversations among yourselves
Just
or
in
anyone
case
else
Miss
about the
Beloved
persons,
calls.
places, things, or charge involved in
I
this
have it
case.
all up
And do
and
not conduct any
going.
independent research on those things. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes at 5 till 11. Thank you very much.
Woohoo! Yay! Good job, everybody. Good job, jury. I think that I really appreciate the fact that Mr. J did address the fact that they kept saying battered women's. That is something that was irritating me because that to me wasn't a subconscious. It may be a
Go ahead,
conscious
thank you.
decision on their
We'll be
side,
in
but
recess for
subconscious
approximately
to
15
the
minutes.
jury.
Thank you.
So having the jury hear that man say battered women, batter woman, batter woman, batter woman, kind of implants in their brain that she was the battered woman, when in reality he never even assessed Sarah Boone. I think he's laying the groundwork for Julie Harper. He's laying the groundwork for her. So we'll see how that goes. Y'all, I'm in the yawning phase. I'm in that yawning phase. Okay, in my dream last night, it was creepy weird. I went back to my children's high school band hall. Well, I take it back. I went back to my high school band hall, but it was my children's band director in that band hall. And I'm trying to get an instrument that I left. It was a unique flute. It's not a standard flute. And there's this young band director, i.e. my kids' old band director. They were super young. They were fresh out of college. And I'm sitting there trying to talk to him and he goes, "Yeah, I know who you are. No, nobody likes you." I was kind of put off by that. And I said, "Well, I left an instrument that I loaned to the band." And I said, "This is mine." And it was in pieces. And I was trying to pick it up. Oh, shoot. And I'm like, this is mine. This is mine. And they said, "No, it has our name on it." Well, they had taken do you know how they can put the school? They engrave the schools like THS or whatever on it, or WHS, or whatever. And I argued with him and I just finally just left without it. But on my way out of the school, I realized I was topless. Scary thought. Scary. And now I start running. I mean, like this, and I start running, going, "Did I forget to put a shirt on?" You know how. And this woman sees me, teacher, and she calls for security, and they are all chasing me. So I'm running. I run out of the school and I run into this building. And the next thing I know, I am in a mosque with a bunch of like hundreds and hundreds of men praying, as they do in a mosque. And they have these things of material hanging, and I grab one to wrap it around me. And when I tried to tie it, it wasn't big enough to tie. It was small. And I'm running, everybody's chasing me, and I just can't get away. And I wake up. I told you it was weird. Told you it was crazy weird. And I wake up and I was like, "Oh, thank God." 4:30 in the morning. I'm like, "Oh." So I go to the bathroom, potty the dog, go back in bed. I am sweating. My legs are killing me physically. I do have restless leg syndrome, so that probably that may have been what triggered the running. I don't know. So anyway, I try to go back to sleep. I go back to sleep and I go right back into the freaking dream. So all night in my dream, all night, I'm running. Today, I feel like I've run a marathon. My legs hurt. I'm tired. That is what is up with that dream? I was like, I would never go. The funny thing is, I watch, I don't watch. I have one hearing aid in at night when I lay in bed because I'm on this side or this side, and you don't lay on your hearing aids. It hurts and they squeal. And I just let YouTube run, and they were on metal detecting on the beach. And I've learned that the vibration of the waves, I can't hear it, but I feel it, is soothing to me. It's like white noise is to some people. So I'm laying there, I'm trying to go to sleep. And I look up, and this guy has this disclaimer, metal detecting nude beach. And he's keeping the camera on the ground the whole time. It never looks up. And then I go to sleep. So maybe that's where that came from. I don't know. I know. It doesn't get any more American than that. So, guys, I am tired. Oh, it's going to be a hard day to stay awake. Anybody have any insight on that dream? Y'all. Oh. Oh, and for some reason, I asked him if they were selling a bassoon, the band director. I do remember asking that. I want a bassoon. I played all clarinets, the regular clarinet, the B flat, the E flat, the bass clarinet, the contralto bass clarinet, the contralto E flat bass clarinet, and then I played all the flutes, the piccolos, and the double reed instruments and percussion. And I miss my bassoon. Of course, feminine is exposure and vulnerability. You're trying to cover what you're vulnerable about. Running. What are you running from in your waking life or subconscious? Toy. That's deep. Oh, a dare. Trust me. The people on the beaches are not the ones you want to be looking at most of the time. Just saying. I don't know. I'll have to think about that, Toy. No wonder I'm hot. Well, I will tell you, Toy, that I really do miss playing the bassoon. I haven't played it in years, and I loved it. Absolutely loved playing the bassoon. I love the bass clarinet as well. I love the more deeper instruments than I did the others. I got to grab the door. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm back, and I changed my shirt. Buy me a cuppa. I am hot. Gets up in the morning and it's cold, and in the middle of about this time I start getting hot. Really, Toy? Hmm. I'm going to screenshot this. Wow. Toy, where are you getting all this information, girlfriend? Where are you getting all this? This is cool. No, I don't know. I'll have to sit and think about it. I have to sit and watch and think about it. Don't know. It may not. I will tell you that I've always been told that like when I was young and wanting to go to college, I was told I wasn't good enough to go to college. I wasn't smart enough to go to college, and I did. And oh shoot, I gotta grab that phone. It's ringing like crazy. I have a phone in my office, and I can't believe it got unplugged. Hence why it wasn't ringing. Wow, I feel bad now. Let me see if I can see who just called. Oh. I didn't realize it got unplugged. So,
Interesting. So anyway, so I do have a little insecurities as to whether I'm smart enough in that aspect. So I don't know. Maybe I'm running from that fear. I'll have to dive in. I'll let you know. I'm an open book. I don't mind doing that. Let me see if Miss Jules has posted anything else. Nope. I guess she's on the phone with RA, and that's perfectly fine. I hope y'all don't mind. Perk me up. Today is a comfy day. If I interpret, I'll put on my little over sweater. Okay, we're back. Thank you for y'all's patience. My son is having a day to get things done this morning, so waiting on him. Sensei, he's not here yet. I know you're looking for him.
We are back on the record. 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State. Defense.
Thank you, Toy.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin back on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table. Yes, Mr. Owens.
Judge, we had several late witnesses that were scheduled. We've excused Detective Scott Bowen based on the testimony of Detective Cossel. We've excused
What?
Reno, who was going to be recalled based on the testimony of Detective Cossel. You've heard from the two deputies, you've heard from Dr. Brandon. Maria Gallo-Holy is a young lady that's outside. She was a witness as a neighbor in that complex, and she would testify about observing physical injuries to Sarah Boone. We've spoken with her over the break that, in our opinions collectively, Tony Henderson and myself, that it's not necessary to call Ms. Gallo-Holy if we have other evidence of injuries. There was disagreement about that, but I believe that Ms. Boone is now in agreement that we're not going to call Ms. Gallo-Holy. So that leaves now calling the Orange County Sheriff's Department phone extraction expert.
Ms. Uwadden.
Yes, back to the stand. We've got two short videos. These are the short videos relating to Jorge Torres with a bat and then striking the TV. They're less than a minute apiece. The problem with that is because we've excused so many witnesses, that's our last witness. So we're going to be done here in probably 11:15.
What? They didn't call Harper?
Mr. Walker is supposed to be here at 1 o'clock?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
And then I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper, but I'm going to meet with her at lunch.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Next door. And we anticipate Dr. Harper this afternoon. And then we may be really close to ending the defense's case.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know that.
But we're going to have a gap here.
Okay, so
early lunch.
well,
or
yeah.
long lunch.
That may, well, if you're saying that your presentation with Ms. Uwadden is 15 minutes, I don't know what the cross is going to be. It may be de minimis, or you may be saving her for rebuttal. I don't know. Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore? As it relates to Ms. Uwadden, CSI Tech, you're not calling her in rebuttal?
Shared a predicate during her trial testimony during our case in chief.
Okay, awesome. So what we can do is we can proceed with Ms. Uwadden, and we could just take an early lunch and ask them to be back here maybe 12:50. So that way, if we have any issues, we can address them before we start at 1 o'clock. Ms. Boone, you were sworn this morning. I just got a couple of things to go over with you. There was a list of witnesses that was provided to the court last night and again this morning as potential witnesses that may be called in your defense. One of those witnesses was Maria Gallo-Holy. your lawyers have advised that they may not be calling that person as a witness in this case. Do you understand that?
I did.
And again, similar to other conversations we've had, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your lawyers, just whether or not you've had them. Have you had conversations with your lawyers about calling Miss Gallipoli as a witness?
Yes.
Have you had conversations with your attorneys about why they are deciding not to call her as a witness? And similar to what we discussed yesterday, do you understand that your
Resting
attorneys
today.
make trial strategy decisions, including what witnesses to call or not to call? Okay.
We may be done by
Are you
Friday.
still
That would be
satisfied with their
fabulous.
representation
I don't
of
miss
you in this
anything.
matter?
Yes.
And are you still on board with the strategy that has been employed in your defense?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with the strategy not to call Ms. Gallipoli as a witness in this case?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Then let's go ahead and bring our jury back in and we can call Ms. Uwad and go from there.
Mr.
All right.
Lane, can you excuse Ms. Gallipoli?
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Yay, what do y'all think about that?
Mr. Owens?
There's so many other witnesses they could have brought in, y'all.
What I have, Galipoli.
2 L G-A-L-L.
Oh, it's 2 L's.
That woke me up, y'all. Me awake now. Me definitely awake now. And in the long break, we're going to hop on over to the other trial, Ferris trial. Y'all, I have to admit, I thought that was, I get why people think I'm trying to be EDB. CDB, I am not trying to be you. You're a rock star, and I could never compare.
All rise, presented.
We just have similar taste. Yeah, I got a comment to stop imitating her. And I'm like, I'm older than her, y'all. She's imitating
State,
me.
you recognize our jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, once seated again, if you could confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our break by raising your hands. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Judge, we would call forensic phone extraction officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Officer Wadden.
Hi.
To the stand.
Thank you. We'll bring her in.
Oh, I'm having fun with it today, Ronnie. I don't care what they think. That's a compliment. That to me is a compliment. Huge compliment.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
Counselor, you may inquire.
Ms. Wadden, again, your official title,
Digital forensics examiner.
and are you referred to as a detective or what is your?
Just an examiner.
Ma'am, Judge, can I approach the or approach the witness?
Yes, of course.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what has been marked as identification defense exhibit AA. And you recognize that video or that CD of the video?
Yes.
Well, I think we kind of prepped you on it ahead of time. That was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract.
Yes, one of the media files. Yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone's phone?
Yes.
And then identification Z, defense identification, same type question. You've had a chance to review that video, and is that one of the videos that was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'd like to have these introduced in evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as AA will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17. What was pre-marked as Z will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 18.
Judge, we're going to play exhibit 17 first.
You may proceed.
And is there a volume? Judge, do you have control of the volume?
Volume is on.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out.
I feel bad for the family having to see this, but
Judge, I'm asking to publish exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
that's drunk. You can barely do it. Not good. Well, why is she sitting there filming it? I'd be running.
We spoke about it earlier.
Say again, sir.
We spoke about it earlier.
Yes, understood.
They're tendering, no problem.
All right, thank you very much. This witness can't be released, correct?
Yes.
State.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, can the parties approach momentarily, please?
We saw it yesterday. Yeah, he did. And God only knows what provoked him. And the fact that she's calmly, if I'm sitting on the jury and I'm watching that and I'm thinking, you're
Members of
calmly
our jury,
recording
At this
this.
point in time, it's 11:08. I know it's a
You
little
could
bit
leave.
early, but due to the pacing and how quickly we've been moving through the evidence this morning, and how the defense has teed up their witnesses for this afternoon, we do not have anyone until 1 o'clock. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time.
2 hours.
I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers,
That's
watching
true.
television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home.
Also, by the way, I had a friend whose TV went down and her and her son, I mean, her husband and sons wanted to crash the TV. I mean, come on. It'd be fun to crash a TV with a bat, right? And so they crashed, they pulverized it because it was done for. Nothing they could do.
So do not let anyone
Well,
make
how do we
comments to
know-
you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to return here to 12 Alpha at 12:50, and we'll pick up shortly thereafter. Thank you so much for your service. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we need to address?
Nothing, thank you.
Defense? No, sir. All right, we'll see you all at 12:50. Thank you very much. Court's in recess.
We'll be getting work. So that's funny. Yeah, he does. He said that thing 100,000 times, I'm sure. Look, if she had unalived him during an actual event, I would be more on her side by far. But she didn't. And she kept telling everybody until court.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
If it was a good day, what you did was meditated and malicious. And being drunk does not absolve you from what you did. That is the line I think the jury's going to have to pull, because it's very clear they both DV'd each other. What she did went too far. I think they may have overcharged. I don't know, but that's my humble opinion. I need to get some good music like this that's copyright and royalty free. I have some good music, but I have to share it with, all the stuff. It's not royalty free if you're monetized. Okay, so now let's go over. Oh, I've got to plug in just in case Jules calls. I got to plug on over to the other trial that we've been watching. A Dare Be Afraid. Very afraid.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Do we want to listen to 2 more hours of audio?
Okay. So when you had
the RTV,
Although we got some good information yesterday.
came back over to the house and did my usual, put Miracle Grow out on the plant.
Yeah,
I mean,
stuff works miracles.
Yeah,
It really
just
does.
that kind of stuff, fiddled around, did, got the backpack blower, blew off the driveway.
And this is all on the floor. So once you got the girls and Addison came over, how long did Chris stay when he dropped Addison off? Once you and Cameron got back?
I got Cameron inside. I told her, just take it to Ellen Addie's room. Okay. So she did.
So wait, what does that mean? I'm sorry, like where did she go?
Upstairs.
Oh, okay. So like in that upstairs bedroom where their stuff is?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So she went up there, did it. I said, I'm gonna go to the barn and feed. I said, and you can just do whatever you want to.
Okay, so you left Cameron in the house.
Yeah.
And then you went back to the
And I
barn.
went to the barn.
Did you walk to the barn or take the ATV that
No,
was
I took the
outside?
RTV.
Okay, so you drove the
But-
RTV to the barn.
I did, but when I pulled into the house, oh.
Yeah, she would have thrown a hissy
So
fit.
we don't leave them out unattended because they will get in and eat. all
I think to recall she said it wasn't working.
I
They
told
didn't have a
God,
working TV.
Because. the
And then he
RTV was
busted
not
it.
was not parked where I had left.
But this is all the way once Cameron got there.
Yes. Different mistake. The RTV was parked in the next parking pad. There's two
Like in the driveway.
in the driveway. Yeah.
So you parked it in one, you leave, you come
Yeah.
back and it's been
And it's
moved.
in another. Still didn't think anything about it. I mean, it's in a different
But
line.
Scott what'd Scott say?
I said, have you been here to the house? Well, no. What makes you think that I've been to the house? Well, she goes, everything's out.
Hmm.
And I said,
And the and who all drives an RTV?
me and Scott and Gary and whoever's there.
Okay. You'll leave just the key in it. Was it weird that it had been moved?
I just thought Gary had moved it. Now, when I was blowing off everything, of course, I start to blow from the shed, over just right in front of the shed that's over there at the house. Just blow that off and then do the driveway and then down part, a driveway, those two parking pads, keep them kind of, done off. And blew the top deck off and then went down and just blew like the stairs that went down. Just kind of blew it.
How often do you do that?
Every day. Sometimes twice a day, just to keep it off my driveway. Because all those nuts and stuff fall on it. And it had not been that long ago that we pressure washed it.
Okay. Pressure wash like everything?
Just the driveway.
Okay.
And then I did not use the pressure washer on the sidewalk that went into the house.
Has that
I
ever,
just sprayed it.
with the hose?
Well, I've got one of those things that hooks up to the end of the hose that we spray it pretty frequently with.
Okay.
It's like Clorox.
Like the little hand?
Yeah.
All right.
And
When was the last time you sprayed kind of the, like under the deck?
that was right after the big fire getting.
How long ago was that? Talking days, weeks, months?
She does not look well.
Oh, so we're talking months ago is the last time it was really sprayed down with the Clorox spray. Okay.
Chad
So
came
a little
over.
while ago.
Yeah, Chad
So,
came over,
when
because they had brought red mud and stuff up when they were working on it.
Yeah, and just made
And
it
so we
dirty.
pressure washed it then,
And that was really the last time it got a good cleaning.
and that was the last time I got a good clean.
Okay. So when you were taking after you called Scott out the goats, Cameron's inside upstairs.
Well, she was in the car with me when I called Scott.
Sensei?
Because you figured out, did
Good
you
girl.
see the goats were out when you were pulling in?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have that
Pigs
call.
are running and everything's out and,
Yeah, everybody's out. They don't need to be.
Everybody's
Okay, so you call Scott.
Yeah.
Mention that to him. He says he hadn't been there.
He said, I said, have you been here? Because, it was like, everything was open.
Mhm.
And he said, no, I haven't been there a while. I said, but everything looks like it's been, I said, and we mentioned, right, he's left goats out again. But that's not unusual either. For him to go and do that. And so anyway, I came in and told her, I said, I'm gonna go to the barn and feed, get the goats back in, because all we have to do is put feed in a feed bucket and holler, hey goats, and they come running. Well, as soon as I got to the barn, Chris pulled in. So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back over to the house and talked to Patty. She brought food in from Wendy's,
How long was Chris there?
maybe
So not a terribly, it's
Not a
pretty,
terribly
pretty
long
short
time.
amount of time.
Pretty short amount of time. We had a discussion about, where's Ellen? And she's still at Emma's.
So she was at that sleepover still.
Yeah, she was still over there. And I said,
Okay.
why are you, she just came into town. Why are you leaving her there that long?
Mm-hmm.
You know, she came in on Tuesday, you dropped her off on Tuesday. You know, why are you leaving her there that long? And then he left.
And this is about 7 o'clock he leaves. So you go and put all the animals up from the time you and Cameron got home before
Well-
Chris gets there, all the animals are put up.
No, I never did get them put up.
Okay. So did you go and try to do it? Because Cameron was inside and you went back outside.
Well, in the meantime, as soon as I got over to the barn, Addison pulled up with Chris.
Okay.
So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back to the house, talked to Addison. You know, she had a salad and some stuff from Wendy's.
Mhm.
She sat there and ate it. We chatted about what you do today, just the usual, that kind of stuff. And I said,
How long from the time you got home to the time Addison and Chris got there?
not long.
Less than an hour?
Oh, yeah. Just literally for me to get pulled in.
Did you drive that $18 anywhere then?
Yeah, I took it back to the barn.
And you parked it there?
Well, no, because I went over to the barn and was going to, I had put the feed in the feed bucket and realized that Addison and Chris were pulling in. So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back to the house, got busy with them, just kind of doing and stuff. And Addison had salad and I don't know what else from Wendy's. And I said, look, she said, I'm not, whatever, I will not eat all of it. And I said, we'll take it, put the top back on it, put it back in the refrigerator, put the bag in the garbage. Typical stuff you tell an 11-year-old. And they wanted to go over to the barn. And
So where are you now, Ronnie?
They poured orange juice in the kitchen. And I said, oh, somebody spilled orange juice in the kitchen. And, when I'm sorry or something like that. So I, cleaned it up. And, they went over to the barn. And I said, do y'all want to feed that little baby goat while y'all were over there? And Addison said, well, I don't know. And I'm sure she didn't know how to mix up the bottles and, that kind of stuff. And I went back to the barn, fed the baby goat, and took the feed out to the thing and tried to get the goats back in. And the pigs were everywhere and I did not have, I just had on flip-flops at the time. And I thought, I need to go back and get my boots and put them on. And so I went back and got my boots. I was going to get the boots and stuff, but by that time, the girls were wanting to ride the RTV. And I said, please don't do that tonight. It's getting late. Everybody's tired. I've been hot today. Let's get wound down. Everybody get a shower. We'll ride the RTV tomorrow. And I got busy with them, trying to get them in bed and that kind of stuff.
What time did they get in bed?
I know that I was in bed by 8:30.
Okay.
And because I talked to Scott again and I said, I thought you were coming home.
When did y'all look for Gary?
That was not till yesterday.
What about Addison and Cameron?
Well, they said something about where's Big Daddy? And I said, well, I'm sure it's down there in the basement. And that was the only discussion, and then I said, why? And they said, well, we want to ride the RTV. Well, that's when we had a discussion about, no, let's not ride the RTV tonight. It's getting,
Did they ask where he was?
well, they just said, they said, they did, where's Big Daddy? I said, well, I'm assuming he's down there in the basement. Did you not see him? Well, and that was just kind of the end of the discussion, because I said, well, why?
Did they make any efforts to go look at the barn for him? Did they make any efforts to call him?
No. That was just, it was dropped at that point in time, because I said, well, why? And
This is
and I said, look, let's get cleaned up with whatever.
Melody Ferris. She is on trial for unaliving her husband via weapon, lead shooter, and then burning his remains in a fire, in a
trash or leave or trash pile outside the house.
Nobody ever went and looked or did anything.
And you're listening to an interview of her.
Actually gone in the basement yourself? Did you ever do anything down there or go down there at all?
I will one time a week. We'll go down there, change the sheets, gather up towels or dishes and, you know, that kind of stuff.
And what day was it you broke the plate? You said it was
I think it was on Monday.
why were y'all down there then?
I was outside and I walked in his office to go get scissors to cut tags off
Of the plants.
of the plant.
And you broke the dish out of frustration?
Just, yeah, because it was just like, really, can any of y'all not pick up anything out there?
Did you drop it?
Oh, yeah.
Slam?
But
You slammed it.
I just slammed it. I mean, Scott was right there when it did. And Gary was over his mom.
It seems like a substantial thing to smash that dish.
It was just, Scott was just standing there just yelling at me.
It seems like there was,
I mean, it was
notable
like
frustration.
Everything. I mean, it was like,
It was
everything was
him-
going wrong, everything was going.
Him paying for other people's
Well,
finances.
no, that wasn't even that. That
It
was
was-
not an issue at the time. It was Scott standing there basically just, why do you always do this? Why do you all, I mean, it was you all. It wasn't, well, I said, Scott, this is not your place. I can do whatever I want to here. I can dig up bushes, I can do replant, I can put a fire pit, I can do whatever I want to here. Your daddy and I can do whatever we want to. I mean, it was just a conversation that we have, 15 times a week.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, I'm sure you talked to him, it's his barn. And I don't tell him many times, unless you got a rat in your pocket, there is no way to this discussion. This is our place.
Mhm.
It's ours.
And that's the discussion y'all were having down there?
And, yeah, I mean, it was just.
And that would be like
And y'all
the
not-
second?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like everything at that point in time. He gone just haywire. I mean, it was just everything.
Like what?
Just normal, everyday stuff. I mean, Scott was yelling at me because I didn't have dinner done. Well, why don't you have dinner done? Scott, give me a minute.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't even know what we're gonna do. I mean, just that kind of stuff. Gary, he said, why is Gary going to the barn? I don't know, Scott. But he could walk over there. And, because the RTV was at the house. And I said, I don't know. Well, what's he over there doing in the garden? I don't know, Scott. I mean, it's just typical. I mean,
Mhm.
and.
So when to your knowledge, Addison and Cameron never went to the barn looking for Big Daddy.
They
Never
went to the
called him.
barn that night. I mean, they just went over there to,
Did they walk or take the?
no, I wouldn't, I mean, I said, they just walked,
Okay,
over there.
so they walked over
I
there.
said, just stay out of the pastures. That's all I asked, stay out of the pastures. And they went.
So when you went to sleep at 8:30, where were they?
They were inside.
Okay.
And I had told them, I said, look.
But y'all there was really no discussion about Gary, nobody being able to find them or talk to him or anything. Have you-
Good
have you tried calling
morning,
him?
Connie.
I mean, there was no reason,
Have they?
No.
Had anybody?
not that night that I know of.
And you went to bed at 8:30?
Yeah.
Did you call anybody after 8:30 or did anyone call you and you have any conversation at all?
I talked to Amanda after I got home. Because she called to say, she had sent a text, she said, we're home. And I called her after that, and I said, basically the discussion of, we are too. Amanda said, look, we're gonna go to bed early.
Mhm.
She said, I told Cameron that she's got to turn her phone off, she can't be on her phone after, so she said, please make sure that they adhere to that, stay off Instagram, Snapchat, all that
Yeah, all that
stuff,
shenanigans.
all the normal kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So I told the girls, I said, look, and I did, I went upstairs and got a shower. And got ready for, stuff, and I said, keep an eye on the goats, because I said, I couldn't get the pigs and stuff in, so I'm not gonna try to get one, and I said, I'm hot, I'm tired, I don't feel good, my head hurts, just the usual, I've been up eating.
Mhm.
And, because like I said, I had to stand in line a long time just to get in.
Mhm.
And they came back, and I told them, I said, look, y'all got to shower and that kind of stuff. okay, well, the usual, you know. And I sent Addie a text and I said, okay, it's time for you all to get in the shower. Because they were upstairs and I was downstairs and I had fixed me something to eat. And I actually took it dead and turned on the TV and they had the bed ready. And was doing that. And they said, okay. And they did. They came, you know. I knew they were in the shower, you know, getting ready. And then.
Then what time is this right about now?
About 8:30, something, you know, along about that. And Scott came in after that
Okay.
and was belligerent because the goats were out. I said, Scott, they're fine. They're not doing anything. I couldn't get them in.
He came in because he was upset about it.
He was upset about it. You know, and that
And
point,
he came in the house and talked to you when you were what, in your bedroom?
yeah, he came to my bedroom door. And there was a discussion about, oh, well, I guess they've been on something about the RTVs. I said, no, I did, because they're wanting to write it tomorrow. So get over it. And I said, so do not take it back up to the barn. So then that way we can get on it, they can get on it in the morning and write it. And of course, he was in his truck. And he came in and something about, well, the eggs, there's a hen sitting on the eggs up at the house. I said, I know that. So don't get those eggs and give them to you. Okay, not going to. You need to calm down. And that was, he was just in there screaming. I said, you need to calm down.
And then,
You know.
and this is a little bit after 8 at this point.
Yeah.
8:39.
Yeah, somewhere the 8:30 range.
Okay.
Something
And then
like
he
that.
leaves.
And then he leaves.
And he gets back in his truck and drives to his barn.
I don't know where he went. I mean,
But he left the house.
He left the house.
Oh.
And he said something about, well, what'd you fix for dinner? I mean, it's just a normal discussion, you know. Well, we ate it like near. And, you know, as far as a big meal, I mean, you know, goes. And I said, Addison brought in Wendy's. I mean, that was just the discussion.
Okay.
It's just a normal every night.
And then what happened after Scott leaves?
I didn't get back up. I mean, I heard the girls back in the kitchen.
What time did you get up the next day on the 5th?
I honestly don't know. It was later than normal when I got up.
But you were in bed at 8:30 and you never got up. You didn't go play with the girls. You didn't walk around. You didn't
No,
go
'cause I
outside.
preferred-
You just stayed in bed.
I just stayed in bed. I mean, I was done. I mean, I was just, and had a bad headache and that, so I just dripped it in the sun all day. It got so hot, you know. And I heard the girls in the kitchen sometime 9:30-ish, something like that, getting food, which was fine. And then, you know, thing about it. Heard them go back upstairs, giggling and talking, and, you know, that kind of stuff. And the next morning, I think it was around 7:30, 8 o'clock, I went upstairs to go just to check on them. And they were both in the queen size bed that was in there in the bedroom. And I turned out, they had 2 lights on in there, the ceiling light and the light on the chest. I turned those off. There's 2, all the bathroom lights were on. Actually let water out of the bathtub that had been left in there. Just the normal, you know.
Did you kind of tidied up in there where they were sleeping?
Kind of, yeah, just the bathroom and the, you
And
know,
turned
that.
on lights.
Yeah,
And then what time? And then did they get up and eat breakfast?
they got.
Or what'd you do after doing all that stuff in the room?
Then just the normal, feed the chicken, fix me something to eat, and actually took it back to the bedroom to eat because the TV in the study has been acting up. Ever since we had a new hard drive put in, it's been suffering a bit, so I just took it back to the bedroom.
What time did Amanda get there?
I think about it.
Did you ever go out to the fire when you were doing your routine? To blow off and all that kind of stuff?
No, didn't do anything.
Water plants, like what was your usual routine after
I just
tidying up
went back
together?
on chicken.
Okay.
Was
Did you take the RTV or did you just walk?
Yeah, I mean, they're right there at the house.
Oh, in the big chicken coop there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in the house.
Where was the RTV then?
It was still parked there, wasn't it?
Which is where you parked it, but it had gotten moved.
Right.
And so but it stayed
But it
right
stayed
there.
there.
Okay. So that point in time, and during this entire, okay, and at that point in time, you never went to the back, you never rode the RTV, you just checked on the chickens.
I checked on the chickens and did the usual picking up, putting up everything that unloaded the dishwasher, put the stuff that they had gotten, used the night before, put it in the dishwasher, just the normal, picking up, putting up after two little girls was in there.
Yeah. What time did was Amanda the first person to come over that day?
Yeah,
What time did Amanda?
I don't know.
Were the girls up?
Oh, yeah, they were up,
What were they doing when they woke up?
just upstairs playing.
Okay. And then Amanda gets there.
Amanda got there and
What'd you do once Amanda got there?
we went and actually sat down on the front porch.
Okay.
And then Cameron and Addison came out and sat down. So
it was the 4 y'all out there just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, just talking and whatever. And the girls said something about riding the RTV, and I said, we'll go there and ask, something about finding Big Daddy. And they came back and they said, well, he's not down there. I said, well, did you look at the barn? Well, then Scott pulled up about that time. He came up and he was dressed. And I said, where are you going? Well, I'm going to go get my hair cut, and I'm going to go to the PGA store, and I'm going to go meet Ted, and I'm going to da-da-da-da-da. I said, really? Once again, you're going to be off and going whatever today? And I said, the girls are looking for your daddy. Have you seen him? Well, no. I said, simple question, Scott. And so I got up and went downstairs and looked, and he wasn't. But his door to his office was cracked open. So I went in there and, looked through the basement like you typically, would. Nothing was out of character.
So you're touching doors when you're looking for them.
Oh, yeah.
Opening doors. Were you opening any? Did you ever open any drawers? Do you ever go through any of his drawers? Or look at him or sneak around or anything like that if he's gone?
Now I will occasionally get his phone and open it up.
Where does he keep his phone?
In the room.
I mean, like just sitting out on countertops,
Well,
basically?
Yeah. He'll look at like laying on the kitchen countertop or in the bedroom on the chest of drawers. Or most of the time it's in his office.
Okay. What about his wallet?
Yeah. If on a work week, he will usually leave it either on top of the dresser or leave it in the drawer. But then on the weekends a lot, if he doesn't keep it on him, so he'll just put it in his car. For going back and forth and that kind of stuff.
Going back and forth on the weekends? Back and forth to what?
He'll go to Cherokee, Tractor Supply, go get cigarettes, Mountain Dew, just that kind of stuff.
So
So I went back out there and.
do you
looked.
ever like go through his drawers in his basement or anything?
No.
In his area? So there's no reason, just for example, we'd find on any of the drawers and any of the furniture, we're gonna find where, you would open during.
Oh, yeah. I've touched everything in the house.
When was the last time you were going through any of the drawers down there?
I have no idea.
Would it have been a long time ago?
Well, Scott and I were actually looking, Scott had said that there was a remote control missing. And I actually went down there and looked for it.
When was that?
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Where all did you look for it?
Well, I had just thought, well, it got put in the cabinet where the TV is, in one of those, and opened it up. And we never did find it. I didn't.
Did you go look at any other furniture down there or just the one that the TV sits on?
Actually at some point in time, got a picture frame out of the chest over in the corner,
By the sliding door?
by the sliding door in the back corner. Got a picture frame out.
When was that?
I have no idea.
How long ago was it?
It's been in the last few weeks.
Did you find anything of note there? Did you see anything interesting in that chest of drawers?
No, I just pulled the picture frame out.
Which drawer?
Second one down. I mean, it's
So
still.
did you know exactly where it was and only open
Yeah,
that one?
I knew exactly where it was.
Did you open any of the others?
I don't think so. I mean, I just like got the picture frame.
Which picture frame was it?
So it was a glass picture, I mean, like a mirror picture frame
Where is it now?
in my study.
Is your study the one that you first walk in, it's on the left with all the books?
Uh-huh.
Are those all the books that you have read, or are those ones your husband has read, or both?
Well, a lot of them were my parents, but
Okay.
a lot of that stuff in there was my mother's, my grandmother's stuff.
But that is your study, that's where you sit.
Yeah, that's where I stay. So, I mean, I just went in there, got that picture frame, you know, put a picture in it.
And that was a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I knew exactly where it was, but, you know. Did it, just, you know, nothing unusual. I mean, I go to, you know, like I said, once a week, I will go down there and dust and, you know, take the sheets off his bed and usually run a vacuum cleaner, you know, for it. But now, the other day, before the kids came in, I had cleaned his bathroom and done all that kind of stuff just because, you know, kids come, everything's gonna be cleaned up. And had vacuumed the home theater and cleaned a couple of spots because Gary was drinking Mountain Dew because he comes and goes from his office all the time. Put the remote controls back in, plugged in. There's one that you have to plug it in. You know, just did the normal plug that remote in, lay it up on the thing, take the leather cleaner, wipe it off. You know,
When was the last time you were cleaning down there?
that was pretty good.
Before the barbecue weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. So definitely no cleaning down there since then. And real quick, I know you told me earlier, and
Now,
unfortunately
I did
forgot.
go down there on the weekend when they were there, because Scott was supposed to have had Ted, a friend of his, come over.
Mhm.
And he did come, and then they scared him.
Which Ted? What's his last name?
I don't know.
Is it like a friend you plays golf with and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And his mother was actually supposed to have gone too. And I gone down there and actually made Gary's bed because they were coming over. And she,
Hello, Zach.
so I went down there and made his bed, made sure everything, the lights were turned on
And that would have been
Saturday before.
Saturday. Okay. That was really the last time you were in the basement, other than stepping in, breaking that dish.
Yeah, but that was outside. I mean, I just got it off his desk in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
so
I went
other
there.
than the dish incident that happened on like the second,
Yeah, I mean, I just,
you cleaned it on Saturday and you really have not been back down
no,
there.
until the other day when we were looking for Gary.
Okay. And when you were looking for Gary, was anything out of place down there? Was anything unusual? Did you see anything strange?
No, but when I was blowing off everything the day of the 4th of July, when I passed, got down there blowing right, because his bathroom that he uses is right at the bottom of the steps in there, and the fan was blowing in there, and you could smell smell smoke coming, you know, out of it. I'm like,
Where does he smoke? Just all over down here?
mainly in the bathroom or in that electrical room. If you go kind of down that hall,
Does he smoke in like the theater room?
he's not supposed to.
Does he smoke when he's sitting on the couch watching the other television?
He usually doesn't.
It's a nice home theater, number two.
And, yeah, I mean, he'll go in there on occasion when we smoke, and I'm just like, please don't, we just got this all cleaned up for the fire. And,
You want to split it?
I mean, he will occasionally go in there.
What's the trial?
But he does smoke in his office, but he's got one of those big air purifier, you know, things that sits in there.
So I'm gonna jump to something real quick. When was the last time you all used the tractor? It was about like within the last week, but days ago, like before the barbecue. And that's when he graded the sand trap or sand thing in the field.
Yeah.
And that was before the barbecue.
Yeah.
That's the last time you know it was used, right?
Well, Scott hooked up the aerator, I think after that into the backyard, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember exactly when Scott did that. But then the rake was back on it. The because Scott said something about, well, yesterday, when we were looking for him, yesterday, Scott and I got on the RTV, and, I mean, we'd walked down and around it, you know, everywhere, and then Scott got the RTV and pulled around the house and down, because he's got a trail cam down by Feeder. And I said, have you got that trail cam working? Is there anything on it? No, there's nothing on it. So that was the end of that discussion. And then I actually had walked down the hill, past the burn pile, you know, down that hill right there, and hopped on the RTV with Scott. And we come back up, and then we took it across the dam over there and looked, you know, just over there, and then backed up, went back up and around, and then we rode up on the road. So you look at the top part of that pasture, and it's up there.
Okay,
And we
so,
took, and I rode with him up there. And we rode
so
up
go look
to-
around the tractor at all?
Well, we made the mention, because, yeah, I mean, we went back over there to the shed and the barn, and I looked at the barn, and I even crawled up to the hayloft up there, and looked up there, and stuff. I've looked everywhere. Okay, I'm more in the store, you know, and Scott said, and you took the tractor back here and put it, not where we usually park it under the covered part, and it was down back behind.
So when y'all saw it, it was parked,
Yeah.
not in the covered spot?
No, in the covered.
But the last time you had seen it, it was in the covered spot, right?
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw it parked? Like, when was the last time you, before seeing it there, when was the last time you actually laid eyes on that tractor?
I think that, yeah, it was there when I went over to go take care of the goats that night and stuff. But like I said,
That was there where?
It was under the shed.
What night was that?
That would have been on Tuesday.
So somebody has moved it between Tuesday night
Yeah,
and July 4th.
yeah, but it was down on the back side of that shed, down where there's a bunch of pumpkins and stuff coming up down there, and then we keep a.
Is that where you
shavings
saw
and that kind of stuff, and I said something about, I said, did you bring that down here, you know? And he said, no, and I said, what, is it stuck? And he said, I don't think so, because Gary has taken it and he got it stuck before, we had to pull it out. The last time we had to pull it out, he had to hook his truck up at the top.
So you saw it parked under the shed on Tuesday night, though?
Yeah,
About, is that when you were feeding?
but that was just when I was.
What time was
feeding-
that?
Well, when I went to go put the goats up and that kind of stuff. and
Was that the dusk when you were on the ATV riding around? It was dusk and everything?
Yeah, and I just went, made sure.
So that would have been,
You know, made sure everything was locked, the goat pen was locked up,
okay.
and we usually keep a
So-
couple logs sitting in front of it too.
So the tractor has been moved between Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And then when y'all
Yeah.
went back there, somebody has moved it.
Yeah, but I didn't know anything about it. I mean, we
Well, what do you
just
think
thought-
about it now? Tuesday night.
I mean, I just assumed that he had done it on Wednesday.
Well, I know. What do you think about it now?
I don't know. I mean,
The tractor was moved between Tuesday
Well, yeah.
night.
I know that.
You didn't move it.
No, I didn't move it.
All day long, Scott was gone, right? He never, he left and he was not back till 8.
I don't know that.
Well, we can, that's something we can verify very
Right.
easily. So that leaves
Yeah,
Tuesday night,
right. I just.
and that
assumed
leaves,
that,
and that
I
leaves
mean,
Wednesday
That
morning.
was our assumption that Gary had done it because
Correct, that's an
the file had
assumption.
been moved.
What's your thoughts now?
I don't know.
Gary did not move it. How did that tractor get moved?
I don't
Why
know.
did the tractor get moved?
I don't know. I didn't move it.
Any guess?
No. I mean, like I said, I just assumed that Gary had done it that day.
I mean, did you see what I'm like?
I do feel it.
Tuesday night, when you're feeding the goats, it's dusk. The fire is going. You're saying that tractor was parked underneath that shed.
Yeah.
Where it's normally parked, like underneath the shed. So it's a nice tractor. You don't want to leave it out in the
Right.
rain. And then when y'all went looking for him, it had been moved.
It had been moved.
And that was
That was when Scott.
July 5th, when y'all were
Yeah.
all, of course, looking for him.
Right.
So how did the tractor get moved?
I don't know.
When did the tractor get moved?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea?
But she said she moved it.
Do you think it's strange that the tractor's been moved?
Yeah.
Why?
Because, I mean, it's not unusual for it to be moved.
It's not unusual to be moved when your husband is alive.
Right. But we don't know when, I did not know, still don't know, I don't know. I'll tell you, I don't know. That tractor at that point in time was not, I mean, we, you know, and that was our discussion, mine and Scott's, discussion. You know, did you, he said, no, I guess he did it.
How anal was Gary about it being parked under the shed?
It was more Scott that's anal about it being.
So everyone else we've spoken to said Gary was anal about it because it's his money, he paid for it, he wanted it kept under the shed and out of the rain.
He didn't discuss the tractor necessarily with me, because I am very seldom on it. Even Scott doesn't want me, Scott didn't even want me on that RTV. So Scott keeps the track, I mean, even if I bring that RTV over to the house for some reason, Scott will come get it and take it back.
But what about the tractor?
Like I said,
Was Gary ever known to just leave it out in the middle of the pasture? Or
Yeah.
did he always put it back?
no, he didn't necessarily put it back. He has on occasion run it out of gas.
Not intentionally though. If it's able to be crank and ran, he
He'll
puts it
typically
back
put
where it goes.
Yep, he'll typically put it back. But that, I mean, I asked Scott, I said, is it stuck? You know, to leave him where that it was.
And it wasn't.
And it, he said, I don't think so.
I saw it, it wasn't stuck.
It definitely is not stuck.
I
It's
mean,
not rained good in a while, it's not stuck.
We didn't go down there to it, we didn't,
But you definitely noticed it was not parked where you saw it on Tuesday
Right.
night.
right.
So if it's got gas in it and we can turn the key and crank it right now and drive it, that's odd that it's there. That Gary would have left it there.
No, not necessarily. Not if he was planning on going back. I mean, because it looked like he was just turning the pile, the compost piles that was down there. I mean, that was all the discussion that we had about it.
Okay.
was
And on
that.
Tuesday night, when you saw it in the shed, that's dusk, when you're feeding the animals and stuff,
Right.
you were on the RTV. Was that when you had left the RTV and walked back, or was that you had done more driving around before you did that?
Oh, no, that was earlier when I had gone to check the goat pen and the gate and that kind of stuff.
And you had gotten the horses in. This is that night.
No, this is before I got the horses.
Is when you saw it parked underneath the shed. But it's at dusk.
Right.
Okay. So a short time after that, at dusk, you're on the
RTV.
RTV. You had already had the conversation in the kitchen with Gary. About dinner.
Yeah.
You had already broken the plate.
Yes.
The food plate had fallen.
Yeah.
So it fell off.
Well,
And then,
yeah, and I left it there while I went and ate. I mean,
okay,
it was just.
that's fine. So now we're, so,
I just went in, scooped up more chicken salad. Put it in
No,
crackers,
not at all.
Went in there and ate.
okay.
Took it in front of
So
the TV.
we're looking at this tractor in the shed. You're on the RTV. You're up there at the barn tending to the animals. Scott is gone because he is
Scott's
away. So between, we have some.
Hello, Evil
narrow
Queen.
Time frames that things could have happened.
Welcome.
We can make some time frame. We can make some conclusions about time frames. Gary did not move the tractor in the shed at dusk or after dusk or in the middle of the night. But the tractor is moved.
I don't know how to tractor. I can honestly, I do not have a tractor.
See, but do you see why that's strange?
I do.
Why is that strange to somebody like me? Explain why this is a concerning thing to me.
Because we don't know how to tractor.
Explain why that's concerning.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, you are assuming that he was killed somewhere else and moved. But I don't know that. I know nothing about anything. I mean, I don't.
Do you understand what we make our assumptions off of?
I do.
What?
Just by what everybody else is saying, or what you're saying. I mean, there's 2 broken plates.
So we make our assumptions because we can't have our feelings involved in these cases. Our job is to find evidence and follow it.
Right.
our assumptions are based off of evidence.
Right.
I've spoken to you several times and your family, and I've told you about the science part of all this that our crime scene technicians are doing and how
Right.
science is involved in this to tell us things.
Right.
Our assumptions are based off of evidence.
Right.
So when you say he's assuming he was killed somewhere else and moved, his assumption is based off of something.
Right. But I'm.
It's not like I just pulled that idea,
I know
the
that,
idea that
But I didn't,
I'm not pulling it out of a hat. Just not. So there's only so many
Thank you,
ways that
Ronnie.
You're the only person there, the only person at the house.
but now that tractor, I mean, I didn't go to the back of the barn. I didn't go back to the back of the shed, anything that morning. You know, I didn't.
But I thought she said she drove the tractor. When did she do that? Am I missing something?
You know, I don't go check to see if there's a tractor there. He stays in it all the time. I mean, there was no reason for me to go and look. It was only when we were looking for Gary that I said something to Scott. I said, why is the tractor parked where it is?
Correct.
Is it stuck?
And why is that? Why would that? Can you explain why something like that would be concerning to me as a
Because it was
detective?
still stuck into the pile.
And because obviously, excuse me.
Because I asked Scott, I said, did you move the tractor?
And what Scott said.
He said, no. He said, I'm sure he did it doing, you know, messing stuff up.
Does anyone in your family? Does anyone who is not in your family drive the tractor?
Only Gary and Scott.
And you,
Like I said, I've been on it.
and you were trained springish on how to drive it
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah.
And you have driven it on your own before a couple of times.
Yeah. I mean, I took it down to the arena and drug it not long ago. It was a weekend that Chad and Amanda were there. And I just took it in the, you know, around through there.
Do you see the logical, common sense thing that I'm kind of the picture that's kind of before us?
Is to why that I did the arena. I don't get what you're getting at.
The night of the 3rd.
But all I know,
No, I'm saying the night of the 3rd.
I don't get where you're at.
There's only so many ways certain things can happen.
I did not.
Okay. I'm not necessarily saying that you did. So please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. You're riding around on the ATV. You see the tractor parked underneath the shed. Your husband was burning earlier. You know because I have told you that he was shot.
Right.
You know because I have told you that that fire cannot have consumed his body the level it was consumed naturally without people attending to it, without people helping it along, without it happening a bunch over time. So like I said, this is not a and done instant thing. It's not somebody shot in a room and left. This is not that situation. This is not something that could have happened while you were walking out to the, or you going to the end of your driveway.
Not to mention the smell. Ooh.
This is just not.
Y'all have ever smelled burning flesh? You never forget that, baby.
Walk to the end of your driveway. Someone has shot him and we found him in the basement. Everything that happened took time, it took energy, it took effort. It
All right.
probably took.
Answer me this. Do you think he was shot in that basement?
Where do you think he was shot? I know what the
Up
evidence.
until last night?
I know what the evidence says. I know who's at the house. I can tell you the tractor and the Komodo are getting put on a thing and going to a crime lab to be fully processed. I can tell you that, and no, and that's why you know what? I know y'all had a horrible relationship. I know that.
Did nothing to him. I've never told my kids that I hope he has a heart attack and die. I would have never told my children that.
And I don't know why different ones of them would tell me that at different times in independent interviews when they hadn't had a time to talk. That doesn't make sense why that would be. What I look at when I do that, and just a side note, and I'm not saying, I'm not saying you were frustrated. I'm not saying you didn't make the comments out of frustration, but to say you never made the comments when both of them agree on almost even the phrasing of them in entirely separate independent interviews is a heck of a thing. That just doesn't
I
happen.
would tell Scott is, we're gonna put this place up for sale, and you're gonna have to go get a job and make a thing on your own. This is way too much for me to take care of. I did. I told him that on a very regular basis. We're gonna keep on, and we're gonna put this place up for sale. But Gary would say the same thing too. It's too much. It's too whatever. It's too expensive. You know, I'm having to do for the other kids. I'm having to, you know, they're doling out. You know, they're taking money. You know, Chris is draining us.
Gary was just giving money away like.
Why not?
We're on trees.
Like y'all,
You like it, yes or no?
Money to everybody.
Yeah.
From what it sounds like, he controlled your spending a little bit more than probably would compared to how much he was giving away to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was saying, it sounds like everybody was.
So if the
suckling on
neighbors
the
could
cheap
smell it,
farm phrase.
why couldn't she?
Except for Amanda. Of course, she's got it.
Sounds like her husband's or fiance's well off, so. Well, compared to y'all, I mean, so sounds like all the other three were living off of daddy.
We're living off daddy.
And I have no doubt, based on some of the text messages.
Well, you were
I
living
seen,
off daddy.
That frustrated you
Oh, yeah, they did.
to like no end.
To no end. I mean, I had told Emily not long ago, I mean, it was like last week. I said, look, just giving you a heads up. I said, because I know that she was talking a good bit. And I said, look, I'm giving you a heads up that Chris is still taking money. He's booked a beach trip. I mean, you know, I said, and I gave the whole long list of things that he.
Absolutely.
You know, that he did. And I said, I'm giving you a heads up. This is stopping. This is crazy. I'm gonna stop you insanity. You know, and my thing was the girls were going to come in. I was going to sit Jenna down, Chris down, and explain to her how much. I mean, you know, and I had even talked to Amanda about. Did you tell Jenna? She said, well, what is it? She said she's getting advantages of it.
Is it concerning to you?
That he keeps taking money.
No. Is it?
Oh
concerning to you how much money
my
you
gosh, you hit it.
I'm not.
You hit it on the head. Bingo.
Did he ever get on you for spending money?
Bingo.
Not bad. I mean, he would occasionally
Bingo.
say, you know, what, like Kroger, that was one of the things. What did you spend $38 for?
What about the $50,000 about 10 years ago when you were in Alabama attending to your mom?
Yeah, I mean,
Was that a point of contention in your relationship? He had held that for taxes, something like that.
well, I mean, it was basically, I took half of what was in the account. And at that point in time, we had decided to separate. And, you know, that was not, you know, he knew I did. I said, look, you know, at that time, that was the only account that I still had money on. And I had been in touch with Lisa and Emily.
That wasn't me.
What happened with all that money?
They just set the bank account, and just over time, it got used for different stuff, my mother, and just, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Do you have any caps on spending or anything?
But I also know not to abuse it.
What happens if you abuse it?
I don't.
Well, what happened if you did?
I don't do it.
Why would you cut off your phone?
Just because. I mean, it's like I could go leave.
I mean, it seems, because it sounds like he
Captions
made
not centered driving me
It
nuts.
wasn't like
My
he just forgot to
ADD.
pay the bill.
Sorry.
Sounds like he made an effort to do it. It
He
seems incredibly controlling is what it seems like.
He is very controlling to everybody. It's not just me. It's everybody. I mean, even when the girls were in school and that kind of stuff, their debit cards were put
Has
in
he-
his account.
And I worked domestic violence for many years.
Congratulations.
Physically abusive towards you in any way, shape, or form? Has he ever threatened them?
I know he's got to ask these questions, guys. I'm sorry.
Not really, as in, like, how so?
The only thing that he would do was around about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, he would come bust a door in, to the bedroom and just stand over you and just scream. Why didn't you get this done today? Why didn't you get that done today? Why didn't you get, but I always attributed to the fact that he sat down there and smoked cigarettes. And drank
Here we go.
Mountain Dew.
That's the best it's going to get.
He drank a lot of Mountain Dew.
He drank a lot of Mountain Dew. And you get him calmed down. You need to calm down. You could talk him down out of it.
So if he got irate, you could easily calm him down.
Yeah. Like, it would be, okay, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this. And I had even bought a thing that, it's behind my door. It's a prop that you can put the door.
He didn't even intimately, well,
That would be.
she royally cheated on him.
He'd come in, he would say anything.
He had a snippet of a cheat. Not that it makes it any equal or better, but man, she was far worse.
But then he'd go down to the basement and then he'd come back up. Well, why did so-and-so do this? And why did Emily do that? I don't know. Why don't you ask me?
So, okay. So this,
But then after he had got.
does he have any life insurance policies or anything?
I know he has one that he had canceled it several years ago.
Who would stand to benefit if something happened to him? Sounds like he freely gave away his money. Did anybody hate him?
No.
Did anybody not like him?
Oh, I can say probably all of his.
I'm waiting to hear from the ex-boyfriend's stepmom,
How do you feel?
who had a 38 snub nose special disappear from her home when this woman was the only one with access at the time.
He was the sweetest, most whatever person.
Did you like the way he treated you?
But I have a mother.
So that's saying you did not, is what that tells me.
Right.
You didn't like the way you were treated. He didn't treat you well. He didn't treat you like a husband should treat his wife.
No,
He didn't care for you.
no, but that was normal.
He was not emotionally there for you.
No.
It sounds like y'all even interacting in front of Addison did not even speak to each other.
No. I mean, it would be.
It sounds like y'all barely even interacted.
Correct.
Y'all were going to lunch at the same restaurant at different times and passing each other without speaking.
And y'all didn't even sit at the same table or anything.
But he was sitting at a booth that has one chair to it, But Scott and I were there together. He walked by both of us, never said a word to either one of us. Walked out together. But that's not unusual. That's not the first time that's ever happened.
Sure, it's not.
Scott and I just looked at each other and went,
So, I mean, because there's so many things that would make sense to me. There's so many things that would make common sense. Something that I could go to my supervisors and explain.
my biggest fear, I mean, I can honestly tell you, and I have said that, and I've told the kids, my biggest fear, especially after he was in the hospital, that you went, okay, I know that he is a physically kind of a train wreck. And I had talked to him, I had talked to the kids, I said, look, my biggest fear.
Curiosity. Could he had a secret lover? Just curious. Just curious.
Because Amanda and I had had a conversation about it after, especially in the last couple of years, since his name was on the mortgage of Emily's house. And a condo in Tuscaloosa that she lived in, which made sense to buy a condo there at the time. And we kept it because the tornado went through there. We kept it rented, except for one short period of time.
Dag nabbit.
He did not do the homeowners association thing on it. So for a semester, it was not rented. And, he said it was just an oversight on his part and there was a miscommunication. I said, well, if you pick up the phone and actually talk to somebody, it probably would be a problem. Well, he let me worry about it.
What's your biggest fear now? What's your number one fear?
Is that now somebody, it was bad enough yesterday that he did. Now is it fears that somebody has killed him. So we've got to get.
I wouldn't. If I unalived him,
Calling me first thing this morning that Emily is.
could be a jilted lover that unalived him. Maybe he had an affair and they didn't know he was still married.
Amanda was worried about that. My biggest fear was that Chris was cleaned up.
For Emily's husband.
No.
Just saying.
Oh, you're Chris.
Not Chris. We do.
Does anyone have access to the banks? Bank records or anything like that? Because what I heard Chris Payne was trying to get after the bank account information stemming from the law firm.
Emily was.
Why would they even remotely in any way, shape, or form ever get access to that?
Matter of fact, well, Amanda said yesterday, she said, well, can we find out what transaction that he had made? So I called Emily and I said, you don't have to be on any of the bank stuff, do you? She said, no. I said, okay.
Is anyone on the bank stuff that you know? So.
I mean,
There's-
when I tell you, he kept that on lock and key.
And I will say this, there's so many things. Just like I said, right now what we do is we paint a picture. We paint a picture based on interviews, paint a picture based on evidence we collect, based on observations we make, based on tangible things we can put our hands on, or we can photograph, or we can swab, or we can see. We have, we have countless detectives there now, crime scene techs. We had a forensic anthropologist out there. So pictures, and it starts out small and it gets more and more and more things get added in. So, you just put layer after layer after layer.
You're saying there's blood in the
After
collar.
layer.
When we went through there yesterday, not any of us, I mean, me and Amanda and Chris and Scott and Cameron and Addison, we were all in that basement.
Okay.
We saw the blood.
The problem is, you're looking for a 6'5", 300+ pound man.
True.
You're not looking for drops of blood here and there.
No.
Drops of blood here and there that have possibly been cleaned up and missed. As he said, we have trained crime scene investigators who have been to schools who are looking specifically for that. We're not looking for a 6'5", 300+ pound man anymore. We know where he's at.
People aren't walking through with flashlights, they're on their hands and knees. They're spraying chemicals that illuminate blood.
I mean, how much blood are you talking in that basement? I mean, would I have seen it walking through there?
There's blood in the basement, I will tell you that.
I don't
We
know.
found other things in the basement. Other things in the basement that are significant. We know how long it took. We know lengths of time things took. We know that moving somebody that's 300 pounds and 6'4", that's bigger than I am.
I believe they both had a big disagreement by the burn pile, and she unalived him
Putting layer upon
and
layer
conveniently put him in there.
upon layer on this picture. And right now, the only thing you're saying, bear with me for a second, the only thing you're saying is that you don't know anything about anything about anything. That does not, and you know what? That, I will tell you, that does not make sense to me from a very just simply based on the information that I know. That does just simply not make logical sense in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not saying that you maliciously went down there and did something to him in any way, shape, or form. Please don't misunderstand me. Given y'all's relationship and his temper, if he came after you and you defended yourself, now is the time that we need to talk about that.
Oh, now go to the defense. Now you're going to throw the.
But you know what? I'm not saying that didn't happen, so I'm not accusing you. What I'm saying is something happened in that house and on that property when you were there. something that did not happen in the blink of an eye, something that took time, something that took people, something
Oh,
that took
nice
moving.
try.
The tractor was
Good
moved
try.
from Tuesday night, and Gary could not have done it.
The RTV was moved in the middle of the night, and Gary could not have done it.
Things were done. Things happened.
What are you saying?
There-
Our
there-
room was moved in the middle of the night.
You said
Hold on.
you parked it in one spot and woke
Yeah,
up
but
and
that
it
was
was.
during the day.
That was the next, but the tractor wasn't. And here's the thing, even
But
at the end of the day,
stuff
what
are out too. I just assumed that Scott had come in.
you
Or
did
Gary had
then,
done
and I'm telling
know.
you that we can find evidence to prove that that is not how it went down,
Okay,
and that is
but
not what
still,
happened now.
I don't know. I mean, I was with a man in jail. in Cameron.
Okay, but.
Rolled him in.
night of Thursday,
Tractor had to roll him in. She knew how to drive it.
11:30.
Maybe not perfectly, but she knew.
Yes.
I know, look at my hair.
And then after that, you were still there. His body was burned in that fire pit. It was unquestionable, you saw it with your own two eyes. 11:30, that fire is still going.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
In
Scott,
that
I
time frame, you don't have
But Scott was
nobody.
there from that time on.
Nobody came through the woods and was sitting there tending to this fire for
Well,
time.
she may have gotten blood on her
Scott was on that property at that point in time.
as she tried to move
After
him,
11:30, absolutely it was.
and it was from her hand, from her
What
body.
I'm saying is that fire was going then.
Because if you're messing with the bloody body,
You were in your
It's gonna
house
get on
after
you.
he got there.
and you don't,
Nothing happened in your
you're not
house after Scott
smart
got
in that
home
area,
that you didn't hear.
you're going to go through the
It's
house
absolutely
and go to the shower and
unequivocally
bathe,
impossible that you did
and
not hear.
blood can
You
drip.
had nothing going on in your house that night.
Right.
So we have this, we are looking at narrow time frames, and we are looking at significant periods of time and effort and manpower and energy, and that the I don't know anything does not make sense. It doesn't jive. It doesn't match the evidence, and it just doesn't work.
But I don't know the time frame. I mean, I know when I saw him.
She didn't say I know anything.
You realize
She
that
goes,
this makes
I
no
don't
sense.
know the time frame.
You realize that I have had hundreds of conversations with people that have lost loved ones, people who have had loved ones shot and we didn't know.
There were
who
blood
did it,
drops, but she
people
could have
who had
walked through
loved
there and it
ones
dripped off of
who have
her.
done something bad too.
Because there's a lot of
I have
blood
had
when
these
you shoot
conversations with
people.
on both ends of the
Sometimes.
side, both sides of the spectrum.
Sometimes.
I've had countless ones. People tend to act certain ways, whether they want to or not.
But I'm honestly telling you, I don't know.
And the problem is that just doesn't fit. It's absolutely impossible that you don't know.
Something.
I'm not
It
saying,
would be better for
I'm
her if
saying
she
it's
said, I
evidence
heard
we
something but
have.
ignored it,
It is absolutely
than to say she knows nothing.
And like I said, I'm not saying that something terrible didn't happen in there. He didn't attack you. He didn't catch you with your boyfriend who's thought it was. I'm not saying that. I'm just not. If you were defending yourself, you were defending yourself.
There was no defense. There was no argument. There was no nothing. I mean, Scott was there when I broke the plate. Gary was in with the barn.
And that was the second.
So she is now blaming Scott.
Yeah, or,
So
I
that's.
think Monday night.
So is there another plate broken? You keep talking about the plates. We've got two.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why do we keep going back to broken plates?
I mean, because
You
there's
keep
evidence of a fight, of whatever.
There's evidence. There's evidence.
But
And that's what I'm
all
saying.
that I know.
Your statements about I don't know anything, I can't answer that question. None of that makes sense. When you're out and about on the property, you're in the RV, the tractor gets moved, the evidence we've gotten in the basement, the evidence we got from his body.
I mean, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary when we were all down there yesterday.
We
There was
did.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
We did.
Walking down there, I'm telling you, just taking a quick glance, looking for a 6'5", 300-pound man, you're not going to see it. We are on our hands and knees with flashlights,
We are looking underneath.
combing
chairs.
every inch of your base, finding every cobweb you've missed when you dust.
No.
And we're finding this stuff.
Whenever it's a good point.
It's there. It's gonna come out when we release our reports. It's there. We're not bluffing you, I promise.
And I'm just telling you.
Uh-oh,
I'm
somehow they
not-
got that
I'm
on
not saying-
recording. Someone said that was a
I'm
good
just saying
point.
that I don't know. If you had, if somebody
There
else
was
came
no
over, we need to know.
argument in that. We did not argue that night. There was no.
Doesn't mean they did.
What happened that night?
Before we break,
Story break.
we'll give you all a little instruction. I've done this in other cases as well. This evidence is being offered to you for the statements of the defendant. I want to caution you that what the officers say during the interview are non-testimonial and may or may
Right.
not be true. And
They
may
can lie.
merely be being made to elicit a response from the defendant. You should not consider anything stated by the officers as being true unless it is supported by the evidence. All right. We'll take a break. We'll try to start back at 15 till.
Flop up, stuck out the wall, painted it. The hutch in there was my mother's, and I painted.
So
Nice
that
to be
picture
able
was
to
moved how
zoom
long
zoom.
ago?
Do y'all want me to speed up to 1.25?
Your
See if
house
I
is
can.
that well decorated, and you removed that picture and left holes in the wall where the anchors are.
Yeah.
You don't seem like the type to leave it that way.
You know, it was just one of those things, we moved it, and I knew that I was gonna paint the entire wall to do it. So that basement was repainted during the fire. And there was several other things that, Scott actually did the, tile work that's underneath there. We had to rip off some molding and stuff when we did it.
I love it though, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I loved it.
You know,
I was here for that.
I'll have Christmas painters come in and retouch several other places.
She was
in the basement.
immaculate in her home. I'd be afraid to live there, y'all.
Scott and I painted it.
I'd be afraid to stay the night and mess something up.
Scott and I chiseled that in the kitchen area, and then on down the hallway into that thing, there was tile down there. And Scott and I chiseled it up and got it, everything ready, for the flooring to be put down. And, that was just part of the deal that Christmas painters would come, and do the touch up and stuff that was done to it. I just left it.
Okay.
But that big picture, yeah, I moved it to that room that's down there on the very end. That was the picture that was hanging.
Makes sense.
Like my study, I've been painting on it now for quite some time. And the ceiling, I put a coat of primer on the ceiling not too long ago, and have not come back to finishing coat on the ceiling. But it's stuff doesn't get done like what it used to. Yes, every wall in my house, but you got to understand, my other house, everything was bought for that house. And everything. So we bought a house intentionally, so all the furniture would come back to it. Have a home for it.
Sure.
And that kind of stuff. So, I've bought very kitchen table, I've bought that since we've been in the house. Other than that, that's it. There has been. Scott and I got in there and did what they consider the line solid.
I know, right, Ronnie? Dim fighting words.
It's just one of those things we noticed and said, we need to find out, get an answer for this. And that's perfectly logical.
She should have had her lawyer. I think he is there with her, actually. I think. I'm not sure.
And that's why I wrote a note, because next time I speak with Scott, I'll have him verify it, and then we can completely move past that because it's a verified statement. Makes sense? Thank you.
We're ruling you out.
I did. My house is always clean.
Did you see it the night of the third? Did anything suspicious happen? Anything at all? Anything that caught your attention? Anything that was strange? Anything that was out of the ordinary?
No, except that the horses were out. But I just attributed to the fact that there was fireworks.
And did you see the tractor underneath the shed before or after you put up the horses? If you don't remember, it's okay. It was around the same time though. You were out, you were tending to them, you were catching the horses, you saw the tractor, dusk.
Yeah, because can I say that it was there? No, yes, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it was there.
No, it was there. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just
Right.
the time frame of that. That was all
Yeah,
kind
'cause
of
I went and during that
dusk-ish.
time, I went back over there, made sure that the goats were locked up, and actually moved the log that keeps over there, put it in front of that door too.
And that's
Like
when
I said, all the animals.
And the tractor was underneath the shed.
Looks like we're going to get to jury tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
It was parked under the shed.
yeah.
I hope it's done tomorrow because I've got a wedding Friday. I know who does a wedding on
I
Friday.
remember thinking, I thought, at some point in time during all this, I thought that the aerator was on the tractor. And it wasn't. Right? And, I mean, I can't change him. So, never done it, hadn't tried it, not done it, you know. I mean, like I said, I rarely use that tractor because
How big is that aerator? Is that like punch holes, or do you like fill it up with water and it just runs over the ground?
it's sitting up there in the shed. I mean, it's new, we hadn't had it for a few weeks.
Okay.
Scott and Gary went over and picked it up at FedEx place over somewhere like that. So, and they kind of had to rig it in order to make it heavy.
And that's what what gave it the weight?
Right. Right, it's got two big tubs. Now, whether they came on it or not, I don't know, or if that's something that's got rigged. Put weight in it. Honestly, don't know what's in it. What's in it.
Okay. So, Suzanne, nothing other than the horses being out.
But I just
Caught your
determined it to, you know, fireworks are not good there. You know, you're just like, really, please not shoot these fireworks. I mean, you know, because they're just running them up. And I mean, you know, and I had thought, did he leave the gate open or did they bust the gate through? I mean, you know, because they will do that on camera.
Were you able to, could you tell when you went and actually put them up, could you tell what had happened?
No.
But you locked them back, so they were.
But I locked them back.
They were secure.
They were secure.
And then around that time is when you saw the tractor, you were on the Ford RTD.
Yeah.
I'll get that name right one.
But yeah, I mean, I had to go back up, open up the gate, you know, at the front entrance, put it back, you know, that kind of stuff. No one Scott's gonna come in, you know, so I mean, we just don't leave the gate shut. Now, we will occasionally come in and it will be shut. And it's like, that gate is shut. You know, I never thought that much about it. I mean, it's been quite a couple of years ago that Gary was gone to his mom. Well, no, actually it would have been a year ago this last February when his mom was ill. He was gone and I got up one morning and my garage door was open. And I am adamant about shutting the garage door. And my garage door was up. And I just, I mean, there's a keypad there. And Scott can go there. All the kids have access to it. And I thought, man, you just, got to know my garage door open. Didn't think that much about it. But still, it was just about, you know.
Does anyone have guns at the house?
Y'all, I'll be right back. Comfort break.
I think it's downstairs in the closet. And there is I think a 22. And it was in Gary's closet. Now, whether it's still there or not, I don't know.
Gary's closet being like the one in y'all's, like the master
In the
bathroom?
master bathroom, is the one to the right.
Okay.
And it was in there, but I don't know whether it's still in there or not.
Okay.
Because basically his laundry, I just open up that door and hang up his dry cleaning. And then when I actually physically do his laundry, I put it in the laundry basket and set it on my bed. And he puts it away. So I agree. I mean, I'll just go in there and grab his thing. The hobby's already closed in. It's a rolling thing. I just grab it, roll it out, just fill it.
Okay. And no, any handguns or anything that you've ever seen?
Scott's got a handgun. I do know. There were several handguns of my dad's. But Scott, when he was.
Those got lost, they're stolen.
He said they got stolen. But I know that there's been one gone. Because I got on Scott a while ago about, we don't need guns loaded, not with kids.
What kind of, what it look like?
Pistol. I thought.
Are you familiar with like revolvers versus semi-automatic handguns or anything like that? Well, like, did it look like one of those that has the thing on the top that goes back, or did it look like it had one of the things that spin? Like when you fire the gun, it spins in the middle. You like flip it out like the old timey guns.
It looks like an old timey gun.
Was it an old timey gun, or did it look newer? Just that
No,
style.
because I remember, because I think he and I had a conversation about being rusty or something like that.
Okay. Was it in a case, or was it
No.
just sitting out in the open?
It was just up there. It was in the tool room where he's got all the guns hanging on the wall. In the tool room over there, there's like an open up cabinet. It was laying up there. And that was at some point in time when the girls were here, and that may have even been last summer. And I actually took it and put it in the tack room up, you know, to where that they could.
What color was it?
Silver, maybe? Because I had said
And
something.
how long ago was this that you saw it?
Oh, I think this was last summer when the girls were here.
So like a year
So
ago.
it's been a year. Yeah, because I got on to it till even done.
And where did you see it when you left?
I took it in there and put it up, I think, above in my grandmother's kitchen cabinet, put it in the back room, and I put it there. But now I know Scott takes it.
And that was the last you'd seen.
That's the last time.
You ever seen any other handguns that Gary would have had?
Yeah. Now, I know at one time he had some of my dad's handguns. Where, what, he had some, he used to keep one in the top of his closet, but I wanted to get up there in his closet. I know I painted it back 3 years ago in his closet. He took everything out of his closet, I painted it, he put everything back. Matter of fact, he got rid of a bunch of clothes.
What if I told you we found evidence of the shooting in the basement? I'm not saying he was shot there, just simply saying evidence that suggests that he was shot was found in the basement.
I would be very surprised.
Okay. We'll be surprised.
Because I just, I mean, there's even
I like him. Well, be surprised. I like that. That was good.
Well, we found the evidence. And like I said, I'm just saying there's evidence of the shooting in the basement. Phrasing it very specifically.
inside my house.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, 100%.
See, I just,
As real as I am right here before you.
There's blood on both levels. There's blood in your kitchen.
in my kitchen,
Absolutely.
Well, blood in kitchen's not unusual.
no, that I haven't, not at all.
She goes, in my house? In my clean house? Are you crazy?
Cameron or Addison once spilled orange juice in my kitchen, and I got down on my hands and knees and cleaned up the orange juice. I mean, I'm adamant about, my kitchen floor, but if I come in and out. So, no,
That
no.
can hurt you by saying that, my dear.
Motley bit him the other day,
My dear.
but I didn't think he knew about it.
It wasn't that significant.
It wasn't,
It maybe left a mark, but it wasn't like he was bleeding.
well, I mean.
Ronnie?
On Sunday, may have made the remark about.
Ronnie,
He just Motley bit me, which I
don't
did
think
see
I
that.
hadn't
But
thought about it.
Even, I looked down and saw it, and it was, it was like one, he had like scrape marks on this side of one ankle, and then on the other one, he had, like the very back of his, leg. But I still didn't, I mean, I thought, and that's probably what he's just telling her.
I'd be saying, honey,
Okay.
their blood, we have meat, we have game.
And you see why evidence.
If your house is
See why
spotless,
that answer
it's
of I don't
easier
know
for them to
is
prove.
getting progressively more difficult for me
I do.
to be able to, you see, right?
Oh, there we
I
go.
don't know if I'm explaining it very well.
Nope. You're not.
It is just insufficient for what we have found.
I understand none of this makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it does not.
That wind, it's not me.
I'll be honest with you, it does not make sense.
Well, what does make sense to you?
There is nothing about any of this that makes sense to me. I mean, my world yesterday got turned literally upside down. Literally. And then last night, he told me
Chicken.
evidence of shooting.
Meow.
I mean, we discussed him telling kids. How do I
Bah.
work with him on my daughter? I mean, that's just numb at that time. I mean, we've been here for like hours.
Well, Adair, I would venture to say you probably are.
Him, and then was it you? who
I
told
would
him?
trust her judgment.
I didn't know. I told you and Scott were the only two. I told somebody else. Told
I
me
hate that
And I talked to
wind
Chris.
air.
Chris was begging me to find out who shot him. So Scott.
Oh, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I want you to find out. But I will tell you, honestly, I did not. I don't know this, but I did. I would have
She
never-
knows you better than anybody else.
I had my daddy die when I was 36. I would have never.
Well, and there's even, and here's the thing,
I had
there's
nothing
even
to do-
provisions in the law for things that are like self-defense. There's provisions in the law for things that are like things that happen at the spur of the moment, crimes of passion, if you will.
Yeah.
Like things that are just so insightful that people just react without thinking. These are all outlined.
They're
in the
good
law.
investigators.
Things, and what
This
I'm
is
saying
good
is,
interrogation.
Very good.
Without a doubt, it does not make sense to me that you don't know anything. It does not fit the evidence we've gotten. And with you sticking with, I don't know anything, and I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anyone, and I didn't hear anything, and this body got burned over the course of a significant period of time. Someone had to come out there and tend to it and work at it and pour stuff on it.
Clean up the house, clean up the tractor, clean up the RTV.
And we're looking at all of these things together and the entire amount of things to move a 300-pound, 6'4" man. And you are just saying, I was literally like 10 feet away the whole time, and can't tell you nothing. That does not, it just doesn't jive. I mean, and you have to see why that doesn't jive. Like, it has to make sense.
I guess at this point in time, with this, I don't do like, you know, one of my husband's partners said, get an attorney. I mean, because I'm telling you, I don't know, and you're telling me, basically, you do know, and I don't know. I do not know. I would have never, ever done what you're explaining to me. God, I would have never, ever done that. Never. Never in a million years. I had nothing to gain by him dying. I had everything to lose. Everything to lose. Like I said, my name is on nothing. I mean, I don't know that. I know when we bought that house, my name was on the house. It's not on the mortgage. It was on the house. But I have a feeling, given the amount of money that I know that he has dealt out to kids and they have taken, I would probably say that house is mortgaged to him. I don't know that, because he doesn't have to have my signature to do any of that. But I would just about bet my life that he is. So I would have nothing to gain. Matter of fact, I mean, I would be 1,000 times worse off. Nothing to gain. I mean, like I said, I know that his life insurance was canceled. I mean, you know, he canceled it. I think it was a term policy that he had taken out before I think we ever moved here, which has been, that was in 95. And I think it turned in, and given his health and stuff, you know, he just couldn't keep it up. It's been like, I think, several $1,000s a month to keep it up. So, I mean, like his 401k, I know I had signed back maybe a couple of years ago or so, thing for him to draw money out of the 401k. That was when Emily got married. He was going to use that to pay for our wedding.
Is she saying they were liquidating all of those assets? I'm having a hard time hearing.
To make our wedding. To the guy that is about. But I, you know, I went to Wells Fargo and I signed it for him to take it out. So that made me think, I said, Gary, are we in trouble financially? Are we in trouble? No, you know, just right now, you know, his money. But he got
Stop talking.
12 draws a year, plus that, and then 4 draws to pay taxes. But then November, December, sometimes October, he would get 2 draws. And then at the very end of the year, he would get their last draw. But like I said, I was never privy to any of that. Now, he did make mention to that he was going to tell Chris and Scott that they had to make a tax payment in April. And he said not to be going out and spending anything unnecessarily on that, which, I mean, that's just a standard procedure, you know, that in April, you just don't. I've never, I mean, you know, he does all the taxes, all that good stuff. I don't know. He files them all the time. And I know this makes no sense, that I have nothing about the finances. I know that. It doesn't, I mean, I've had, you know, several conversations with especially some parents in the hospital with kids. So it scares me to death. Sometimes I'm petrified. Because I'm gonna be probably not. Except that I can't. Like I said, you know, I don't spend an extravagant amount of money. Yes, my house is furnished very nicely. But Gary and I basically have done that together for 38 years. I know he went over to territory where Amanda works this last December and bought 4 for his mom, and he probably got ring over there. And he gave it to me, you know, he said, Amanda just kind of pushed me to behind. Take it back. He said, no, I'll put it up. He bought me a new coat like several years ago. And he gave it to me, but I keep having my wife being the only one I show up. She's like, I'm not saying I don't.
Yeah, she is. She's a very attractive, mature woman or woman of seasoning.
Amanda's getting married next year. She deserved to have a name on the mom. Just like Amanda did. I mean, Emily. We've got a brand new grandbaby. And I begged him to go and get
I wonder how bored these attorneys are. They probably have heard this interview 2 or 3 times by now.
I want you to live to see her. Yeah. And that was my ultimate. I mean, scared to death. That something would happen to him. I mean, I had told, especially Amanda, it terrifies me that something's going to happen to him. And because she had said the other day, they're talking about how much money that Chris was taking out and stuff. And I said, now he's got the speech trip. And, what? And she said, Chad's dad was pistol whipped not long ago. And I was talking to her about having to take care of him. Look, you get the family. And I said, she said, yeah, but I won't bargain into that. And I said, but that's what you do. In her marriage, his family. I said, anything that's going to have a mother-in-law who is a member of their story. And I said, but I did. And his dad was sick for a long time. And Parkinson's. You just get it. And I explained all that to her and whatever. And she said, why keep putting it in perspective? If something happens today, she said, we'll probably have to take care of it. And I said, I don't do that. I said, no. I said, I just kind of sugarcoated it. And she said, what's going to happen is that Emily is probably on everything, or will be on everything, and she will control it. And Chris Payne is going to take it all, swindle it all away, just like he did his mom's stuff. And you will be left with nothing. And then she called this woman the first thing. Emily's already trying to get into the finances. Here it goes. And Chris is having to do it because, I called somebody at the firm and said, look, we need to put a stop on everything. But how do I do that? I'm not on the account. I can't call it the bank. I can't walk into Wells Fargo and say, hey, I'm not letting you do anything. I said, I'll call appropriate people and see what I can do. I mean, like I said, nothing is in the bank. I mean, one of the other detectives this morning said, is there a bill? I said, I have no idea. I said, he keeps everything in his office. I said, he's on the floor. I mean, I can't walk in that locker room. I would have to be escorted. But that's part of the offer. Everybody, nobody's just allowed. In every law firm. But I called him today and told him, look, when he shows up, or Chris Payne shows up, or even my Chris shows up, don't let them get in my office. Just because I thought, well, they just escort them, and they can put their kids. I mean, I haven't been down there. I don't think I've been into that office since I know I went in before we bought this house. Because Amanda and I went in down there to get all those pictures in the basement. And we picked it up. That's the last time I think I've been in the office. I've been here. Unless I have reached out. But I mean, that was the conversation that Amanda and I had. Because we went to a wedding thing. And that was when Chad was talking about his dad. And it was what the day was like to have. Because he got home house. Nobody figured out what to do with him. when we had that conversation. You know, she said, it terrifies me. I said, oh, it does me too. She said, because we could be in the same way. We have to take care of it. I mean, like I had a friend who her husband died back several years ago, and she was kind of like in the same boat, except she found out that he had mortgaged everything to him. She didn't get her interest. If I were her, she was basically like destitute. And I said, that's my biggest fear is to find out something like that. So I said, he makes great money. I didn't understand that. To a normal person, he makes an astronomical amount of money. But I couldn't give you a certain amount of what people make. I'm not ready for that. And there was nothing that came through. I mean, I basically know what goes into that bank account, you know, 31st of every month, by the 30th, depending on when it falls. There's, you know, about $20,000 that goes into that. But in our place, it's expensive to keep it up, especially when you're got 3 other kids that you're, then it only $30,000. And I don't know how long that's been going on. I mean, he could have been doing that as long as she's lived in that house. I don't know. And like I said, they live in a $40,000 house, they live in a $60,000 vehicle. It's furnished to the hilt. Everything she wears is designer. And you know, like I said, we've done the spreadsheet, it don't add up. And Gary could have lived in the house for a long time. But like I said, right now, I can probably go to an ATM machine and take out money. As soon as he'd be gone, he'd be like that. Like when my dad died, that's what happened. My grandson did it. As soon as he died, everything was like that. I mean, the only money I have is so small, which is probably about $100. And that would be enough to. I mean, yeah, if you go, you know, go to get a lot, you know, go eat, go to them.
You think?
I mean, I've got 4 kids, yeah. Person's got to have their demons. You know, the guy that she's married to. Which is hard enough on a day-to-day basis, but, you know, knowing how he were coming, you know, I knew that was going to be an uphill fight with him because of how less some people, he's standing in my driveway, you know, I would beat you beyond recognition. And the next time I see you, it's something that you didn't break about. Okay, and he got my property, and he just took on, and I did. I threatened to call the cops. I even called Gary home, and it got that bad. He was just standing there, just, you know. And I said, Scott, I said, Gary, Scott, Chris, you could obviously be drinking. You were obviously, the girls have told me that they found cocaine in your house.
That woke me up. Now she's explaining Chris and cocaine. Whoop. C word. C word.
You heard what Ella had recorded.
Hopefully we're into this long enough it didn't catch it. Well, they said it, so.
I said, we had to go in there and pick them up. And I know that Chris absolutely spots me because I'm the one who preaches to him all the time. I said, Chris, you're leaving us no thing but to go after you legally.
When are people going to learn to shut up?
Sit Jenna down and talk to her. What am I to do?
And throwing your child under the bus when you don't know it's not right. No evidence.
But that's what I said when, you know, about Emily's house. I mean, I told her, I said, Emily, it's not fair. I can't find my old $20,000.
Yeah. Is that one bothering you too? Sit. I've noticed you've been scratching on that one.
think that was yours because.
Come here. It's better if you just do. Good girl. Sensei. Come here. Come here. There you go.
Like Amanda said yesterday, she said, Kristen Scott, she said, I can tell you right now, Kristen Scott's willing to do everything to be for Katie. She said, I hate to say that about mom, said this, but that's what they're gonna do. She said, because they've said it enough all the time. She said, that's what they're gonna do. I said, she said, I know you never hurt my daddy. I said, no.
Yeah. Uh-huh. You think? Don't disagree with you on that one. By the way, there's people moving around in the Boone.
We knew that's what he was doing.
Oh. Oh, better.
It works for us. He basically lived his life. I lived mine, and we met himself. We still had a home. The outside world, it looked great. Yeah, all the kids knew it did. Like Amanda said, I'm used to it.
Well, being broke to the extent that you don't have a place to live, prison may be a good option. Food, place to lay your head, something to cover your body. She is really making herself small. This is super uncomfortable for her. Just saying.
I mean, I would not have stayed with him for this long. I mean, I knew when we separated back, 2 years ago. That, I mean, I'm the one who called him back up. We met Birmingham. And I said, we can't do this. We can't part ways. We can't. We just can't. We got 4 kids together. We can't. We got 2 Ellen and Haver's babysitting. And I said, we got to figure out a way. No matter how we live, that's how we do. So we basically, in my other house, and we had 2 separate staircases. So everybody come, the kitchen was common ground. And there's a bonus room upstairs, and that's where I watched TV and hung out and stuff. He stayed downstairs and then he, but he liked it that way. I mean, he's got a brother and 2 sisters that are that way. And the sister that's married, her and her husband, he lives upstairs, she lives downstairs. So that was normal to him. His parents lived very different. I mean, we're that way too. So just, his brother, I think, and his wife, pretty much, John's very quiet, very reserved, and very. It was normal for us. I know it doesn't seem normal to the outside world, but it was hard. We talked about what you had to talk about. And that was, daily chores. Yeah, you might do it once a week, twice a week, This has got to be done, that's got to be done. I'm having the gutters cleaned out. I'm having, this is broke, so I'm calling to have that fixed. Okay? And that's what Scott and I did every day. That's what. promise you with all that I didn't talk to her. And I do not know you. We all just kind of let him know. We just each year. So yeah, you open the door, make sure that the lid's not on fire, you shut it. Okay. I mean, like I told him yesterday, he slept with a CPAP machine. You know, he slept with a door lock. But there's two windows that look into that bedroom, so you can look over it.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Steve Castro, on behalf of the state. William James, state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone. Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone.
Kevin Becker, they have Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. She is in custody. However, there are no restraints as she will be standing as with the rest of us when our jury enters and exits. It's 12:57. State, anything we need to address?
No, sir.
Defense.
Judge, I've got something. Can we approach the bench?
Yes.
We've all got something to discuss. I wonder what happened. That felt like a short lunch break. That didn't feel like 2 hours, was it? I don't know. That felt short. I'm just now having my lunch, thanks to my wonderful son. Who cooked it? By the way, Jules has received the blessings that we were able to give her. So, yay. I want to thank all of y'all again. She was able to get 2 nights covered thanks to your generosity. Sorry, just rearranging everything while I really, Sensei? My dog just groaned. So we'll see who is the next witness. Oh, I have to share this with my 2 favorite men, lawyer Cliff and Jack Rice. I had the opportunity to meet with another favorite of mine. I have admired for years, the one and only Susan Constantine. I was also honored with a one-on-one that she gave me. The best part of this day was watching podcast STS do a one-on-one interview with Body Language 101. And then he was ever so kind and took us to lunch. So much knowledge gained at this table. Ooh, can't wait to hear from her. Yes. Wow. Yeah, we're still going, just making sure. So, yeah, we love to hear from Miss Jules. I don't know why my computer is dinging. Oh, that's why. I got 4 chapters of my book read during lunch. Dawn, you're a fast reader. Not me. You were being a tyrant. I couldn't let your son relax a little bit. Everything doesn't have to be on the time except for feeding the animals. Yep. Oh, yeah. I get it. Well, they looked at him like a ranch hand because that's what he was working as. So they expected him to do everything on their time frame and their schedule as to no consideration to him. That's why it's hard working for family. Really hard working with family. But my situation with my son is not too bad. It's good. I have 2 little pieces left and I'm trying hard. I'll save it for later. So I wonder what the deliberation is about. Can't wait. Yep. Yeah, certain cultures you marry, you don't marry just the one person, you marry the entire family. Totally get it. With that much money, you could have done that. Could have built a little compound. Everybody had their own little house. Got togethers a couple times a week for barbecue, powwow, whatever. Yeah, you can tell the native in me. Oh my God, I'm listening to. I'm listening to my son.
All right, thank you all very much. Mr. Owens, if you could see to calling Dr. Harper at this time to advise her to be here at 1:30 for her testimony.
Yes, sir.
I'm listening to my son tell somebody what he'd do if he had $1 billion. I didn't hear take care of mama come out of his mouth. Dang it. Who's next? Come on, I got to set it up. Who is next?
Just 1 second, sir. Thank you. I'm waiting for Mr. Owens to return.
I got to add. Who do we think is going to be next? Hour and a half until, well, 30 minutes until the other one shows up. Oh, sorry, I had an itch.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters! Sorry. Not sorry.
Judge, may we approach him?
Without Mr. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
What? What? Reapproach without Mr. Owens? What? Dr. Harper will be at 1:30 their time, which is 12:30 my time. So they got to fill 30 minutes. Mamas don't count. Oh, damn well better count, because he wouldn't have it, because he wouldn't be here without me. What you talking about, Ronnie? Girl. Yes, that's their time, 12:30 my time.
State in Word format tomorrow, limited to 3.6F or 3.6G and any portions thereof that the defense is seeking to utilize for the purposes of jury instructions. The court requested the defense to provide any instructions that they are seeking to be provided to the court and to the state in Word format tomorrow, including but not limited to 3.6F or 3.6G and any portions thereof that the defense is seeking to utilize for the purposes of jury instructions. The court throughout the trial has been redlining the jury instructions that were provided initially by the state. At the end of the evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon, the court will email those to all parties. Once Mr. Owens comes back in from making, advising witnesses of when to be here, we will bring in our jury and proceed with the evidence presentation this afternoon. State, anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else we need to address?
No, you are.
All right, very good. As soon as Mr. Owens enters, we'll bring in our jury. The deputies will assist Ms. Walker in the wheelchair into the jury box.
Walker. Is this the old lady? Oh, wrong trial. Sorry. Wrong trial. But who is this? I'm going to have to add a text box.
No worries. We'll cross that bridge at 1:30 if she's not here, sir. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Who's in the wheelchair?
You may bring the jury.
All rise, jury.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Present, yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Members of the jury, again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number fifth from the right to left, second row. His hand's already out. He knows what's coming. If you can, just raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands.
He's like, I know what I got to do.
All right, members of the jury, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Pearl Walker.
Did he say Bo Walker? I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. That can be a little.
Mr. Pearl Walker.
Owens. Miss Owens Walker. Maybe she's that old fashioned that she goes by that. Sensei, go lay down. Oh, kitty cat. I'll be right back. Come on, kitty kitty. Is it help? Oh, poor baby. Don't put her in the box. Oh, Jules is saying that. Oh, they have a handicap accessible courtroom. Do you know how rare that is? Oh my gosh, that is so freaking rare. The witness that's taking the stand in a wheelchair, the deputies are handling her with such care. She is a neighbor of Sarah Boone's. Oh, poor baby. Oh, she looks like she's going to be a character. Miss Owens Walker. They are being so kind.
Can you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Walker. Pearl Walker, Walker.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Say that
Mr. Beck,
again.
you may proceed.
Sorry. Couldn't do it.
State and spell your name for the record
Pearl
for us.
Walker. Pearl Walker, Walker.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes.
How do you know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself. And I will do so.
Okay.
How do you know Ms.
Pearl.
Boone?
She lived in the same apartment building that I lived in.
And can you tell us how long the two of you shared the same apartment complex, apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I was sitting out on the porch, and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
Oh, Lord.
What happened then?
Then I will call her over with with her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
When I see her walking with a dog, and I see her and I look at her, and I said, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would she generally respond to you?
Yes.
And how, well, I won't go there. Would you spend time with Ms. Boone?
Did I spend time?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
About 15 or 20 minutes. That's all.
And was your husband sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
He just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the 2 primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
In the time that you knew Ms. Boone, did you witness anything about her person or her body that gave you cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she had been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. Have a mark on her arm. And I just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
Just say, I had a.
Hang on. The objection is sustained.
When you would ask her that, how did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions about her injuries?
She just say, one of them days or something.
Objection sustained.
just for the record, instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about something.
And did you ask about her obvious upset persona? Her upset, the fact that she was upset? Would you ask her about that?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, you have to just limit your answer to the question. Would you ask her about that issue? About why she was upset?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you. Now, how frequently would that occur?
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
Mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place, and I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Now, strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself, do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
How long have you been gone from that apartment complex? If you don't know, that's fine.
It's been a
Thank you, ma'am. During the occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
She was a nice lady.
Overruled.
Nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
He asked to overrule it. She answered.
Overruled.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look down on you as a person?
Oh, no.
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
No.
I'm going to check this.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
That poor lady, like, what going on? Poor baby. That's stressful on someone that age. Anybody. Especially that age, though. Shouldn't have messed with the cat. Now I feel like I got cat hair on my face. What are y'all thinking? Oh, I've been too busy doing the back end work. Mm-hmm. No, she wouldn't have. She lived too far away. I know, right? No, the people that braid hair was the comment. But you're close enough. The people that braid hair, I don't like them. There goes that comment. Exactly. Yep. Y'all should be lawyers. No, Eva Queen, if there's an objection, the answer needs to stop. But the judge was going to overrule it anyway. They're giving her a little bit of leeway. Obviously, she doesn't know what she's doing up there. Exactly. Exactly. Definitely that. Thank you for using hard of hearing and not hearing impaired, as impaired is a 4-letter word to the deaf community because they are not impaired. They just Hard of hearing. Lecture for another time, y'all. Haiti Mouse, you get a gold star for that, baby. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Oh, I'm ready for a nap. Got my food in my belly. I know. Poor Miss Pearl. Poor baby. Well, there goes their 3 witnesses
sustained.
lied about. I'm going to do it. Can I just sit here and do this and watch court? Like I'm in bed?
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker.
Hi, can you
In
see
the
me?
time that you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
No, sir.
None
Now,
of
in
my
all
business.
candor, were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No, I can't say.
Okay.
Did you also observe George Torres during the time that you lived there in the apartment complex?
I didn't see him very much. If we sitting on the porch, that's the only time. I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
Oh, look at that face and body. She moved back. She's not comfortable with this.
Was there an incident when you saw Ms. Boone with a black eye?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Did you witness a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse?
Sustained.
You testified that you saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and bruises that you observed on Ms. Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Okay.
She's not understanding the question.
Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Tell you?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross
What did she say?
Hi, Ms. Walker.
Oh,
Is it fair to say you're not sure when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
say that again?
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
When she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there, 'cause we always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or anything
I
like that.
can't remember, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again?
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
But you don't know who, if anybody, put those marks on her, right?
Well,
Just call us for yes or no.
I can tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
Okay. And you're 5 doors down, right? Unit 8, Unit 3?
Yeah.
No other questions?
Any redirect examining?
I agree with Jules.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
I agree
Thank
with
you very much,
Jules.
ma'am.
This didn't help or hurt. This is what I call a wash.
Ms. Walker, the deputies are going to come get you and take you out, okay?
This is what I call a wash.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hallelujah! I'm going to church. Y'all, I'd be screaming that. I'm not being inappropriate. I would be screaming that because this is so icky. I want to get it off of me. Oh. I'm feeling a lot of tension in the room today. What do you guys think? Do you think there's tension in that room? Yep. I think she was more of a delay till the other woman gets there. She should be there now. Now, this is going to be the good one. Getting into Miss Julie Harper.
Defense ready to call your next witness.
By the way, there's a lot of Harper Street. There's a Harper Town. There's a lot of Harpers in Kerrville, Texas. Could be some relations. Just saying. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm looking for something. There we go. No. I'm working on my assignment for tonight. What, Jules? Oh, she's not here yet. They are still waiting for Dr. Harper.
Yes.
Wow. That ain't good. Come on, guys. We want to get this trial done today.
All right, members of the jury, witness is running a couple minutes late. I think they may be stuck in the security line downstairs. So we're just going to be in a short recess for them to join us this afternoon. Similar instruction that I've given you, please do not conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the person, places, things, or charge involved. And do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else, and we'll bring you back in as soon as that witness arrives. Thank you again for your patience.
All right.
Wow. Interesting. None to say the least. Oh, yeah, I got my phone plugged in just in case Jules calls.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. We'll be off the record until Dr. Harper arrives.
That's no bueno. Really? I knew it. Hello.
Hey.
Hey. Did you get my text first of all?
No, I've been kind of busy with a lot of stuff today.
Well, I just said check your PayPal.
Oh, okay. I will. It looks like the defense today, rebuttal may even start today. Rebuttal will close tomorrow and off to the jury. We may be done by Friday. I do not know what to do. I don't know what to do. Everybody is telling me don't go.
So we'll talk about that situation in a little bit. Okay, what are you talking about? What to do with staying?
Court, yeah. Everybody's telling me you need to. We're having it even Owens.
You do. Hey, I can tell you what I would do, but you wouldn't like it. I would stay, but your kids wouldn't appreciate me.
I gotta call my kids tonight. I don't know. Even Susan Constantine said you are staying, right? The body, she's phenomenal. Love her.
Okay.
Love her.
We're really struggling to hear you, babe. It's just muffled sounding. I know you're trying to be quiet.
Yes, I'm trying to be quiet because the judge is still on the bench even. So we're waiting for Dr. Harper to get here. And that's going to be their last witness. That's going to be their last witness. So the jurors are paying attention. They're taking copious notes. What do you call it? They're making more eye contact with her today. And things are moving very quickly. And that's it. That's all I got for you right now. I'll have Ryan after Dr. Harper testifies.
Well, what did you think about the person who, what was his name?
Dr. Boone?
Dr.
Boone.
Yes.
I love him. He's the one that testified for Marsha Thompson.
But he didn't give a diagnosis, nor did he.
No,
did he?
It doesn't matter. But he gave an opinion. No, he did not see her. He did not diagnose her. They had no time to get him in there. But he's excellent in what he does. So what they did was, by putting him on the stand, even though he didn't see her, he just laid out the description of BSS. So now when Dr. Harper comes in, who has examined her, They're making the connection that way. Oh, this is what Dr. Brown said.
Now, he was the last one on the stand before lunch, right?
What?
Okay, I'm just making sure because I keep a number of orders and I almost got them out of line. Okay. So, but do you think this has helped or hurt?
Helped her. General consensus is it helped her.
Wow.
So we'll see. The jurors liked him.
Mm-hmm.
They were taking a lot of notes. Yeah. Yeah.
So what, you had some lunch with people. What was their overall?
What?
You had some lunch with people. What is their overall opinion?
Hung or not guilty? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So far, but we haven't seen the rebuttal yet. You know, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell the judging by. Yeah.
Okay.
Tennessee, right now, if you were on the jury and you had to decide, not guilty. Mr. Joel, if you were on the jury right now and you had to decide, guilty, see, there you have it. It's 50-50.
Well,
here's
our point of view, and I think most of us may agree.
Hold on, Silas. If you were on the jury right now and you had to decide, what would you say would happen? What would your vote be?
It's just on the record.
Yeah, he can't say he's a real voter. He can't answer. But yeah.
So 2 questions. One, ask Jules if she thinks the state will have a rebuttal witness.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Number 2,
yes,
one of the things that we're kind of looking at is if, first of all, what she did when she did it, she was not in threat. And they're both DVing each other. And also, if you were a person drinking alcohol, get in the car and drive and accidentally unalive somebody, that's the same level as what she did here. So by that mindset, it's guilty. A lot of us are saying guilty because of that mindset. Yes, there's acknowledged DV back and forth, but at the time that she did this, there was no physical threat to her.
He hasn't left. He's been hanging out with those two guys up behind the. Okay, so here's the scenario that they're running with. Yeah, everybody's doing podcasts. If somebody was drunk and they got behind the wheel, driving their car, and they hit and killed someone, people are likening that scenario to this. Do you think it's the same?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, the
Jules, they're talking in court.
Is if I take a gun out and you take a gun out and I shoot you, it's not self-defense because I'm the one that instigated it. So that's what the state said.
That's what
they're basically saying she instigated.
Okay, but all right, let's get your opinion now. If some people are saying that if someone was drunk and got behind the wheel and hit and kill someone, that is the same scenario, basically, like what happened here. Okay. All right, we gotta go back into court.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you, they're talking.
Yeah, I know I gotta go in. Bye.
Bye. But I think that's a good comment for us to make. And that was right, Adair. That was a right comment. I mean, it doesn't matter. They both did it to each other. They're both doing it to each other. And at the time, there was no threat.
Or the state is protected.
Okay, let's hear what they got to say.
Before we began trial, I had indicated that in the past, historically, in these types of cases, there were problems with cameras showing attorneys' laptops. It's been brought to my attention that that is going on again. I'm asking
I haven't seen it.
whoever it is who has a camera, whether it be a phone or TV pool camera, that they not do that.
Okay. All right. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. And the TV crews as well. Information that's contained on both parties' laptops, be it the defense or the state, is protected by work product and attorney-client
Exactly,
privilege.
Haley Mouse.
It's not something that's viewable, not something that should be disseminated, and not something that can be looked at unless there is a knowing, intelligent waiver, and that stuff's going to be put out to the public for consumption. So I'm going to ask you as best as possible not to view, take pictures of, or look at any of the laptops, be it the defense's laptops or the state's laptops, to avoid that. With regard to the camera, if we can, when zooming in on either the defense counsel's table or the state's counsel's table, if we can try to avoid their laptops, I would greatly appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
And the podium. Thank you.
I have to read a bunch of stuff for school. Sorry, I was in the middle of reading. So that's interesting how they're saying hung or not guilty, and they're in the courtroom. So what are y'all's thoughts on that? Do you think I mean, now that you hear them, what are your thoughts? We're going, this may be their last witness and then rebuttal. Depending how long this witness goes, rebuttal and closing will be tomorrow.
All right, we are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Shore on behalf of the state.
Defense.
James Owens on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Ms. Boone.
Comfort break for me now.
All right, Ms. Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing a
No,
dark gray suit.
I'll wait
and
till the
maroon
witness comes
blouse.
on.
Let's go ahead and bring in our jury as Dr. Harper is here.
They bring the jury.
Hey, Dawn, are you on here at all? They may Haley Mouse. I'm not sure. They may have them in their back pocket. Doesn't mean they're going to use them, though.
All rise, jury's in.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. All could be seated. Again, members of the jury, if you could just raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions.
I really
Record reflect all
love
hands have been
his
raised.
methodicalness
Defense, at this time, you may call your next witness.
We call
in
Dr.
preserving
Julie Harper.
for an appeal. Because let me tell you, the way he's asking her if she's okay with everything before and after every day, she can't come back and she say she was dissatisfied with her attorneys. Okay, I'll be right back while they do the.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Doctor, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Dr. Julie Harper, Harper.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you've already stated your name, but just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Julie Harper, and I'm a licensed psychologist.
Would you tell the jury your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College in biopsychology. I have a master's degree from University of Denver. I went on from my master's degree to earn a psychological doctorate. That's called a PsyD. That was also from University of Denver. In completing that education, I specialized in psychological assessment, which means I had extra coursework in that area of learning to administer psychological tests to other people. I completed an APA-approved internship at Washington State University, which means that I was matched, and that was my site to practice being a psychologist for a full year, and that was between 1999 and 2000. And following that, I turned in my dissertation, which was in the passing of power in couples relationships. I then graduated and started my postdoc work in Pullman, Washington. As part of becoming a psychologist, you have to have over 1,500 to 2,000 hours of supervised work as a psychologist. The person that supervised me was a forensic psychologist. So during that postdoc time, that was my introduction to forensic work while I worked at a community mental health center.
Dr. Harper, how long have you been licensed?
I was first licensed in Washington State in 2002, so 22 years.
What type of position have you held as a psychologist?
Well, I was rehired at my internship site, so I worked at Washington State University College Counseling Center. I also worked 2 times at a community mental health center. The first time was in Pullman, Washington, and that was during the period of time where I was getting my postdoc hours completed, and then I stayed on after licensure. I also worked in Florida. When I came to Florida in 2005, I took a position in the Fort Walton Beach area at Bridgeway Center, which is a community mental health center. And while working there, I completed a variety of psychological assessments. I was directing the testing program. I also began working during the Department of Juvenile Justice contract work for evaluating adolescents that had gotten into legal trouble and needed an assessment for consideration of program placement. I worked in that community mental health setting, doing clinical assessments and the DJJ contract and Social Security evaluations, and continued that until about 2010. In 2010, I opened my own private practice, which is Northwest Florida Psychological Services. And in the beginning of the practice, it was a combined clinical and forensic practice, meaning that I spent a majority of time doing psychological assessments to answer questions from physicians about things like ADHD, depression, to make treatment recommendations. I had the therapy patients, and I also did, again, Social Security disability evaluations, so numerous kinds of assessments. And then over time, I began doing more and more forensic work, including receiving appointments from judges to do competency to stand trial evaluations, sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, for Circuit 1 in Florida. And I continued to do the Department of Juvenile Justice contract briefly, but then that it came up for bid and I discontinued that contract. What I did is I slowly reduced my clinical practice, because when you do forensic psychology, it means you have to travel. Your individuals that you're seeing are not usually out in the community. A lot of times you have to see them in jail. So it's hard to maintain a therapy practice, and I scaled that back over time. Eventually, my practice became entirely forensic. And then in 2017, I took a job with the state of Georgia to be an evaluator full-time. I was working doing competency to stand trial and sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, and then assisting with risk assessments in the inpatient setting. I did that until 2021. At that time, my private practice was just quieted down, of course, from COVID, and I was not in full-time practice. So I wished to return to full-time practice with my own company, and I did that in May of 2021. And since then, obviously, the courts are busy again. We're all recovering from the COVID era and back to full-time practice.
Now, where do you live?
I live in Okaloosa County, and that is in the panhandle of Florida.
And is that where your practice is currently?
Yes.
All right. Is it fair to say you travel the state to?
Bless you.
Is it fair to say you travel the state to do assessments or evaluations?
That's correct. I travel to a lot of cities throughout Florida, as far south as like Miami, and then of course working along.
Is it fair to say that you testify in various counties throughout the state?
Yes.
And I know that yesterday you were set to testify in Bay County, Panama City.
That's correct. I was testifying yesterday in a death penalty case in Bay County.
All right. And when you finished, you drove here?
Yes, I did.
My understanding is you got here after midnight.
Yes.
Poor
What
boy,
other
boy.
counties have you testified in?
You get paid good enough.
Well, I've testified here in Orange County, in Miami-Dade, in Duval. It might be hard for me to list everywhere. Alachua, Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Walton County, Bay County, Washington.
So just so the jury understands, the nature of practice is you have to travel throughout the state.
Well, I do work in cases where the person is at risk of, succumbing to the death penalty. And so those cases require repeated evaluations in different vicinities. And so I have been, traveling to work on murder cases. There are psychologists, I suppose, that do forensic work that might just confine their work to one circuit or stay, but I actually broadly travel.
You said that your practice is now entirely forensic?
That's
Is that
correct.
what you said? And you've testified about what kind of forensic work you do?
Yes. So as a forensic psychologist, sometimes I am tasked with testifying about something very specific. So for instance, a person's ability to stand trial if they're knowledgeable and can go forward with their trial process. I've testified about a person's sanity at the time of the offense, meaning if they had a mental health condition that met the statute as to not being sane at the time of the offense. I've testified in sentencing hearings. I've been an expert witness for Department of Children and Families. I've testified in vocational rehabilitation hearings as their expert in what's called social investigation. That's what they used to call custody evaluations. So in numerous capacities.
And would it be fair to say that a lot of times you're appointed by the court to provide the service that you provide and you're paid by the state?
That's correct.
What percentage of your work is where you're paid by the government to do the work?
I would say that the majority of my work comes through with that court-appointed funding. Percentage-wise, probably about 90%.
Okay. I realize you testify on occasion by the state, but majority of your time, 90%, 95% of the time, you testify on the behalf of the defense?
Yes, the evaluation's complete and either side can call me for testimony, and the majority of the time I'm called by defense.
And so you make a living by traveling the state, and generally the court system, I think they call it JAC, pays your fees.
So I make a living by performing work as a forensic psychologist, evaluating individuals, most of the time that are incarcerated in a prison or a jail setting, providing consultation to attorneys who might just have questions that would need a psychological expert to explain something to them. I also do fitness for duty evaluations for law enforcement, pre-employment evaluations for law enforcement and firefighters. So depending on the work that's needed.
Boy, you busy girl.
Doctor, how is a
Hello,
forensic
toxic.
psychological evaluation different than a regular psychological evaluation? Can you tell the jury?
Sure. So if any of us went into a psychologist's office and had an evaluation done, it would be most likely for treatment. So things like if you qualify for surgery or you're going to have treatment, maybe you've got a condition that you want therapy for. A psychological assessment is very helpful in identifying a diagnosis and then setting a course for treatment. A forensic psychological evaluation has many of the same procedures, but the aim is really different. The aim would be to answer some kind of legal question that is posed. So as an expert, I might be in the position to provide some education or experiential descriptions of something that a person might be suffering from to people that are going to make a decision. So for instance, if it's a competency evaluation, I would educate the fact finder. In that case, it would be a judge about what is wrong with the person or if they had any deficits at all, or if they were competent to proceed. In a situation like this, a forensic psychological evaluation might be geared more to identifying, again, if there is a mental health condition present in the defendant I'm evaluating, and then to provide a jury with education about what I found in my evaluation.
She doesn't look old enough
How
to
many
have that kind of
forensic
experience.
psychological-
I'm sorry,
How many
not.
forensic psychological evaluations have you conducted? Estimate.
So just as an estimate, it's clearly more than 4,000. I've been doing forensic psychological evaluations as far back as 2007.
Have you been qualified as an expert to testify in forensic psychologist in court as a forensic psychologist?
I have.
And you said you testified for the prosecution.
Yes.
And you've testified for the defense.
Yes.
Go to
Is
the
there
other
any
side of the
difference
screen,
in
chat.
the work that you do, depending on who hires you, which side?
Absolutely not. A forensic psychological evaluation
Not
is
being
an
public.
objective
That's a small window.
assessment of what's going on with the person. So you should be performing the same kinds of procedures in doing the evaluation. It should not matter who's retained you. What you're trying to do is answer a question.
Are there times when you actually do an evaluation and assess an individual, but then you're not actually called to testify?
Yes, many times that's the case. You will provide your feedback to the attorney, and then it's up to the attorney to decide if there's anything in there that would be useful to them, or if they're pursuing a certain kind of information for the court, they would choose to call you for testimony.
Dr. Harper, do you recognize Sarah Boone at the defense table with Tony Henderson?
I do.
When did you first get involved with Miss Boone?
It would have
I'm not
been in
I don't understand what you want.
June of 2020. It was the first I heard of her case.
And what were you asked to do?
A comprehensive
Close your window and
psychological
open it back up.
evaluation of Ms. Boone.
And did you do that in Miss Boone's case?
I did.
Okay. Were you given materials to review?
I was.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes.
You assess the client individually, one-on-one, and then there are collateral evidence or material that you also
Better?
consider?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. So in forensic work, there are a variety of documents that are usually available in assessing a defendant. In this case, for criminal court, you would see things like witness statements. There might be body cam footage or just more information about the offense itself. Sometimes there's an interrogation video. So you would get kind of the legal description of the offense and the things that have occurred. I also will often get educational records of a person, mental health records, hospital records, things of that nature that would describe their biopsychosocial history to me.
And you were given materials as it relates to Sarah Boone to review?
Yes, I have been.
How many times did you meet with Sarah Boone?
So 9 times.
Can you tell
That'd
the
be a
jury
lot of
what you did
meetings.
as part of your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Well, we had clinical forensic interview in which I reviewed her background history, so her early childhood. I also assessed her with assessments, meaning I administered 3 psychological tests to her. I reviewed her prior mental health records, her interrogation video, some prior information about her legal history. So she had been previously arrested. I reviewed that as well. We had an opportunity
She brought it up.
review.
They were trying to keep that out.
The transcript of her interrogation video. So there were a variety of things that would be considered what I did with her.
Better than we had hoped
You
it would.
considered some medical records?
Yes.
And did you also consider some records from Jorge Torres's records?
I did see his hospital records.
Oh, and you got to, whoa,
Now, do
objection,
you
Your Honor.
consider in doing an assessment and forming any opinions,
Y'all, they got 2 things in that they weren't supposed to go to, and Sarah Boone didn't want them going to. We'll see how this plays out.
an individual like Miss Boone's upbringing in terms of where they grew up and what their family environment was like?
Yes, that's part of gathering their background history. So biopsychosocial information.
And did you consider Miss
Not
Boone's
to this
upbringing
extent.
in forming any
They're going to
opinions?
probably go into.
I did.
It was supposed to be very limited.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So of her history, I found it pertinent that she was raised with.
Approach.
See, they were not supposed to bring up medical records on George, and I think that's what I'm objecting to. Excuse me. We'll see where it goes, y'all. Mm-hmm. See, I
The
know they're
objection is
going.
sustained.
Would you have considered, as part of her family background, whether or not some of her family members had passed away early in her life?
Sustained.
You considered the entire family background and history without going into the details of what she said or what you learned from looking at records? I'm sorry?
Yes.
And did you consider her relationship with her mother as part of her psychological development?
Yes.
Why didn't they ask Sarah Boone about her mother while they had her on the
Now, do
stand?
you believe that
They're
Sarah
using this
Boone,
woman to testify for
does
her.
have some narcissistic traits?
I do.
She doesn't qualify or meet the criteria for that diagnosis, does she?
I did not diagnose her with that.
Can you elaborate on or
Darn it.
explain how you feel that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
Well, in meeting with her as part of the evaluation, the narcissistic traits that I identified would have to do with, as she described, being a straight A student. She reiterated about her abilities, and I felt that that was evidence that she had low self-esteem, and her coping mechanism was to identify what made her stand out, and that would be consistent with a narcissistic trait.
Now, I know there's been reference in this case to a manual that all psychologists, all psychiatrists refer to. Do you have that manual with you?
I do.
And what is the name of that manual?
It is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the text revision. So it's the DSM-5 text revision.
Now, Dr. Brannon testified earlier today, and there was some evidence relating to when you suffer from narcissism, there's a sense of grandiosity. But is that from this manual in your studies and your experience, where they require excessive admiration and whatnot, that there's a reason for that?
If I'm understanding your question, there's a criterion in narcissistic personality disorder related to that.
What I'm getting to is many times you may have these narcissistic traits, but really you suffer from very low self-esteem.
That's the underpinning of that criterion.
Would you explain that to me?
If I'm allowed to reference the DSM, then I can explain it best.
Just don't read from it. Just
All
if
right.
you need to review, if you need to read a paragraph and then explain it to the jury.
So based on the description in the DSM, if a person's self-esteem is very fragile and they have low self-esteem, they may require more outside admiration or even appear more grandiose in their abilities, because at root, they don't feel secure and confident. And so it's what we would call a defense. And so that criterion is actually a way that a person tries to make themselves feel better.
Anything else you want to say about that issue?
Well, you asked me about why I didn't diagnose narcissistic personality disorder. And again, from the DSM,
Are there criteria?
there are criterion for each disorder.
And so when you're assessing someone, they have to meet all those criteria for you to form that opinion that they actually suffer from that disorder?
Well, the first, I guess, issue is, do they have the criterion that are listed? And then the second would be, is there a different mental health disorder that would better explain the criterion that you're seeing? The criterion within the DSM overlap considerably across disorders. And so there are some helpful guidelines within the DSM to remind you of that you may have what's called differential diagnosis. So if you're considering one thing, that you also are directed to look at other things. So that happened in this case, in this instance, that the DSM guided me to also look at other things.
But just for purposes, to make it clear, you did not diagnose her as with narcissism, that disorder.
That's correct, because the DSM's description guided me that that would not be an appropriate diagnosis.
Why did you not diagnose Miss Boone with a personality disorder?
Well, first of all, it has to be a pervasive pattern of distorted relational abilities. So basically, if she is demonstrating in a variety of settings that she has these symptoms. And then secondarily, the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is listed when you're considering personality disorders. The DSM guides you that if there are personality changes that are associated with the exposure to a trauma, then you should consider post-traumatic stress disorder and not a personality disorder.
Ronnie, brilliant.
We'll elaborate on that, but through your assessment,
Brilliantly
have you
said.
diagnosed her with anything?
Yes, so she has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. She has symptoms of anxiety that would be consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is an anxiety disorder.
And you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress?
I do.
I think she also has
Now,
something
at
called
the time
diarrhea of the
this
mouth
incident,
disorder.
This event, we're talking February 23rd of 2020. You were aware that she did not have
I was
much
on
family
disability
support.
for PTSD.
Yes.
And I didn't unalive someone.
Doctor, why do you administer psychological testing?
Psychological testing allows an objective measurement of what the person's symptoms may be as compared to sort of an average. So if we can see what the average range on a standardized measure would be for any person, if there is an interpretable difference, that gives me clinical information. So it's not just relying on what the person has told me. I've got an objective measurement that I can compare to other people. And then I also administer psychological testing in a forensic evaluation to help assist me in making sure that the person is intending to put in good effort with me. In some forensic settings, a person may have a reason to present symptoms, like if they're in a custody evaluation, for instance, they might have a reason to minimize symptoms, or they may exaggerate something else. And so assessments as to the person's response to you and if they're validly participating are important.
So there are tests to see if you're faking or malingering or that type of thing?
Right. And so you would call it feigning mental health symptoms when the person is either far exaggerating a symptom they do have, or if they're pretending to have a symptom that they do not actually have.
Now, as it relates to Sarah Boone, what type of psychological testing did you administer?
I administered the inventory of legal knowledge, and that is a test that has to do with whether or not she was validly participating regarding her understanding of the legal process. I also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Now, explain to the jury what that Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test is.
So that is also a test of feigning to identify if she's validly participating in the evaluation. So if she had endorsed psychological symptoms or psychiatric symptoms, that would be unusual or not typical of a valid psychiatric patient.
What were the results of Ms. Boone's test on the Miller Forensic?
She validly participated.
Honestly, I've heard so many jurors after a jury say they based their decision not on the experts, but the non-expert witnesses, because experts are paid by a side. They're going to validate for that side most of the time. And if they don't validate for your side, you don't use them. You go get somebody who will. I don't put as much weight in this. What do y'all think?
there was no indication of any feigning or malingering.
And as far as the inventory of legal knowledge case, what were the results?
Again, she was validly participating and she did not even come close to the cutoff that would put her in the range of feigning.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the clinician administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale is?
Yes, so that would be considered a very useful assessment of post-traumatic stress disorder. It allows me to interview a person about exposure to a traumatic incident and then identify if there's a change in behavior that has occurred as a result of that exposure to trauma.
At the time that you administered that test, did Ms. Boone in fact have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well,
or tell me the results. Just
yes, so the results would be consistent with a person having post-traumatic stress disorder. I do not diagnose from one test, that wouldn't be appropriate, but it is consistent with the background and the symptoms that I had previously, taken down during my evaluation of her. So the clinical portion, when we go through symptoms, that was consistent with the outcome of that test.
And would this testing, all the testing, help you determine if Ms. Boone had a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma to after the alleged trauma? And I'm referring to the trauma. We're going to talk about what the trauma was, but the trauma was the intimate partner violence?
That's correct.
Okay. But would that testing help to determine if she had a change in functioning from that trauma of the intimate partner violence?
Absolutely.
And did you determine that she did suffer from a trauma as a result of intimate partner violence?
That was my conclusion. Yes, that's my opinion.
Now, in considering all the available information, you don't just rely on what Ms. Boone tells you to
No.
make your decisions.
No, I don't. I do interview a person as part of the clinical forensic interview, of course, but I also consider things that are reported, like in the arrest narrative, witness statements, all of the medical records. So there are a variety of sources of information, collecting data points and reviewing those to arrive at a conclusion.
So you did review Ms. Boone's previous diagnoses in her history?
Yes,
Did you consider the previous diagnoses in arriving at your own?
I did. Yes.
What did Ms. Boone, what had she been diagnosed with prior to you getting involved?
Roach.
Narcissism can be very hard to diagnose, so I'm told. And it's her humble opinion. Bought and paid for. Jules, do we have anything? Sorry, I am trying to do a couple things at once. My apologies. Jurors are taking notes and they are all writing down 9 times. What? I hope. The thing is that most jurors don't really have a legal or background and understanding all of this before they step into the room. They're learning on the fly. And I think a lot of them don't realize, or they don't realize that they can decide what evidence to weigh as much as they think they can. Oh, exactly. I mean, I wonder if she read the prison notes, because if you read those prison notes, this woman's a narcissistic.
The objection is
Yeah.
sustained.
Yeah, you're right, toxic.
But you would agree, and I think this is a fair question, you would consider prior.
Careful.
Other experts who may have diagnosed her with something.
So I would definitely consider her mental health records, diagnoses previous clinicians may have arrived at the time when I diagnosed her myself.
Okay, and given the assessment that you did with Sarah Boone, and considering the totality and the time you spent with her and the other records, did you diagnose Sarah Boone with anything?
Yes, so post-traumatic stress disorder, it's my opinion at the time of the offense, she had depression and she had an alcohol use disorder.
All right. I know we've
That
talked
we
about
all knew.
post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if I need to ask you anything further. I think the jury probably understands that. Is there anything else you wanted to add about that disorder?
I'm not sure what the jury's already been told about post-traumatic stress disorder, but in Sarah Boone's case specifically, because of enduring, she specifically noted the time that she was stabbed with the knife as being an extremely.
Sustained.
You have viewed.
Hearsay. She's like, please ask me the right question, please.
I think that we have had exhibits in common. I'm not sure what was admitted.
Have you seen the physical scar from Sarah Boone being stabbed in the back of the leg?
Yes, I've seen her scar.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Just generally, without getting specific, I think I've explained post-traumatic stress, but if there's something else the jury you believe the jury needs to know, but it's a sort of trauma that occurs as a result of one or more events.
Dude, you let it go and now you're picking it back
Post-traumatic
up.
stress disorder is the psychological after effect of being exposed to a very significant stressor or cumulative stressors that make the person's behavior, thinking, and mood change. And so the change can include things like the person becomes hypervigilant, is easily startled, has trouble thinking, has trouble sleeping. So their body is in a state of agitation. It can also include changes in mood that would include irritability, difficulty relating to others, and that they might be resistant to trust easily. So those are all features.
They have trouble sleeping sometimes.
Yes.
Sleep deprivation is a real issue.
It's associated with things like nightmares and having trouble settling.
Now, you mentioned that you had diagnosed her with depression. Can you just give us a general understanding of the jury of depression?
So the persistent sad mood, including feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, having difficulty concentrating, sleep problems, changes in appetite, those would be typical of depression.
And Sarah Boone suffered from that?
Near the time of the offense, yes.
All right, can you explain to the jury alcohol use disorder? That's a fairly new name. That's 5 or 6 years ago.
In other words, she's a blazing
Manual came up with a
drunk.
different name.
It did, right. And so that would be, in layman's terms, you might call that alcoholism. It's a tendency to drink too much and then have some kind of consequence in your life as a result of your substance use.
And alcoholism can be depending on how much you drink and then how often you drink.
That's right.
All that is something that you would consider in diagnosing.
Yes.
The many people who suffer from alcohol use disorder, I don't know how to put this, are they in denial?
I would say that that is one of the stages of alcohol use disorder and amenability to treatment. So in denial, it's because you do not want to acknowledge that there are consequences from your use, because in doing that, you might have to reduce how much you're using. So to deny means that you feel that you can continue your use without having to change that. So you want to maintain the access to the substance.
You don't have a problem.
That's right.
What is the difference between traits and a diagnosis?
Well, we all have personalities. And so you're going to have coping mechanisms that include personality styles. So for instance, even though you might not be diagnosable as something, there are times when if you're upset, hurt, frustrated, you have a mood state that's unpleasant, you're going to deal with that by using some kind of coping mechanism. So traits of personality disorders might be present in the way that you deal with inner pain, things that you don't like feeling. So some people, for instance, if they feel uncomfortable, they may cling too much or become excessively bonded to try to escape a feeling that they don't like. And that might be a dependent personality trait. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have a personality disorder, because that would have to be pervasive across like all the environments. But when stressed or upset or not feeling good, you're going to use some kind of coping mechanism. And that might be one of the criterion, for instance, of the personality disorder. You would call that a trait.
And is it your understanding that this trauma that one suffers from repeat domestic violence can cause one to be considered suffering from the syndrome, we call it battered spouse or battered woman syndrome?
Yes. So the diagnosable condition would be PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. That's how a clinician would label the response to trauma. The pattern between partners, the person's coping mechanism because of that trauma, that would be what's considered battered spouse or battered partner syndrome.
And you're aware that that concept of being traumatized by the battered spouse syndrome or the post-traumatic stress is relevant to a self-defense case?
Yes.
In criminal context.
Yes, I understand that.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, under the battered spouse syndrome, the person would experience a trauma or a situation in which they feared harm. And based on that fear of harm, they would react in a certain way that might not be understandable to other people. So their fear is based on the pattern of behavior between them and their partner. That might not be the case for another set of people.
And I know that Dr. Lenore Walker is the one who first uncovered this syndrome back in the 70s.
Her research study generated the term. She was interested in why battered women specifically at first, that was what was studied, didn't leave their partner because of course they're experiencing traumatic events, risks to their life, but then they didn't leave. So she undertook the original research study on that.
Just briefly touch on, because I know Dr. Brandon has this, there was a 3 stages that Dr. Walker developed for that syndrome.
I think you're referring to phases that a person may go through or the cycle of the relationship. That includes the tension building phase, in which there is the first instance that tension is building within the partner. There might be a change in tone, a signaling that there's a difference in agitation. The second is the true battering event. So something has happened between the partners that's violent in nature. And then third, there's the honeymoon phase, which is to keep the relationship intact, the batterer would engage in what's like called honeymoon behaviors, like trying to repair the relationship, apologize, essentially keep the victim from departing from the relationship. So those are 3 phases.
And is it fair to say that psychologically the abuser, is alcohol often involved in the abuse?
Yes.
And as far as the victim that's getting abused, you say it's a cycle, is the victim, when they go through that last stage, the honeymoon stage, are they thinking, okay, it's going to be better?
Yes, the hopefulness in that, trying to believe that the behavior has changed, that they're not going to be abused again, the hopefulness to maintain the relationship, to forgive. That's part of that last stage, phase 3, is maintaining the relationship.
I don't think I've asked this. Why would someone who has been exposed to intimate partner violence perceive the likelihood of a new violent event about to appear? Why would they perceive the likelihood of that violence differently than, say, a normal person?
Well, it speaks to the pattern. So any relationship will have its own special pattern, that you have things that only your partner knows about you, or certain looks that you give that mean something, and you learn that over time. So over a period of incidents, basically, the victim begins to perceive cues that would signal impending danger. Those cues could be really subtle, just a change in tone, or some small behavior that might not mean much to another person, but it has preceded other violent acts. So for instance, if your husband decides that he is not going out that night, he might put on different clothes to stay home. And that could be a signal, like abuse and violence has occurred in his stay-at-home clothes, for instance. That might not mean much to another person because, again, it's specific to that dyad. Those 2 people know those patterns. So the victim may perceive
there are clues, but that was
small
not a
or
good
subtle
example.
change in their partner as a cue because they've become hyper vigilant. The body knows when it's experienced a threat to itself, and it will take note. We record memories differently when we're at risk. So these subtle cues become very well memorized by somebody who's being victimized.
There are body memories. Yes, but your example was
Battered
a
spouse
little
syndrome
subpar.
is a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder, which you've diagnosed Sarah Boone with. When those personality changes occur and they persist after an individual has been exposed to this extreme stress, is that when the diagnosis occurs?
The changes would be as a result of the pattern. The person experiences a change, like in their sleeping, in their hypervigilance. That's when you can diagnose it. So you can have a trauma or an experience of scary incident, but it doesn't mean that you will absolutely have post-traumatic stress disorder. You have to have those reactive symptoms that would suggest that it's present.
And what reactive
In your
symptoms did
opinion-
Ms. Boone have? I want to know.
And
I know
you've
what
gone
mine
over
were.
this event with Sarah Boone, this February 23rd, 2020 event. It is your opinion that she was suffering from battered spouse syndrome at the time of that event?
Yes, she had the patterns ingrained in her behavior that would be typical of a victim who's responding to traumatic
But she's not
events in a
saying
predictable
it,
way.
is
So
what
that
I'm
would
saying,
fit that.
Then it's fair to say that because of the intimate partner and the prior violence, that you would have a heightened sense of when danger was about to occur.
Yes.
When a threat was about to occur.
Yes.
A threat of danger.
That's right.
Now I want to talk about placating the abuser. A victim placating an abuser. Are there predictive cues which an abuser may exhibit to a victim that result in a high level of anxiety arousal, in which the battered woman may attempt to reduce through several different means? to
Like
delay
playing
the beating?
bingo?
Can you explain that?
Yes. So the
Hide and
phase
seek?
of the relationship that starts with that tension building, that is a jumping off point potentially. So if you can stop the escalation, you might stay in phase one for a period of time. Phase one being that tension building phase and trying to reduce it and not allow it to escalate. So placating the abuser might include distraction. It could include substance use. It could include a change of scenery. There are a lot of things that a partner
Oh my
will learn to
gosh,
do so that
y'all.
they don't have the escalation into an abusive event, if possible.
Okay, y'all. Sarah Boone has had 4 years to learn all this stuff, right? Do y'all remember what I showed y'all that she had on the desk on day one? Uh-huh. And so everything Sarah Boone has said, I tried distraction, the alcohol, I've tried this, I tried that. She just said word for freaking word that Sarah Boone said. So if I'm on the jury and I heard that, my ears are going to go up and go, that sounds too exact and too familiar as far as the verbiage that was used. In my humble opinion, that would make me start to wonder, did Sarah Boone form the way she testified sounds just like this woman?
Doesn't always stop it.
Now, in reviewing all of the data, all the reports, medical records, and whatever reports you considered, videotape that you may have watched, as it relates specifically to Sarah Boone, are her words her power?
Her words, I would say, are the weapon that she has.
Explain that to the jury.
In reviewing the available videos that I had to review, you would see that when Ms. Boone is very stressed, when she's experiencing a high level of anxiety, she becomes short in her tone. You can hear that in her voice. There's a strain, sharper words come out. I think that that is the way that she would try to respond to Mr. Torres. You can hear that sharpness in her voice when she's very stressed
Like
out.
she did with the attorneys a little bit ago?
Now, would you agree
Yesterday?
that victims may exhibit a range of behaviors when they're suffering from intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Self-isolation?
Yes.
Suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
Substance
We haven't
abuse?
heard that from her.
Yes.
Have
And
we?
there are often physical signs of injury such as bruising,
That's correct.
chronic fatigue,
Yes.
learned
That's
helplessness.
alcoholism.
Yes.
Can you tell I know Dr. Brandon spoke on it, but could you tell us a little bit about that?
So learned helplessness is when you start to form the opinion that nothing's going to make any difference. It comes originally from an animal study in which dogs were shocked, and the research study indicated that even when dogs were given an opportunity to escape the environment in which they were being shocked, if they were shocked enough, they just stopped trying to escape. So even though they had an opportunity to do so, they did not do that. That's called learned helplessness. It's the idea or belief that what your actions are going to do are not going to make a difference. So don't try.
What are intrusive memories?
Intrusive memories are an element of post-traumatic stress disorder in which you don't want to be thinking of a traumatic event, but it intrudes on something else you're trying to do. Like maybe you're folding socks or something like that, just doing something mindless, and that's what takes over your thought process. It's not something that you're trying to think about. We could plan what we're thinking about, or sometimes if you're just having this intrusive experience, that's not what you were intending to think about at all.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes.
I know there can be triggers that bring on these memories. Am I correct?
That's correct.
are there also symptoms of this syndrome where, like in the alcoholism, where you have denial that you're in the middle of this cycle?
Well, as part of the relationship, there's an element of pleasure. Like you have early on in the relationship something that binds you together. So you're remembering that, you're hoping for that, even though the repeated cycle is going through the phases 1, 2, and 3, you keep hoping for elements of that honeymoon phase, wishing that it was better. So it is like denial. You're imagining the way it used to be. You have a recollection of that person showing you positive behaviors, and you're, hoping for that. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on. And it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having in your relationship. And that's because it's embarrassing. It's revealing a loss of control.
Okay, guys. I have an urgent situation with my sister. She's okay, but I have to run to her house. It's just around the corner. I'm going to leave this live up. If they go to break, I won't be switching over to the other. I will be back as soon as I can. I will be on my phone monitoring and controlling. So at this moment, I'm going to just camera off me and mute, and I'm just going to let this run. You guys have my mods. You have this. Ronnie, please let me know you got this. But I do need to bolt for a minute, and I'll be back in a little bit.
To other people, it's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get feedback that you should leave your partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that, concern in your own mind about it. And so, it seems like denial on the outside to hide it.
Would you agree many people who suffer from this, they're minimizing what is happening to them?
Yes.
And they're numbing their emotions to it.
Well, to stay present and keep that relationship, it's very difficult for a lot of people because they're experiencing physical and emotional harm. So they want to numb it, because numbing it means that you can keep that relatedness no matter how bad it's getting.
Some people with this syndrome disassociate.
Relevance.
Approach. Objection to relevance is overruled.
Do you agree that battered women often develop the defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during a traumatic experience?
Some people do experience that.
I'm just going to list some of the symptoms that you find in battered spouse women, and just to see if you agree with these. We talked about intrusive memories and flashbacks of the past traumatic events. You agree with that?
Yes.
The severe anxiety and hypervigilance.
Yes.
The panic attacks.
That is sometimes present. It depends on how the person experiences anxiety, but some do have panic attacks.
Very low self-esteem.
Yes.
Poor body image.
Sometimes.
Feeling that they have no control.
Yes.
Sexual dysfunction.
It can be, particularly if the trauma includes sexualized attacks.
Short-term memory problems and confusion.
Yes, that's part of PTSD sometimes.
And they can actually have physical health problems from the chronic stress and physical violence.
That's correct.
Fear,
Yes,
constant fear.
that's correct.
Now, the abusive partner, the abuser, part of the abuse would be hitting, kicking, punching, choking, burning, and biting.
Approach. All right, you may proceed, sir.
All right, I'm asking about common things that occur by the abusive partner towards the victim that create this intimate partner violence or create this syndrome in the woman. Hitting,
Yes, that could be an overt act.
kicking,
Yes,
punching,
yes,
choking,
yes,
burning,
yes,
using weapons to hurt you,
yes,
a knife,
correct.
curtain rod,
Yes,
threatening to hurt you, your children, or your pets,
yes,
belittling and humiliating you,
that's correct.
taking your car keys,
That would be considered a form of control. So yes,
controlling your money,
yes,
control where you go and who you see
correct.
and who you can talk to,
That's right.
force you to have sex when you don't want to,
Yes,
stalking you,
yes,
slapping you,
correct.
You agree victims that suffer from this abuse experience feelings of anger,
Yes, that can be in some of the phases. So
sadness,
yes,
hopelessness,
yes,
worthlessness,
correct.
intense feelings of fear,
Yes,
abusers have a tendency to have low self-esteem themselves.
Overruled.
Abusers.
Overruled.
The abuser can have low self-esteem himself.
yes,
Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
good afternoon.
So you have done some evaluation work on battered spouse syndrome for a prosecution in the past?
No,
All right. Have you done insanity evaluations for the prosecution in the past?
I have been called to testify about that.
So you understand when the government obtains a court order for their expert to come in and do an evaluation, it's for one evaluation, correct?
I believe that you're saying that the government can retain their own expert. Yes.
No, I mean, what I'm talking about is you just went through that you had 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
I did. Yes.
And that was over the course of 8 different days because 2 of those visits were morning and afternoon sessions, correct?
That's right.
And what we are trying to help you have the jury understand is that when you get hired by the government and the court gives you an order to go evaluate somebody, you get one crack at the apple. Is that your understanding from your past work working for the government?
No, that's not always correct. There are many instances in competency evaluations where evaluators will request additional visits if they cannot determine their opinion on the first visit.
All right. Specifically, when it comes to an affirmative defense, such as battered spouse evidence and insanity, what is your understanding and your expertise?
What is my understanding of the issue? Oh,
Judge, the question.
Legal objection.
Objection?
Legal grounds.
He asked a question about battered spouse and
Approach.
insanity.
Objection sustained.
When it comes to an affirmative defense such as battered spouse syndrome being used for self-defense or, not and, insanity, it requires a court order for the state to go have an evaluator go, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are the agreed upon criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where they've been exposed in the past? So pattern of violence that has repeated.
Does control over another person in an intimate relationship have anything to do with it?
Yes, it can.
Does isolation have anything to do with it?
Yes.
And by control, I mean controlling who you go see, who you hang out with, so on and so forth?
Yes.
And could it involve controlling personal items of the other person as well?
Yes, it can.
So that's what I'm asking. Like in the DSM-5 TR, I believe you pulled up narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes.
And so when you do that, it pulls up and it says there's 9 criteria and 5 of those criteria must be met to make a diagnosis for narcissistic personality disorder, correct?
That's right.
Now, battered spouse syndrome is not recognized by the DSM-5 TR, correct?
No, it's not a diagnosis. You wouldn't use it as a diagnosis.
And what I'm asking is, even though we haven't written it down in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and I mean the like the Ohio State University or something, is it written down anywhere? Can one psychologist or psychiatrist rely upon a recipe or a list of criteria that everyone else would be using in your field as well?
There is no standardized approach you must follow. In other words, sometimes if we have a statute, for instance, it would identify what we must investigate. It doesn't exist like that. There's no statute directing it.
And there's nothing written down anywhere that says, of these 9 criteria, these things must exist. Controlling your partner, isolating your partner, beating your partner, so on and so forth, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, this kind of abuse can come in the form of emotional or mental abuse outside completely of physical or sexual abuse, correct?
So that is a component. You can have extreme mental abuse occur of a person, yes.
And if that person responds to that environmental stimuli of whatever it is the partner is saying or doing to them, they may internally view that as traumatic.
They could.
Or they may not.
That's right.
It's entirely possible for two people to be in a 3.5-year relationship that has physical violence and neither one of them feel traumatized by that. Is that correct?
That's right. If they have enough supportive or positive experiences that would negate that ratio, so of positive to negative, they may feel okay.
And a man can be subjected to this sort of trauma, whether it be physical, emotional, or sexual, by an intimate partner as well, correct?
That's right.
And it's basically it's unique to each relationship, right?
That is right.
But trauma is in the eye of the beholder. Is that fair? Whether a negative experience traumatizes somebody is going to be in the eye of the person who experienced that stimuli, correct?
I only partially agree with you. It's a complicated answer because some of the manifestations of trauma are behavioral. So for instance, when I evaluate veterans who have returned and they may not know that they've been traumatized, their bodily responses that include like difficulty concentrating, they can't sleep, they're hypervigilant. The PTSD diagnosis encompasses outward manifestations. So even though they don't acknowledge trauma, you can still identify it as a clinician.
But still, somebody like a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor can go to scenes where there are dead bodies, go to autopsies where there are dead bodies, and not walk away with any trauma, correct? Whereas somebody else might. Right.
The environmental, I guess, cues for that person, and also working with law enforcement, they become seasoned to micro traumas. So the first, almost every police officer can remember the first dead body they've seen. So it's in their memory. And then they become accustomed to seeing gruesome scenes. They have an increased tolerance over time because it's part of their job. It may not be part of their intimate relationship that they have with someone else.
Now, you brought up veterans. Is something common with PTSD with veterans? Something like firecrackers may set them off because it reminds them of acts of war.
That's right.
You're not suggesting to the jury today that if somebody who returns with PTSD from service and hears firecrackers is justified in going outside and just shooting bullets everywhere, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay.
What this battered spouse syndrome evidence is helpful for is not that subjective mindset, but rather helping to explain the objective circumstances that are presented to somebody and how it might be different from somebody with those experiences. They may view something objectively different.
I partially disagree with your question because I would say that there are incidents or actual events between partners that would be a factual thing, something has happened. And then the person subjectively experiences that as, intrusive or controlling or traumatic. So that is the person's felt or subjective experience. The objective part is what happened.
But again, as a forensic psychologist, you're familiar with the justified use of force instruction, correct?
I'm not a lawyer though, so I'm aware of it, but I cannot debate fine points of that with you. I'm sorry.
I'm just helping. I'm trying to understand what you said before, because there's a subjective component, whether or not a person believes subjectively that they need to use some sort of force, deadly or non-deadly. You agree with that, correct?
I do.
And then there's also a second component that it's objectively reasonable to the ordinary person to use force, correct?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
And what I believe I heard you mention earlier about battered spouse syndrome was originally it was meant to help understand why people stay in these relationships.
Originally, yes.
Because it may not just be intuitive to somebody who doesn't understand these things, why somebody who is abused time and time and time again would remain in that relationship, correct?
That's right.
And again, and I know you're not a lawyer, but if the law has evolved about retreat and not having to retreat and so on and so forth, that kind of changes some of the lens of this, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach. Check. Question withdrawn. You may proceed.
All right. So you would agree that hypothetically, if somebody is running down their partner, saying negative things about them, telling them they're unattractive, telling them things that would potentially hurt their feelings, that could be an element of control of a verbally abusive relationship.
It could.
Propping one up, hypothetically saying, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, you'll never do better than me. Is that a potential component of the control that one in an abusive relationship might exert over an intimate partner?
Yes, to try to not encourage their partner to leave them. Yeah.
Considering gifts, hypothetically, that one partner has given to another partner, but considering it still to be your property because you gave it to them, is that a form of a potential exertion of control over an intimate partner when you give somebody hypothetically a bike, but still consider it your own bike?
I mean, I don't think that's strong evidence of that. I think that it does happen in relationships and people do that in general, but I wouldn't say that's like really specific to this.
How about hypothetically exerting control over your intimate partner's identification papers, such as a birth certificate?
So that can happen. People will hide things that are required for work. For instance, like your driver's license or things like that.
Now I'm asking yes or no questions. If Mr. Owens would like you to elaborate further, he's going to have that opportunity in a little bit. Okay. Hypothetically, if one partner destroys another partner's belongings, is that a potential example of exerting control in a relationship?
Yes.
Hypothetically, is threatening to or actually using legal process as a threat against your intimate partner in a potential indicia of controlling your partner? For instance, X, Y, or Z, or I'm going to get you arrested.
Yes, I would agree that happens.
Now, I assume you would agree that this cycle of violence that we've described, the tension building, the blow up, and then the honeymoon phase, you would agree that just one of those cycles could be enough to give somebody a traumatic experience if they took it as a traumatic experience.
Yes.
The defendant described her first date with Mr. Torres to you, did she not?
She did.
And at the time of this first date, they had obviously just met that night at a bar, correct?
Right.
They were not financially intertwined, correct?
That's right.
They shared no children in common.
That's right.
They did not live together.
Correct.
And after this description that she provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Hitting her, first time she'd ever been hit in her life, correct?
Yes.
And making her crouch in like a fetal position on the porch for several hours to the point where it hurt her back, correct?
Yes.
Threatened to sodomize her.
Correct.
And she described that she was all bruised up, correct?
Yes.
After that, this is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
I believe so.
There was a second date, correct?
Yes.
Despite not having any of that intertwinement that we went through prior to this description, correct?
That's right.
Now, it is possible under what we've discussed, right? Just that quick one date can be that buildup of tension and blow up, correct?
Yes.
But it's different, hypothetically, than saying a spouse who is financially dependent on his or her other spouse in a 20-year marriage with a house full of kids, than a first date, correct? You would agree in severity, in the intertwinement, there's a difference.
There's a difference in intertwinement. The pattern can be exactly the same.
Now, of course, there are many different reasons why somebody will stay in a relationship that, when perceived from the outside, others would say is abusive, correct?
That's right.
The defendant described that she felt like she was making Mr. Torres a better person, correct?
That's right.
A better father, correct?
Right.
A better ex-husband.
With phone calls, yes.
And she would tell him to call his children,
That's right.
make sure that he sent them Christmas gifts,
Yes.
and make sure he sent his ex-wife money when she asked, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree those are indicia, or indicators, sorry.
Understand.
I know you know. That perhaps she wasn't necessarily financially dependent on Mr. Torres, correct? I'm not saying conclusion, but those are indicators. If you're saying, please spend your money elsewhere, that I don't need your money, correct?
No, because even if there was money that was needed by Ms. Boone, her tendency to put the needs of her partner before her would direct her to do exactly that, like make him better, make him have the availability to visit his children, send them presents, even if she's the one that needed the money.
And in her perspective, Mr. Torres needed her to do this to make him a better person, correct?
I believe that, yes.
How many years of her adult life did she describe working?
I don't think she gave it a specific quantity. We just went through a variety of her jobs that she had in the past.
And, you know, she was low 40s when she met you 4 years ago?
That's right.
So she had been 18 for probably about 24 years. Did she give you a 24, right? 24 plus 18, 42?
You said for 24 years. And that's why I was confused. You can't be 18 for 24 years, but 24 years ago, I would agree.
Did her work history kind of flesh out to be 24 years is what I'm asking?
I'm not certain.
And at the time, in the apartment in 2020, she had not been working, correct?
That's right.
And had not been working for some time.
That's right.
And what she was doing was living off of the settlement that she had been bought out of with her husband, was lump sum plus $1,000 a month in alimony and $100 a month in child support, correct?
Yes.
It was Mr. Torres who would work, correct?
He worked at Ace Hardware.
When he would show up.
Right.
Sometimes he didn't show up, is what she indicated, correct?
Yes.
Because of his drinking problems.
Yes.
Did she describe to you, well, let me strike that. She did describe to you one instance, at least, where violence occurred in front of her child, correct?
Yes.
And that her child had gone to school and reported it, correct?
Yes.
And you understand as a forensic psychologist that teachers are mandatory reporters, correct?
That's right.
Did you review any DCF records in this case?
No, I didn't receive any DCF records.
Did Miss Boone ever indicate to you at any point in time she became too afraid to let Lucas come over to the house?
Yes, there were times where she would ask Mr. Boone, so Brian Boone, to not bring him there.
And Mr. Boone was aware of this because she would say things like that, correct?
Yes.
And at different times, she told you that she would go over to Mr. Boone's house to escape the violence of Mr. Torres.
That's right.
And February 24th of 2020, the child was scheduled to be picked up by Miss Boone, correct?
That's right.
Despite everything that she was aware of and what Mr. Brian Boone was aware of, correct?
Right.
And you saw in her police interview that she swore on the life of her son that she was telling them the truth, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Object.
Approach. Objection sustained.
I'll rephrase it. She swore on her son's life that it was not intentional that she ended up killing Mr. Torres, correct?
That.
I object.
Approach. Objection sustained. Question is stricken. Members of the jury, questions are not evidence, and you're not to give them any weight whatsoever. Mr. J, you may proceed.
She's quote unquote swore on her child's life that it was not intentional. Just that. Correct?
Before I answer, I'd like you to direct me to that part of her interview. So
I'll strike it with you. It's on video. Some of Miss Boone's diagnoses predated her relationship with Mr. Torres, correct?
yes,
And so when diagnoses predate a violent intimate partner relationship, there is an independent cause, even though they may then later contribute to the phenomenon you see, correct?
well, I wouldn't say that all mental disorders have an independent cause. Sometimes they're spontaneous or biological in nature.
Well, let's talk about hers. I mean, you're familiar with her prior diagnoses and you went through her childhood, so on and so forth, correct?
I did.
So she was bringing some things with her prior to Mr. Torres' relationship, correct?
She had
Also, yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, she did.
Thank you. You reviewed some Advent health records, correct, of hers?
Yes,
And some Aspire records of hers, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that there are times in the Advent health records where she goes to the hospital and then leaves before getting treated, correct?
yes,
And there is a time when she goes to the hospital where she is described, their words, not mine, as having ETOH on board.
yes.
Do you understand what ETOH means?
In a medical record, you would use that shorthand for alcohol.
Or ethanol, right?
Yes,
Drinking alcohol, not the other stuff.
correct.
And in the records that you reviewed from Aspire, she came with complaints of depression in January of 2018, correct?
That's right.
And ethanol or alcohol is a central nervous system depressant, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. So let me know if I'm pushing you too far and you're not going to answer. But you are familiar generally with the effects ethanol has on the body.
Generally, yes,
And you can and do make diagnoses of alcohol abuse disorder.
I do.
And in your professional life or personal life, are you familiar with the standard serving size of drinks when you're evaluating somebody's drinking? For instance, hey, I only drink 2 drinks a day. All right, well, are they 64-ounce mugs of beer or are they 12-ounce? So are you familiar in that context?
It might be a question I would ask during evaluation. What are you referring to? Is it a mixed drink? Is it a shot? Like I try to identify that.
And do you ever ask if somebody says they drink 2 glasses of wine, well, how big are the glasses of wine?
Sometimes.
And is your understanding that 5 ounces is the standard serving of wine since it's about 12% alcohol?
I'm not sure what the standard size is, but I would ask regarding like a wine glass.
And in January of 2018, when she came in crying and complaining of symptoms consistent with depression, she had a blood alcohol level of 0.165, correct?
I believe so.
And in October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was found stumbling by police, she had a breath alcohol of 0.185.
I'm reacting to your description of her stumbling by police. I know she approached police for help. So
So there have been 2 sets of records, but I believe you may have the same set that I received on September 27th, 24. Can you turn to page 21 of 57 of the Aspire records?
mine aren't numbered, but I will.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. You may.
What I'm showing you is what is page 2157 on records from Aspire that was provided to me by the defense on September 27th, 2024. And just at the top, you can read the first or the fourth lines.
Judge, I would ask that she be allowed to read that entire paragraph. Under the rule of completeness.
Approach. You may proceed, Mr. J.
Thank you. All right, October of 2018, or of 2018, there was a second visit to Aspire, and that was based upon her being found stumbling by law enforcement with a .185, correct? And that's
She
supposed to be
walked
yes or no?
up. Okay. So I'd have to say no, the way you phrased the question.
Ma'am, Boone was stumbling due to her level of impairment, paren .185.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that part of the records you relied upon?
Yes.
Thank you. When you talked to Ms. Boone about that, she kind of just described an event of June of 2018 and blurring those two events, did she not?
No, she told me she had two different Baker Acts.
Did she describe it as being June of 2018?
I'll have to reference my interview note to find that if you would like me to.
No. Do you remember giving a deposition on October 1st at the state attorney's office downstairs?
I do.
And at that point in time, and I'll ask opposing party, you want me to show her prior statement before I ask her about it?
I think she's got a deposition.
Do you have your transcript?
I do.
Just.
So for the record, it's page 34 that I'm referring to. Line 16, 17.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. She described that as June of 2018.
That's what I said in my deposition, that she was describing her experience in June of 18.
And she described this experience as going to the hospital to find a pastor, correct?
Yes.
And ends up going to what we call Lakeside Bend and Aspire now, right?
Yes.
And then what you described was she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically regarding a significant episode of Jorge driving her roughly in the car, so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were two separate incidences. January, when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying that there's a record that we started with this conversation from October of 2018. And there is a description of her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are two different instances.
In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had gone out of town and she was feeling lonely and sad about having lost her job a few weeks earlier, right?
There were numerous stressors there, yes.
Nothing mentioned about any problems with somebody named Mr. Jorge or George Torres, correct?
You're talking about January?
Yes, ma'am.
So the hospital records are not referencing her relationship with George on the January date.
Now, in talking about February 23rd, 2020 with Ms. Boone, you talked to her about that on several occasions, correct?
I did.
And part of one of those conversations, at least, was about an incident that she indicated had happened the night before February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
She indicated and told you that she had been dragged down the stairs the night before the suitcase incident, correct?
That's right.
And in part of your review of this case, you reviewed all the crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
Those include photographs of Miss Boone, correct?
Yes.
And were there any indications in the photographs of injuries on her consistent with being dragged down the stairs of carpet?
I didn't see inside her scalp. So I didn't see photos of inside, her hair follicles and this area of her head. On her outward body, there were no indications of that.
Did you ask her how it was that she was injured during this dragging down the stairs?
I don't think I went through specific injuries to her. No.
Do you agree that alcohol intoxication affects the credibility of a historian that's providing history to you, patient or a client?
If they're actively intoxicated, yes.
We had talked, you and Mr. Owens, had talked about narcissistic personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-TR.
That's right.
And there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you talking about the criterion of narcissistic personality disorder? Yes.
Like page 761 on your hard copy?
Thank you. All right.
Was I close? I have a digital copy.
760, but
Okay.
that's fine.
One of the criteria is has a grandiose sense of self-importance, for example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct?
Yes.
2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, correct?
Yes.
3, belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people, or institutions, correct?
So 3, just caveat, it says believes, not belief, but the rest of what you said I agree with is the criteria.
4, requires excessive admiration.
Yes.
5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations, correct?
Yes.
6 is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends, correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative.
7, lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others, correct?
Yes.
8, is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her, correct?
Yes.
9, shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now, you believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
Grandiose sense of self-importance.
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
So that's a yes. Yes. Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love.
No.
You remember going to the state attorney's office on October 1st, 2024 and giving a deposition?
I do.
And it was in front of a court reporter like Madam Court Reporter here.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, correct? Yes. And referring to page 89, lines 18 through 20. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Did you give the following answer to the following question? Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love?
Hello, baby.
She does not, according, in your estimation, does not believe.
Okay. Just want to say thank you guys so much for your understanding. Ronnie, Zach, whoever. Thank you guys so much for covering for me. Do me a favor, somebody send me a brief synopsis of what we missed, please. Appreciate you. Back to the court.
Believe that she is special and unique and can only associate with high status people, correct?
No.
Does not require excessive admiration, correct?
Correct.
Does have a sense of entitlement.
Yes.
Is not interpersonally exploitive.
Correct. She is not.
Yours.
And when discussing whether or not she lacked empathy or was unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings or needs of others, you indicated that that might be the case, but it's not intentional.
In other words, she's not aware if she's inconveniencing others.
What?
So there was 3 of those traits, correct?
Yes.
Not 5, which would be required, correct? For a diagnosis of the personality disorder.
If that were the correct diagnosis, you would need 5.
All right. During your conversations with Ms. Boone, the defendant in this case, she explained to you that cheating to her means when Mr. Torres would look at pornography, correct?
Correct.
Not a real life woman, right?
No, not that he was engaging in sexual intercourse with actual women.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
You indicated in your conversation with Mr. Owens that some of the traits that are commonly seen in abusers would be control, jealousy, easily angered.
This could be, yes.
What other traits just common for abusers?
Is this still the defense?
Being a person who segregates their victim away from other sources of support, somebody that exhibits coercive control, meaning that they would prevent the person from engaging in activities that would be independent, so restricting their ability to have independent like life, job, money, things like that, that would be
She can't determine a treatment
supportive
plan?
of them being left, for instance. Other things would be using emotional expressions like rage to cause a physiological reaction in another person. So those could be additional descriptions.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
Really?
Medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we've discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving a suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes,
Such as baseball bat smashing the TV.
that's part of it. Yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres?
Yes.
How did the prosecution do?
1 prior 911 call?
Catch me up, y'all.
Now,
Please.
today, you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right, and did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes, yes, materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right.
But that does not allude to her having a mental illness that would negate what she did. So what good is all of
Just
this?
checking with
That's fine.
others
How
that
many
were
hours
here
have
for
we been
today.
at this?
I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Did you interview anybody else personally besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton?
All right, anybody else?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in common, correct?
No.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
And
Judge.
Yes.
Is he doing a good job? And what did she lie to the doctor about? You said she lied. What did the doctor catch her lying about? That ought to help the state. Okay, Sensei, hold on. Let me let you out. You want to go? Okay. I'm going to leave the door open. Get some fresh air. Well, of course she's going to go by what Sarah Boone told her. And that's why I disagree with some of these kind of testimonies. They don't have the entire picture. They didn't interview any of her exes. They don't interview the family members. They don't interview anybody but her. And they take her word as sacrosanct. Well, guess what? She ain't no saint. And what she's doing is a sacrilege. Sorry. That was a what the hell? And y'all, thank you for understanding about me running and helping my sister real quick. Having a rough day. Pray for her and send her some love. It's been a hard day. But let me tell you, Sensei, my dog, all but knocked her off the bed when she saw my sister. It was like, oh, let me help you. You need loving. I'm here. Puppy, super puppy. Are you a super puppy? Are you a super puppy? Oh, did you love on Sissy? Did you love on your auntie? Any doctor or any professional who sits there and believes every word a patient or client is telling them is a fool. Now, if they say it is her truth, and I have to accept that, I get it. But is it the truth? No. That is a no. And just like somebody else in my life someone can believe a lie to the point it becomes their truth. And there's no way to change their mind. And they can pass a lie detector test because it's their truth. She got bamboozled. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was, I'm here to save the day. My sister has a broken neck, along with inoperable cancer. So she lied about why she was going to the hospital. She said it was because of George, but she told the hospital it was because she lost her job and her ex and her son were out of town and she was lonely. That probably is the truth right there, the second half of that. Not George. I think she still loves her ex and is angry. Oh, good. Good. I hope y'all don't hear my son's voice too much, but I had to open the door. It was getting hot in here. My poor dog is sitting here. I'm like, that's worse than hearing someone talk, I think. So I hope you don't hear either of them. Oh, man. So where do you think we are? Is this helped or harmed, Miss Wonderful Boone? Has it helped or harmed Boone? Guys, she's lonely no matter where she goes because you can't cure that internal loneliness with other people around you. It's temporary. If you don't love yourself and you can't be happy with who you are, you're lonely no matter who you're with. You can have 10,000 people around you or one, and you're going to be lonely. I mean, there are people who are in the entertainment business and they always have everybody around them. They can have every whim, every desire met, and they're still deeply lonely. And she may be, because her credibility is at stake here. Every time you testify, once you get caught in something that isn't correct, accurate, or truthful.
The objection is sustained in part and overruled in part.
Okay, you want to explain what
You
that
testified
means?
Earlier, in the normal course of practice of forensic psychology and psychiatry, you all do rely upon the diagnoses of other experts, correct?
You can inform my opinion, yes.
And you have not reviewed any electronic communications in the form of text regarding Ms. Boone's case, correct?
No, I did not.
Or recorded phone calls of any type, correct?
Well, 911.
Other than that.
No, other than that.
Now let's talk about the.
What did she say about that call in the dissociation of Ms. Boone?
She told you that they didn't really have anything going on to do that particular day, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, correct?
Did they talk about the 911 call?
Did
Tell
some
me.
chores, and then as a reward, they could rest after doing those chores, correct?
Right.
She indicated to you that she and Mr. Torres did not begin drinking till about 4 p.m., correct?
What?
I'll have to reference.
Page 36 of your deposition, if you care to use that.
36.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for me, Haley Mel? Yeah, no. I want to hear about the 911 call and a professional opinion about that call and her mindset.
All right, I'm with you.
That was
Around
the
4
craziest
p.m.
911 call I've ever heard.
And you reviewed the crime scene photos of this case, correct?
I did.
That included receipts for some purchases that
And
were
the
made at
lack of
Publix on
emotion.
February 22nd and 23rd, correct?
That's right.
And one of those receipts was a purchase for a 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay at 12:17 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you question her about the
Oh,
inconsistency
okay.
of them having purchased
All right, gotcha.
a bottle of wine at 12:17 that afternoon and not start drinking until 4 p.m.?
No.
If y'all do quotes from a song, why
she
don't you put a little
tell you
musical
that
thing
they had
so I
any
know?
wine left over from the day before that they consumed that day?
At some point, I'm not sure if it was the day that I was going through this line by line with you in my deposition, but I am aware, yes, that there was an unfinished bottle of wine from some other date.
And then, as the receipt showed, there was 2 additional bottles of 1.5 liters of wine purchased at 12:17 p.m. and about 5:30 p.m. on the 23rd, correct?
Right.
And were you aware of approximately how much Ms. Boone, the defendant, weighed at the time of this offense, February 23rd, 2020?
Around 100 pounds.
And in the first 413 pages of discovery, I believe, was the autopsy report, correct?
Right.
And so you're aware that Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at his death?
Yes.
Do you take into account this alcohol consumption when evaluating what Ms. Boone is telling you about the events of the day?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Did she tell you whether or not she was intoxicated by the amount of alcohol she consumed that day?
Please silence your cell phone. You may proceed.
So she did not describe herself as intoxicated originally when we discussed this. So,
So the answer is no. She's not.
Oh.
Intoxicated, right?
Hypothetically, if she had told the jury that she was intoxicated at the time of the offense, would that affect your evaluation of her credibility of history?
Yes.
No, because that was also my opinion.
But her credibility of her
Did she
story.
indicate to you in describing the events of February 23rd, 2020? that there
Sometimes the
was any point in
smartest
time
people
she
have no
just-
common sense.
Yes.
What points in time are those?
Sometimes the smartest people have no common sense.
So she did not remember taking the videos of the suitcase or the incident in the suitcase until.
But she did,
she was
because she
at
wanted to show them later.
interrogation room, I guess, and then they were going through them with her. Then she recalled that.
I'm talking about specifically with you. Did she indicate that there were any portions of the night that, or day or night, that she did not remember?
I can't recall anything specifically right now.
No would be the
Hypothetically, if she
answer.
had indicated to the jury that she did not remember the 9 or 10 minutes immediately preceding the first video being taken, would that be inconsistent with what she told you then?
No,
Well, she didn't indicate to you that she forgot any part of the night, right?
right. She just didn't say that. So
Would it affect your evaluation of what she told you about the events of February 23rd, 2020, if she hypothetically has testified that she did not remember 10 minutes before the videos?
See, that's what I
not
told
really,
you he was
no,
going to
because
do.
the event and like the
man.
course of events that she narrated to me occurred over several hours. So when you interview somebody about circumstances of an offense, it's the usual for someone to not remember every single minute for hours at a time. I can't imagine that anybody's memory could hold that much unless they have like photographic memory or something.
I'm not asking.
When you were in the middle of a traumatic event, your memory actually becomes better.
Asking about hours and hours of, itemization of her day's events. We're talking about 20
And
minutes of the
she
offense.
would remember this.
Does that affect the weight that you give her history she provided you? Just yes or no?
No.
Now, what she indicated to you was the day had been going well. It was fun and games, correct?
Yes.
Conflict-free?
To her, she said it was a good day. So
Okay.
that's what she told me.
She said it was a good day.
Yes.
And there comes a point in time where the activities turn toward hide and seek, correct?
Yes.
And she goes up to the shower.
Right.
And when she comes down from the shower, that's when Mr. Torres is in this suitcase, correct?
Getting into it.
And she goes over to the suitcase and zips it, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe whether it was 100% zipped to you or just a certain percentage?
She said that it wasn't zipped all the way.
And
2 fingers or a
still then,
hand.
That was funny to the two of
Pregnant
them
woman
at
would
first,
know the
correct?
difference.
That's right.
I am in such a mood,
And then there
guys.
came a point in time where Mr.
That was
Torres was
bad,
getting
but
mad
true.
about being zipped in the suitcase.
Pregnant woman
She
would
told me
know
that
the
he was
difference.
getting mad.
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
What Mr. Torres was saying was, I can't breathe, correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
Well, I'm asking you about what you recorded her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
Well, what else was he saying?
She, at the time, she said that he said something that was making her mad. And so that's the extent of what we talked about at that moment.
So you didn't elaborate what something was that made her mad, correct?
Right. She said he said something that made her mad, and that started making her mad.
But that's not what she testified
You
to.
didn't
She testified that he
important.
triggered her.
learn what specifically he said that made her mad, correct?
I don't agree that I didn't find it important
Okay. Then explain. Why wouldn't you ask that question?
because as a person who is traumatized is describing their experience. As a trained clinician, you will allow open-ended discussion of that experience. And so it's not an interrogation. You don't go asking confrontational questions at the time of their first narration.
Well, you had 9 visits with her. Did you follow up on your 9th visit?
I asked her different questions about
Did you ever ask
be
her?
confrontational.
Did you ever ask her specifically in any of your 9 visits with her what it was that he said that made her mad?
No.
That
She never described him doing anything to make her mad, but it was words, correct?
Right.
And once
If I
she
was a
got
juror,
mad,
I'd
she
be going,
decided that she was going to leave him in there for 2 minutes.
That's right.
I never heard
Three,
that.
not
Is that the
one,
first for you?
correct?
That's what she said.
We never heard that. Is
And
that
the reason
new?
she was doing that was because she wanted him to understand how it feels to be choked and what she had experienced.
Exactly.
Did you ask her why she didn't let him out of the suitcase after 10 minutes?
Yes, I did actually ask her that.
And what did she say?
Well,
That's
she
confrontational.
thought that he could get out himself. That's one thing. She said that.
You did want to ask why she was getting mad because it could be confrontational on your first visit. But asking why you did not let somebody out of the suitcase is not confrontational. Biatch, please pick and choose your lies wisely.
When she was able to unzip it, it was not some significant thing. She was able to unzip it easily. So she said it never occurred to her that he couldn't get out.
What the heck?
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
And did you understand what the metadata or what the timestamps were for each of those items?
I'm sure when I reviewed it, I saw the timestamp. Yeah,
Would you agree that 20 minutes is 10 times as long as 2 minutes?
I would.
And if Mr. Torres had not been able to get himself out of the suitcase within 20 minutes, she didn't indicate that she let him out, correct?
She did not.
She described to you, Ms. Boone being the she, that she was helpful to the police.
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment that she was helpful to the police?
In the sense that she was having conversations with them without counsel, I would consider that helpful to the police.
Do you think lying to the police is helpful to the police's investigation?
No.
Do you agree that she was not truthful with them?
Yes, I think that I would agree with that.
And when she described getting Mr. Torres out of the suitcase, she described stretching his little legs.
Yes.
And she stated to you there was no fight that day, correct?
That's right.
We
Just
had a
wanted you to
good
be
day.
uncomfortable.
I need
It
to
was a
clarify.
good day.
Physical fight.
Right.
Yes.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
Yes.
Correct.
Girl, let me use that as an excuse when I unalive somebody. Oh, I just wanted to make them uncomfortable, so we're good.
Right?
Poke.
Poke. And so
Let me
agree that
poke
that
him.
means, like poking out like this as opposed to swinging it like you're a baseball hitter.
I would agree with you.
And you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to review the autopsy photos?
Yes.
Did you question her when she said that she only poked him with the bat?
No.
Not in any of your 9 visits?
Did I question her about whether, can you just repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
fine. Did you ever, in considering the autopsy report and the autopsy photographs that you reviewed,
Yes.
when she said that she nudged or poked with the baseball bat, did you ever question her about that, given the severity of his injuries?
So to answer correctly, I did question her
What did she say?
about how she used the bat.
Okay.
She reiterated that she poked and she gestured what she meant. So I did question her about that.
And did you have any questions about that history she relayed to you, given the other evidence in this case that you reviewed?
Just in contrast to the interrogation video. So that
It didn't contrast to the autopsy photographs or report?
Judge, I object.
Approach.
You object because he has a right to ask if you compared her story with the autopsy. I mean, just anybody can compare the two and see how they don't match up, in my unimportant, humble opinion. Just saying.
You may proceed.
Did she indicate all this nudging or poking with the bat
He
was
won.
done while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes.
She never told you that there was any nudging or poking with the bat when he was outside the suitcase?
Correct.
She indicated that she ended up flipping the suitcase over face down.
That's right.
Did she tell you about Mr. Torres calling his brother earlier that evening?
No.
Did she ever give you a history about a loud boom occurring inside of her townhouse that evening?
No.
And you never had the opportunity, obviously, to interview Mr. Torres about these things, correct?
Of course not. No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
Briefly, Judge.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? I came in at the end of this. Did he do a good job? Did he redeem himself?
The attorney talked to you about power and control, that an abusive partner will use power and control over the victim in a intimate partner violence situation.
Yes.
Threatening someone's dogs, is that an example of someone using control?
Yes.
Taking car keys from the other party, is that an example of control?
If they're withholding, yes.
Taking a phone and withholding a phone,
Yes.
a debit card,
Yes.
destroying a home, TVs, putting holes in the wall,
Yes.
not helping pay the rent and other bills.
So I would say that that could be withholding, that could go under coercive control of another person.
What about violating a court order to have no contact with the person?
But she moved him in.
That's all the question.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Jay.
As far as the state is concerned.
Mr. Owens? Thank you, doctor.
She's like, get me the hell out of here.
Collect all your stuff, ma'am. No worries. No apologies necessary.
Do you know what? That last question was bull crap. Because she wanted him there. He didn't violate it. They violated it. Are they going to rest? I think they're going to rest. Please rest. Please rest. Please rest. Please rest. 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 I'm sorry. That was appropriate. Ooh, kind of like that one. Yay!
Yes.
I don't know what this is. Dance party. Come on, y'all. Get up. Hopefully that's not going to demonetize me right now. I don't care.
All right, members of the jury, it is 4:01. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take that afternoon break. I got a couple things I got to address with counsel as well, so maybe a little bit longer, but we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you before. Please don't conduct any
Hopefully
independent
Miss Jules will
investigation
give
or
us a
research
call.
as the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about that. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I like myself better on this side, guys. I did it for a dare, but I'm back. Y'all, I like that beat. That was cool. Let me see this.
Y'all can be seated. Let's go ahead
I
and
think
take
she's here for
a
the-
recess, a comfort break for any of us, and then we can address any argument with regard to the any other evidence that the defense may be seeking. Let's come back here in about 10 minutes, so 4:13. Okay? All right, thank you. We'll be in a short recess.
Oh, good. Go do that. I'm going to listen to some of this. Oh, that's a good one. That'd be good, like when someone drops a bomb. That'll be good fun. I'm going to find out if this demonetizes me anytime in the near future. It's supposed to be free royalty, free music, but we'll see what it does. Let me click and look now. Let me get back over here. I gotta look. Music got to look. So content. Right. Well, hopefully. Yeah, because I've got some of these that are sharing. Wait, guys, did we do it? Oh, we have hit 95,000 views in less than 6 months. Oh, yay! We hit 90,000 on the 10th. Oh my gosh, y'all, we are going to hit 100,000 views this month. Oh, y'all are so awesome. A good soup sounds so nice right now. I have to be honest. Soup really does sound good. Oh, good. He's cleaning them off. I'm so hot, y'all. Wait, y'all didn't hear that? Oh, let me figure out what's going on. Y'all should be able to hear that. I shouldn't be sitting there and dancing to myself and everyone thinking I'm some fool. There it is. Well, it should be coming out. Let me try the electronical. Are you hearing it now? How about that? Anybody hear it? Somebody let me know. What? It's coming through my... Let me know when you do hear it. What? Do y'all hear this? Okay. I gotta go work on that. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, guys. I'm working on that sound, y'all. I don't know why the sound is not playing on your. Well, you can hear the doorbell, yeah, because of the microphone, but I don't know why. Because it's coming through the roadcaster, which means you should be able to hear it. Y'all don't hear that? Now can you hear it? This is frustrating. It's great. I don't know why you can't hear it. Frustrating as hell. All right. Okay, I need some updates. So, tell me the worst and the best part of her testimony. Oh. What is that bell, Matt? Matt, do you hear the bell? Oh. Sorry, y'all. I wouldn't understand it. I'm looking. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's try. Nope, that's not working. Why is that one? Let's see. I don't know. Because I'm watching it play. I can hear it in my ears. Why can y'all not hear it? Okay. So, Dr. Harper did not investigate Sarah's case. She took Sarah at her word, like Amber Heard's case. And to a point, that's the way it is. Do I like it? No. Do I agree? Hell no. I hate the fact that they are so limiting. I'm going to go to my live. One more time. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of visits. Okay, well, we'll have to fix that.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Okay, so y'all heard that. I hope. That worked. Okay. I'll have to fix that some other time. Yeah. I agree. 100% agree with you on that. Oh, do you know what? It's time for my coffee break. So I'm going to go ahead and show you our sponsor. Welcome, our sponsor. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor, go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com
ordered you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, y'all, show some love. I am hopefully in the next week or so, we'll have a new intro and a new outro. Not quite happy with the one we've got. It's not bad, but it's not what I've been looking for. Not what I've been looking for. I gotta fix a problem on my thing. Layer. I got to get this over this. No. No. This over this. There we go. No. Everybody get up, move around, stretch around. Break is almost over, guys.
Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Dave Ketchler on behalf of the state. William J.
Defense.
James Owens for the defense.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. Mr. Owens, are there any
He's got his colors.
matters we need to address before you rest in the presence of our jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Judge, there's two orders that I'm going to be requesting the court to take judicial notice of under 90.202 sub 6. And they're orders of no contact. I have copies of the certified copies of the orders. May I approach?
Yes. State, have you seen them?
No contact?
Understand, but you have seen them.
I have not.
You have not seen them. Okay.
Doesn't change.
Understood. Okay. You can bring them on up. Thank you, sir. Court has been provided no contact orders issued in case number 2019 MM5062 on or about June 16, 2019, and a no contact order in case number 2019 MM5114 issued on or about June 19, 2019. Both cases styled State of Florida versus Torres George Jr. Let me hear any argument as to the judicial notice from you, Mr. Henderson.
Judge, I think they're relevant. I think just from the testimony of Redirect and Dr. Harper saying that an element of control was talked about greatly by the state when I point out things hypothetically that they refer to. They refer to them as hypothetically. However, they refer to things that they're developing on this Boone. These show that they were in fact orders, and the orders were for no contact. So these are elements of control in relation to George Torres.
Okay. Response.
So in regards to judicial notice aspect, we don't dispute that that can be a substitute for authenticity. However, they're not relevant, they're not admissible. They contain statements that were made by people who are not testifying. Just because an expert relies on something doesn't mean that it's admissible. What happened during redirect with Mr. Owens was he was asking, what are the hypothetical things that we rely upon to make these determinations as an expert about whether there's battered spouse syndrome or not. So one of the many inadmissible things that he mentioned was pretrial orders of no contact. So it's fine. The expert can certainly rely on the fact that there may have been pretrial contact order or no contact orders that were
Exactly.
involved in this case, and she considered that. That doesn't make them admissible. There has been testimony, I believe, from Ms. Moon that there was pretrial no contact orders and violations of them. It's not a
What
fact
good
that
was the
she did.
violation when she let him? I have issues with that as a juror.
So that's our objection, is it's irrelevant and hearsay. Just because an expert relies on inadmissible evidence doesn't make it admissible.
What's your response to hearsay?
Judge,
It's hearsay.
As to hearsay, I think the statute takes care of that itself, because it says that the court can take judicial notice. So that's the foundationary part. And it's not hearsay, it's an order of the court. We're in a case where we've gotten evidence of past domestic abuse. There was evidence of it started with the state about control. And these are things of control. And I'm sure the state's going to, in rebuttal, they're going to come up with things that they feel either by body cam or any other evidence that shows her exercising control. This shows Mr. Torres exercising control. It is very relevant.
But how's it not hearsay? Just because it's a court record, it's still out of court statement. Certainly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, no contact order.
Judge, that's why we have the thing that the court could take judicial notice of. There are certain things that
But the case law says you can't utilize judicial notice to get around hearsay.
Oh, snap.
I know 9202 says that I may take judicial notice. 9203 says that upon sufficient notice being provided, which the state is conceding based on their argument, the court shall take judicial notice of items identified in 9202. But my question is, the case law, as identified in Professor Earhart's treatise, specifically says in
He lived there.
State 69 Southern 3rd
He was
235,
living there.
which specifically talks about notice of judicial documents at a court file, that doesn't get you around hearsay. So what's your response?
Let me go through hearsay in my mind again.
You're fine. Take your time.
He's trying to figure it out. Oh, snap. You just beat me. You trumped me. You trumped me, Judge. Judge goes, that's why I'm the judge. The judges is like, that's why I'm the judge. Sit down.
Judge?
Yes.
I'll start this way first. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is business records exception. So if it's a business record and it's kept in a normal course of
Yeah, you had to go ask your buddy about
then
that one.
someone can come in and lay the foundational things for the business record exceptions to the hearsay rule. However, in this case, that would not be needed
Ronnie,
if the court takes judicial notice.
I almost spit
That
my coffee
eliminates
out on that.
necessity to do a business record in that foundation, because the court, under the statute, 90.2026 can take judicial notice of court orders. This is a court order, it's certified. I think it's an exception to the hearsay rule. Also, I think the probative value of these documents outweighs any prejudicial effect.
Any other argument?
No, Your Honor.
Any other argument, State?
The fact that there was a pretrial court order of no contact between them is going to come in. I mean, on one of the body worn cameras, Mr. Torres is like, well, the court said I couldn't, but she said I could come. And I believe she testified to that during her examination. My objection is to the paper and the grounds that I've argued.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. State v. Mobley, 98 Southern 3rd, 124 by the Florida 5th District Court of Appeal, cited in 2012, says that there's a procedure that specifically needs to be followed for judicial notice, as set forth in 9202 and 9203. State is conceding that although there's not a writing, they're not objecting to the judicial notice concept. They're objecting to the evidentiary bases. I do find that it is relevant, but the problem is I have with hearsay. And the court, in relying on the Florida Supreme Court decision in Dufour, D-U-F-O-U-R v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235 at pinpoint 253 by the Florida Supreme Court in 2011, which states, while the court may take judicial notice of documents in a court file which were properly placed there, this notice would not make the contents of the documents admissible if they were subject to challenge, such as when a document is protected by privilege or constitutes hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement that is being offered for the truth, to wit, it is a no-contact order, and the requisite requirements for a business record under 98036 subsection A have not been met, nor has there been a certificate from the custodian of records as to those things, as required by section 6, paragraph C, and the timeliness of a certification. So I cannot accept judicial notice of these two documents, even though the state is not conceding the procedure for judicial notice. I am sustaining the state's objection as to hearsay under the grounds and the exceptions that you have offered.
Judge, when you have the clerk of court subpoenaed, I don't know where they are, I assume they're somewhere in this building. I believe they.
No.
Sent some message to us back before the hurricane about what they did were to come, and we said to be continued. So we haven't gotten back up with them yet, so. It would take me some time to check on that. It's 4:30.
Was the subpoena still for this time period?
Yes, I believe it was a 3-week period.
Okay,
But we haven't followed back up with them. This came up
sure.
late.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
I don't know whether you could just go ahead and send them to home for the evening, and see if we can find the clerk maybe in the morning, and then we could rest in the morning, and if the state has the.
What? No.
Probably gonna take me a little bit.
Yeah, I'll give you that opportunity. Absolutely. If you want to, sure. If you want to try to do it now or do it tomorrow, I'll leave it to you. Because I can't imagine it would take long if we're able to get.
Well, it
a
is
records custodian
4:33,
or
so.
a person to lay the foundation. I can't imagine it would take that long.
Aren't they in the building?
Yes. 3rd floor.
Go. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know how long it's gonna take to do that, but we could present that in the morning and then rest in the morning and then.
All right, that works for me.
I'm not gonna make some poor employee come in and do that. I was conceding the authenticity. I don't understand the relevance of it coming in.
Look at his assistant just trying to just get out.
Well, I still believe it's hearsay, but I think it's cured by it's a public record and it's stamped and all that stuff.
I know, but no one's made that argument yet.
I don't want to punish some poor clerk.
Okay.
I'll withdraw it.
I won't object to them coming in, but it's a slippery slope for
Okay. All right. So the state is still maintaining its hearsay objection. I do find that it is relevant. So then what do you want to do, Mr. J?
I'm stipulating to, if the hang up for the court and the defendant is that they believe a clerk in the court needs to come in and testify, I'm conceding that issue so that person does not have to do whatever that issue is.
Okay. All right. Fine. Then based on the court, on the concession by the defense, or I'm sorry, by the state, excuse me, do you have any other objections with regard to these two no-contact orders, Mr. J?
No more.
Okay. For the reasons previously articulated, I do find it's relevant. The state has withdrawn its hearsay objection. Do you want these as a composite or individual?
Individually.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you pre-mark them?
But
And
what
then we'll
good
identify
is
them,
a
please?
restraining order when the biatch moved him in? He comes over, she calls the police. He gets in trouble, but she moves him in. What good is the restraining order when she brought him in and took him back? Please help me understand this, because I'm not doing so well with this. Well, I am, but you know what I'm saying. What good is a restraining order? You're sitting here blaming George with the restraining order that George broke, but she is the one who can, it's the only one who can call for it to be enforced. So if she allows him back in, they both breaking the restraining order, not just George.
The no contact order in 2019 MM 5062 dated June 16, 2019 has been pre-marked as AB. And the no contact order in 19 MM 5114 dated June 19th, 2019 is dated as AC. Mr. Owens, you can approach. Let's just tackle a couple
I
other
am
housekeeping
perplexed.
matters that we have. You can move those in when our jury returns into evidence. Are there any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir, that you're going to be offering this afternoon?
I don't believe so, but we're intending on resting either this afternoon or first thing in the morning, but we want some time to talk to Sarah Boone and explain to her, why we think we should rest, not call any further witnesses, not introduce any other exhibits, just to make sure that we're all on the same page with her about what our strategy is. So we need a little bit of time. I don't know if you want to go ahead and excuse the jury for the night and then have us come back in the morning and do that colloquy with the court, with the defendant. But we do need some
Just
time with her.
rest already.
So then here's what we'll do.
You
I'll
could've
bring in the
just-
jury and I'll excuse them. You can save those pieces of paper and you can move them into evidence tomorrow morning and then present. That'll work. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You knew.
We'll bring
You
the jury
should have
back at
already had
9
this
a.m. tomorrow
conversation.
and you can continue with your evidence presentation at that time, including but not limited to calling any additional witnesses. Court can have any
He's going to
further
call more
colloquy with the
witnesses.
defense
He's
at that
biding time.
The state then can put on its rebuttal case. State, how long do you anticipate ballparking it for the court, your rebuttal case?
All week.
I don't believe Dr. Warner will take long on our part. I'm not sure how long it'll take on their part. And then there's about.
How long is that?
I'm not going to hold you to it, Mr. J.
Probably less than 30.
How long do you anticipate your cross being? And ballpark it. Again, I won't hold you to it.
His
Just,
direct is 30, my cross is probably going to be 30.
okay, what else do you have to present?
And then there will be about 2 hours of videos from body worn camera and from the phone extraction.
Mhm.
And then
What about Brian?
good bit of phone text messages with the record.
Separate and apart from the 2-hour video presentation. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, so
All
that's
day.
going to take us in tomorrow afternoon.
Jury's
Are
going
we
to be
going to be in a
deliberating Friday.
position for the state to rest its rebuttal case tomorrow and proceed with closings? Or are we going to proceed with closings Friday morning after had the opportunity to have a full, not that we would not have a full charging conference, but after having a charging conference Thursday afternoon with
I'm going
regard
to
to
be
the jury
gone.
instructions?
No.
I just don't know how long. I think all the instructions are pretty relatively simple and straightforward, except for 3.6.
Agreed. 3.6F. I agree.
That's not going to be simple or straightforward in any way.
The construction is complicated. I agree.
And the special jury instruction on battered spouse that we're going to be requesting.
Okay.
There'll be some-
They're going to do closing jury instructions Friday. They will go to jury on Friday, and I will not be here Friday.
Other states that have used a different instruction, we've looked at a bunch of them, so I don't know what this court is going to be inclined to do if the court would be so inclined to give a special instruction on battered spouse, whether or not you want to consider one of the local courts, the Palm Beach County case that I mentioned before with Dr. Brennan. There was a special instruction in that case. And we've got some from other states. I don't know what state's position is going to be on that. So we may
Has a draft of that been circulated yet?
not to the court.
Okay. All right. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. Let's just see how long the rebuttal case takes. And then if we have to do closings Friday morning, we'll have to do closings Friday morning. I'd rather go through and spend the time to make sure that we're all on the same page with regard to the instructions, especially due to the complicated nature of 3.6F. With regard to those, the court will have Ms. Barrios email you till she just started her drive back to Kissimmee, so it might come a little bit later this evening. I will have Ms. Barrios email to you all the red line that the court has worked on so far of the jury instructions provided by the state. The defense is to provide its markup of the 3.6F and 3.6G instructions and any other defensive instructions that the defense seeks to have read to the jury.
Before 9 o'clock in the morning?
I think so. That gives the state the opportunity during the lunch hour to review them in advance of our charging conference.
I'll have it done.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
There was one thing, the state had filed a motion requesting a special instruction as to, I think it goes to voluntariness. I read the motion and the proposed instruction. I have no objection to it.
Okay. All right. So just so the record's clear, we're referring to the state's request for special jury instruction regarding Florida Criminal Standard Jury Instruction 3.9B, defendant's statements filed October 22, 2024. The provision that the state seeks to add to the 3.9B instruction reads as follows. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntary.
We're going to get a hung jury.
The state defense state, have I read that correctly?
I believe so, without reading myself.
And defense, you have no objection.
No objection, Judge. And it's my understanding that's going to, there's already the standard instruction. That's an add-on to the standard.
It's just a matter of where y'all want it. So I will add this to the red line to be sent out this afternoon. Ms. Boone, I want to have a couple other conversations with you, ma'am. Again, I don't want to know specifics of anything that you or your attorneys have discussed, just whether or not you've had those discussions. Did you hear the court read the proposed additional language to the jury instruction about your statements?
Just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read it one more time?
I can. So just to give you some background, ma'am, there's a form instruction. It's 3.9B, and it talks about how the jury is to consider your statements that were read to them and provided in evidence through the course of the trial. And that they're to consider the voluntariness of those statements and whether they were coerced. The state is seeking to add the following language to that instruction. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement.
She or
after
she?
Miranda warnings are
She
read
or
to a
he.
suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. Do you understand that portion of the instruction?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about it?
No.
Okay. Have you had conversations with your attorneys about the proposed additional language that I just read to you?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's go ahead and have those conversations tonight when you all break, and we can go over this tomorrow when we have the charging conference. But I'll go ahead and add it to the red line for the purposes of our discussion tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, state, we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring our panel back in, and we'll tell them we'll commence tomorrow with additional evidence and testimony at 9 a.m.
No, I believe they should do this with every trial. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself resituated. I agree with you, Ronnie. I think this questioning should be done on every trial. If I was a judge, I would be doing that. Brilliant, because she can't come back later and said she didn't agree because she was asked in the morning, at opening, and at closing every day.
All right, jury's entering.
No, she does not.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
I do.
Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, good late afternoon, early evening, I think. Again, could you just raise those hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions? All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, it's 4:43. We're going to go ahead and break for the evening. I'm going to ask you to be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll continue with evidence and testimony presentation by the defense, and then we'll proceed accordingly thereafter. I want to read you the same instruction that I've read you multiple times over the last week, and I beg your forgiveness as you hear it again, but I just have to keep reminding you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your attentiveness in this matter, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
No, I think as far as the best run trial I have ever seen, it is this one. The best judge I've ever seen. I like his manner. I like his way he does it. I have zero complaints. I may not agree with
Anything else we
everything,
need to discuss,
but I
State,
don't
before we go
complain.
into recess for the evening? Defense, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Court's off the record.
So would you call it,
We had a good day. It was a good day.
do you call this a good day for her? Where do you see, how do you see today for her? She doesn't look too happy. She does not look very happy at all, in my humble opinion. You know how she was up and smiling yesterday? Now she's just still sitting. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. But she's not. Is that a pout? Attorney just told her to get up. This is exhausting, and I bet she's tired. Lady's like, come on, honey. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. I'm ready to get you back. She's all like, see, when you get a jacket like that and the flaps in the back have a thread, you're supposed to cut that. It's only there to keep it nice and tidy during shipping. No, she does not look like she's in a good mood. I don't understand why. Oh, I don't care either. I'm just saying. I wonder if she's going to smile at the cameras. Oh, she's got a little smirk on her face. Now he can't put that in there. Oh, he couldn't even hand it to her. Ooh, that was interesting. Well, I don't know if we're going to get a call. Let me see. Let me try and call her. I'm going to assume that Miss Jules is, they said no, Jules, tonight he's going to take her back. So I bet she's done and worn out, and that's fine. This is very hard when you have a body like hers going through all this chemo. So, yeah, I am not surprised that there's no Jules tonight. I think that's a wise decision on their part. However, y'all keep her in our prayers. We were able to help with 2 days of her hotel room. Yeah, she wasn't even on X this afternoon. She left halfway through. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Okay, is she actually going home to her son's? Period. Hope she feels better. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. So I got an email from Chris. Okay, guys, with that, I'm going to go and love on my sister. Yay. My sister needs some more loving, so we're going to go love on my sister. Hi, let's go, Brandon. Oh, because he's fabulous. I love Zach. Hi, BB. Where's BB? I got a broken bakery. Woo! Okay, guys. Jules is on her way back home. Oh, thank you guys so much. Oh, I know that officer got all herself done so she could be pretty on camera. Oh, thank you guys. Y'all please sub. I really need subs. I'd appreciate it if you did. So tonight Jules will not be on this the live with Chris. I think she's going to head back to her son's house. So keep her in your prayers. This has been a long day and taxing week for her. We will be live tomorrow, 8 a.m. Yay! But now we're going to go. Oh, that's right. I got to do the other case. We're going to go to the Melody trial, Ferris trial. And let me see where they are with the live. Bum, bum, bum. We are not going to listen to the 2 hours of the tape. We're going to hop in right here. You guys, this Melody Ferris trial is a sleeper. I mean, it's fabulous. It's one that is just as interesting, or some ways more interesting, than the Sarah Boone trial. I kid you not. I kid you not. So let me get that up on scene. Let me hide this. She's managed so well, y'all. She really has. But you guys, please be kind and understand. Oops, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I got to find it. There it is. Please understand that Miss Jules is going through a lot. And we love her and we thank her for everything that she has done. I'm so happy. Let me hide this. There we go. And we're going to play. All right. So here is the infamous trial for Melody Ferris, who unalived her husband, accused of unaliving her husband with the lead shooter and burning him in a burn pile.
Directly told you about yet. And
hi, Becca.
So I'm just going to go.
Hi, Gabby.
The way that's going to work is we're going to go out to the property tomorrow, and y'all are going to walk the property. The lawyers and I are going to go out and do a scout team advance ahead of y'all, and we're going to review the path that we're going to have y'all take. The media is going to come with us, and then they are going to follow that. We're going to figure out the route. We're going to walk the route with the camera. We're going to excuse the media from the property.
Look at that judge's sleeve. He's got patches and it's coming off.
Then y'all will come in. We'll walk the path. We'll exit. No one's going to say anything to you, and y'all aren't going to talk about anything while we're out there.
Hey, Zach, you better hop on.
Maybe a witness or an agreement.
People are giving you a hard time. We have a broken breaker raid.
Have me read to y'all about what's different there, or what, that kind of stuff. Now,
thank you for joining.
Bring lunch in for y'all. We're going to go out immediately. So there's going to be a period of time when we all leave the property and y'all come back, and we're going to have some time to kill while we need to eat lunch and y'all don't have anything to do. I can check in on having the bus stop at the Buzz, which is the Veterans Park over on Highway 20, which we're going to be going by. And that is an early voting location. And anybody who wanted to could vote tomorrow. Is that something y'all would be interested in?
So you're going to go view where somebody was unalived and then go vote.
Anyone else can just walk around or go up the climbing wall that they have out there, right? Okay. So I will check on that. I think we have the bus till about 2:00. So I'll see if that's something we can arrange. I think
we love Zach's banter.
And then we don't have to worry about if we run into the election day with the deliberations or even the trial, and that will better use y'all's time and give us an opportunity to grab lunch. So, all right, I will check in on that. All right, Now that we've finished talking logistics, Ms. Franklin.
You may bring the jury.
Sergeant Hayes, you're still under oath from, I think, like 2 days ago. So we just listened to several
Thanks, Zach.
hours of an interview, and I
Y'all.
want to talk with you about that interview of the defendant.
Just so you know, we did.
Are you trained in?
I need to thank some of y'all. We did a fundraiser to help Jules with her travel costs and hotel room for 2 days. And I just want to thank you again for that. It was all taken care of this morning. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
In any of your continuing training or from posts in how to conduct interviews with witnesses?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Are there different strategies that you're taught to use in certain situations that you're in with different, let's say, witnesses, suspects, victims, etc.?
There's several different interview and interrogation techniques.
And in this interview in the beginning, you kind of proposed to her alternative hypotheses of what could have happened. Can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, I believe specifically you're talking about when I offered, if something happened and she was defending herself, and something happened as a result of that.
What is the purpose of that in an interview?
Providing alternative theories, sometimes it makes people feel at ease that, what they might have done and isn't as bad as they thought.
In the beginning, you asked Ms. Ferris a lot about Scott Ferris. Why did you do that?
Get everybody's opinion on, everyone. We really concentrated on Melody and Scott in the beginning of this investigation because they were the two people who lived on the property with Gary. We believe them to both have the most intimate knowledge of what might have happened.
And at one point, it sounds like you stepped out to receive more information. Tell the jury about what was going on while you were interviewing Ms. Ferris over the several hours that we heard.
The search of the property was still going on. I was sent to go, do these interviews. So not only was I getting information from the scene of what they were uncovering, I was being asked, what has she said so far? Is there anything else we need to look for, check on, anything like that?
When you were interviewing and when the detective at the time, Kuykendall, was interviewing Ms. Ferris, did either of you ask her about the financial situation of the family?
We did not.
Was the beach condo that was supposed to be for the following weekend on, I believe, the 7th, was that a topic of conversation among the family?
Thank you, Gabby.
Is that why that came up in your interview with Ms. Ferris?
Yes.
Was that something that you wanted her to tell y'all about, her perspective?
It had been brought up several times, so we were curious as to that situation.
At some point, you bring up Rusty Barton. How did you learn about Rusty Barton?
During the search of the house, they found a credit card in her purse.
I know, right, Haley?
In her purse with the name Roy H. Barton. That name was brought to my attention.
Did other family members bring up his name?
Yes.
Throughout her interview, did she ever mention having an open marriage?
No.
Did she ever mention Gary having other relationships?
No.
You asked her about Ted Wiley. How did you know about Ted Wiley?
I believe family members on the scene had mentioned the name and told us about the affair years ago.
Is this steamer trunk?
When you asked her about Rusty Barton, well, let me back up. You asked her generally, and I can't remember if it was you or Sergeant Kuykendall, if she was currently in an affair with anyone.
Yes.
What was her answer?
She stated she was not.
But she was. No, Gabby. Thank you, Brandon. Let's go. I like your beer thing. That's cool.
Judge, at this time, state moves to admit Pope 1.1. It's a portion of the report that's already been entered, but it's a voicemail that was within the report.
All right, objections? No objections.
back up to Pope 1.
Thank you, guys. I ain't getting in the middle of this. I'm enjoying watching this. Y'all
I'm
keep
showing
going.
you, Sergeant, Pope 1. And on page 13, it's item 48, voicemails. Can you read the date on that, please?
June 18th, 2018.
And who does it say it's from?
Melody.
What's the phone number?
6.
I don't know what's going on. Here's a note from Jewel, just so you guys know. I left the courtroom at 2:30 because I was unwell, so I don't have any information as I was sleeping. I will be back tomorrow in the morning, but leaving to go home at lunch. Thank you guys so much for all the support and helping with the hotel rooms, guys.
Anyway, it was easier for me just to leave you a voicemail message than it was a text message. So anyway, from there, I'm going to go get a room as opposed to that I could
I'm game for it.
and that way I can talk to you. So anyway, I'll touch with you in a little bit. I love you. Bye.
And the report, this was from Rusty Barton's phone. Is that
Greetings, Bill Blazy. Oh, Becca, thank you. Mwah. Oh,
at that time when you were interviewing Ms.
Bucky's.
Harris, had the projectile been found in the home?
That's a beaver. Sign language.
At any point throughout the interview,
Yes.
was
Thank
the
you,
projectile in the home
Jar.
found and known to you or Sergeant Kuykendall?
Yes.
Was that something, that's not something you ever provided to Ms. Harris as a detail. Can you tell the jury why?
Certain things you don't tell people. You try to get them to tell you. You don't want to give them, all of the information. You want to see
True.
if they provide anything or if they can corroborate anything for you.
When she was told about the projectile in Gary's bone, in his rib, what was her response to you?
She asked me if we knew what kind it was.
What?
Why was the tractor such an important topic in this interview?
We knew Gary
Go,
was
go
large
back
man.
to
We
that.
knew Melody
Don't
was
leave
a
that
small
hanging.
woman. Running
Thank
theories through our
you,
head of how
Shinigram.
this could have
Thank
happened.
you so much for hopping in.
If she did it, if she had help, if she didn't have help, we tried to think of everything. And we noticed the equipment on the property, the RTV, the tractor, and all that. And obviously that was the theory. We knew she knew how to use it. And we believe she could have used it to move the body if needed.
And were family members pointing out to you the location of the tractor?
Yeah, we have been told that the tractor was parked somewhere that it should not have been parked. It usually was not left there.
That could be an issue.
The condo from July 7th, that also came up. Was that, and I've already kind of talked about this a little bit, but was that a significant event that people seemed to focus on throughout the investigation?
The condo.
The beach condo.
The beach trip. Yes.
At this time, Judge State moves to enter into evidence Hayes 55.
All right.
No objection.
All right, Sergeant Hayes, we talked about how
Thank you.
the sheriff's office was
We
collecting
love
phone
beaver
records,
nuggets.
extracting cell phones, and you had the
I'll go get
opportunity
me
to
some
go
next
through some
week
of
and
these
I'll
phones
eat
and
some
of
here.
the records and the data.
Tell you
correct?
thank you. I have to drive an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to Bucky's.
I'm showing you Hayes
No, right?
55. Okay, I want to start with item number 1. Who does it say that it's from?
Ella Ferris.
And who does it say that it's to?
Melody Ferris.
What is the text message?
It states, "I want you to come to the beach."
Okay. What date was that sent?
July the 3rd, 2018.
I want to move on down to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a text from who? This is item number 2. Text from who?
From Gary Ferris.
To who?
Appears to be to Melody Ferris and Amanda Ferris.
What day and time?
July 3rd, 2018 at 3:11.
And he is telling them what?
I was planning to go to the beach with the girls.
Item number 3. Who is this from?
From Emily to Melody.
What time? What date and time?
June 24th, 2018 at 5:57 p.m.
Okay. And what does Emily say to
Says,
Melody?
well, Chris mentioned something about a beach trip.
And what was Melody's response to Emily?
I'm not paying for him a beach trip. He's still charging his cable and phone and airline tickets to us.
And what does Emily say to Melody?
That's just what he told me. He said Daddy was wanting to go to the beach.
And then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Emily about this?
Just giving you a heads up about things.
Y'all,
Chris
come on.
charges
Show
cable,
me some
phone,
likes.
and airline tickets to
Appreciate you.
Gary's checking account. Charged their honeymoon and their beach trip. Year you got married to us. as
Hello,
well.
Eddie.
Now another beach trip after I told him no and why. He never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
And on June 25th, 2018, what does Melody send to Amanda?
It said, did Chris talk to you about this beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch, telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable. And then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. He continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. There's something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you.
Okay, so that was from Melody to Amanda.
Yes.
Seems like a bit much, so let's clear that up. We'll go to item number 8. Who's this from?
From Gary to Melody.
What does it say?
Says, did Chris talk to you about this beach trip?
And what date was that?
That's June 25th, 2018 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m.
What was Melody's response to Gary?
What beach trip?
And then Gary says what?
He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th.
What's Melody's response?
Let him take them. I haven't got past him standing on my porch telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable, and then the only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about.
And then what's Gary's response to Melody?
There's something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you.
So that's essentially what this conversation was, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was sent to Amanda. All right. So then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Gary?
Did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna?
And what is Gary's response?
I booked one for me and the girls as well.
And then on July 2nd, 2018.
Say it
What
backwards.
does Melody say to Amanda?
Backwards.
I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for a condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm being
Try it
serious.
backwards, Gabby.
What is Amanda's response?
Oh, big surprise.
And what is Melody's response to Amanda?
He is wrong for doing it, and when I specifically said no and had just reason.
What is Amanda's response to Melody?
Yup, Chris will never grow up.
And what does
That may
Melody
be
say
true.
back to Amanda?
Some
But
don't.
yet he refuses to help you with a dentist.
And then what does Amanda say to Melody?
Yup, can't stop him. It's ridiculous.
What is Melody's response to Amanda?
This is the last straw with him.
And can you read that date one more time?
That date is July 2nd, 2018 at 10:07.
Y'all, please read the ticker. We are doing a giveaway October 31st. You get a 1 entry for a sub. You have to comment I subbed. And if you become a member, you get 10 additional entries for a maximum of 11.
She keeps telling
And you
that.
will get a fabulous mug of the Halloween choice. Here's one. Glows in the dark. I got 3 to choose from. The winner gets to choose from 1 of 3.
Discussion with Miss Harris about plates being broken.
So comment I sub so you can be in the drawing. It's important.
At any point,
Trying to reach 3,100 subs
throughout
by
getting
Halloween.
returns for search warrants, did you find
Maybe you'll win. Did you sub?
videos or photos or anything like that about a plate being broken?
Type I subbed if you subbed.
Can you tell the jury where that was located?
We did a search warrant for Gary's Google Gmail account, and in those returns, there were several items of interest, but one being a video it appears that Gary took from his cell phone. Looks like his cell phone backed up to his Google account.
That's a cool birthday. My friend's birthday's on Halloween.
Objection. All right. Good.
It doesn't cost anybody to sub. Oh, Becca, thank you. Guys, I got a long way to go, but I'm trying to get to 3,100. Oh, someone broke a plate. Somebody got mad. And that's on the deceased husband's phone.
Sergeant Hayes, can you
Love your personality, Gabby.
what is that?
She's not doing too well the last couple of days.
File within that exhibit. I can't remember.
I think that's her sister.
Titled metadata. Can you
I don't know.
please
It's
put on the
relative.
record the album title of that?
7/2/2018.
Okay. And album creation date? You can't.
July 3rd, 2018.
Okay. Thank you. I can't do that. Eventually, she told you that she slammed that plate down.
Yes.
She also mentioned she cleaned that up, right?
Yes.
When she was confronted about a second cell phone, what was her response?
She told us she did not have a second cell phone at the time. When we asked her further
Hi,
about it,
Jenny
she
Dawn.
told us that
Maybe.
at some point Sherry Cooper had given her one. I believe she just described it as an iPhone in a black case.
And I love it.
She had given it back to Sherry some time ago.
There's one portion in there where y'all are talking about money, and she mentions that. Well,
I thought that was
money
glasses.
big
No,
topic.
that's Italiano. Glasses. Greek is
What was
plates.
her issue with Gary and his money?
That everyone, according to her, was taking it from Gary.
But not her.
Correct.
And did she tell you, what did she tell you?
They
about
were
her
taking
access to
money that she could have used
She said she had
for
limited access.
extravagant spending.
What did she tell you about the cards that she had?
The card she did have,
Ooh,
Gary
Gabby.
would get an email if she spent any money. He would question her even for $38 Kroger purchases.
Yeah, she didn't want the kids getting her money. You know, she's the one that had to have the best of everything, the silk, furniture. I mean, let's be real, guys.
All right, at this time, state moves to enter into evidence Case 57.
Got to charge up my switcher so I can go play with my sister. My sister and I play Switch. I'm Irish, Cherokee, Cree, or Miss Donkey. Depends on how you say it. Who, you or me? The Irish, Cherokee, Cree?
At this time, state moves into evidence Case 57.
No. Run away. Bye.
Nice news.
57.1. Thank you, yes. And 57.1.
He doesn't like this. Look at the face.
57.1.
No objection.
Mm. I don't know.
Okay,
Haven't
this is back in
seen him
February
for a
of
while.
2018, and I'm looking at item number. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
What is that? I don't read it.
I'm oil and vinegar, ranch,
Oh,
Thousand
sorry.
Island,
I don't read stuff like that.
French.
Get away. Okay, can you please read item number 1, to, from, and the date?
From Melody Ferris to Emily Ferris, date February 10th, 2018, 10:48 a.m. Scott just left, going in a limo to North Georgia for a wine tasting. I'm home working. Things have to change.
Going in a limo to
Did he
wine
rent
tasting.
the limo?
Melody's response.
Don't know, for Justin's birthday.
Yeah, get his butt back in here.
Taking Ashley.
What does Emily say to Melody?
I'm not taking care of him when we're in our 50s.
I'm gonna take a comfort break. I'll be right
What
back.
does Melody say to Emily?
If I say
Behave.
anything, I get chastised by G. Wayne.
What's Gary's middle name?
His middle
Gary
name? Wayne.
Ferris's
Gary
middle
Wayne
name.
Ferris, yes.
What does Emily say back to Melody?
I don't get it.
What's Melody's response to that?
And he has a credit card. I don't even have that. Insane.
Okay, now I want to jump back to 2017, September of 2017. Item number 9 in this same exhibit. Amanda says what?
Call me when you get off.
Well, actually, sorry, this is, I believe, Melody to Amanda. You can scroll down and make sure, but it's in her sent folder. So,
Call me when you get off.
okay, and then the next one.
Your daddy has shut down my debit card, giving you heads up for your hair, yet Scott has debit card and credit card, and Chris is still using bank info to pay his cell and cable to tune if $800 a month.
What does Amanda say?
I won't worry about my hair then. Some things never change.
What does Melody say to Amanda?
He may turn it back on, especially when he has no dinner, no clean clothes, and no dry cleaning. He said that if I have no money, I have to stay home, and he is going to tell you for that if you still choose to talk to me, then he will know how you all truly are and will have nothing to do with you kids.
All right, let's scroll down to item number 15. This is, what kind of message is this? From who to who?
So now
When?
going from Melody Ferris to Scott Ferris,
What date?
March 26, 2018.
What does this appear to be?
An attachment, a screenshot
What is the body of that message?
from your father.
What is item number 17?
From Melody Ferris to Amanda Ferris,
What's the date?
March 26, 2018.
Is that the same date as the previous two items sent to Scott?
Yes,
Is it the same attachment?
it appears to be.
What does the body of that message say to Amanda?
From your father, so help me God.
Let's see if this will work. Okay. So I clicked on the link of the attachment and it brought up this attachment.
Uh-huh.
Now we're going to go to item number 1 under data files. What is this? Is it
Appears to be
another-
a screenshot.
What date was it created?
March 26, 2018 at 12:03 p.m.
And this is Hayes 57.1. Can you please read that screenshot?
I can't read the very top. It looks like it says dinner ready. Then it says, where did you go? I'm assuming that's supposed to be profligate spending must stop. I work every day, and between you and Scott and Chris, I cannot keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive given how you repeatedly betray me.
Go back to Hayes 57. Does that appear to be the same text message?
Yes.
Just looks a little edited or cropped. The screenshot?
Yes.
And that is the same one she sent to Scott and Amanda on March 26, 2018.
Yes, it appears to be.
You mentioned you got returns back for Mr. Gary Ferris's Gmail account.
Yes.
Would Gary Ferris get financial notifications to his email?
Yes.
Sorry, had to do a comfort break.
And this jury has heard, and so have you, Sergeant Hayes, that Mr. Ferris has got an email from Rusty Barton's ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
Did you find that email in his Gmail returns?
We did.
At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 6 and Hayes 56.
I know, Becca, right? Guys, everybody's saying they leached, but one son lived on the ranch, worked the ranch like a ranch hand works. And Daddy agreed to pay his electric, live on the property, pay his cell phone, gave him, allowed him to use the credit card to go play $20 rounds of golf. He didn't have anything extravagant.
All right, what are we looking at here in Hayes 6?
This is Gary Ferris's email.
Ada do a boo boo. You know, honey boo boo. Yeah, I do boo boo.
The date is in local time. Can you tell the jury what date that appears to be?
So the one son that worked the property, I don't agree that he was mooching.
And
the
going
other
down to
children
the bottom of that screen, who
mooched.
is it appeared like the email is from?
From Christina Grant.
Okay, and that date is the same.
No,
date
Ronnie,
of
it's okay.
October 19th.
Some people miss some of
What
the
year?
testimony. I'm just catching them up.
2017.
What's the
You
subject?
can still believe it if you want.
Your ex.
It's okay. By the way, it says perk me up.
And publishing Hayes 56. And we're gonna start from the bottom of the document. Emails
Oh,
print
Zach.
backwards. So
Zach, they're giving you a run for the money over here.
please read the body of that email.
You better catch up with their sarcasm.
FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years.
And who does that appear to be from?
Gabby,
From Christina Grant.
you're
Same date, October
you're
19th,
fine.
2017?
More than fine.
And what does Mr. Ferris respond with?
He asked, do I know you?
And what does Miss Grant say?
You want to talk?
What does Mr. Ferris say?
Not right now.
What does Miss Grant say to Mr. Ferris?
I understand. I'm pissed, beyond pissed.
Why is she
And that
pissed
date of
beyond
that
pissed? I missed
last
it.
Portion of the email was what date?
October 20th of 2017.
Why is Miss Grant pissed? Why is he pissed beyond pissed? And Miss Grant, fill me in, guys. I apologize. I missed it.
I'd like to talk about these financial alerts. When Miss Ferris was talking about what all she did when she woke up on July 5th, did she mention going anywhere?
She did not.
Did she mention driving off the property?
No.
Making any phone calls to anyone about going anywhere?
No.
State moves to enter into evidence states exhibits Hayes 4 and Hayes 5.
No objection.
That's good.
I'm going to start with Hayes 4. So you got his returns back from Google, Mr. Ferris's,
Yes.
where there were several transaction notifications.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any for the morning of July 5th?
There was.
To where?
Walmart.
And I'm showing you Hayes 4.
It was me.
Read that total into the record.
The total amount was $450.43.
What's the transaction date?
You're fine, Gabby.
July 5th, 2018.
And can you read the last 4 digits of that card?
1727.
I'm going to show you Hayes 5. What is Hayes 5?
It's a Walmart receipt.
And was Walmart able to provide the receipt for that transaction?
They were.
Now, I want to show you on page 2 of 5. It says date here, 2/8/1960. And then it looks like 14 hands, 750 milliliter. Do you know what that is?
Appears to be a bottle of wine.
And whose birthday is that?
Melody Ferris.
And what account number is listed there?
We love it.
1727.
Okay. And the total matches that transaction?
It does, $450.43.
I know. Got my ex in trouble too. Becca, who were you asking the age
And
of?
yet she did not mention that visit to Walmart to you.
She did not.
I want to talk a little bit about Rusty Barton. Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever find throughout the entire
Almost could be your
investigation
mama,
a
Gabby.
revolver that was involved in that could have been involved in this crime?
We did not.
After interviewing people for that first month in July, would you still get calls from Chris and Scott?
Yes.
And did
Thank
they
you, Gabby.
ever come to you together to talk about the case?
They did.
Now, all
How
of you
long
need
did
to
you speak with them
subscribe.
I don't recall the exact time. It was well over an hour.
And did they maintain contact with you throughout the investigation?
They did.
All right, now I want to talk about Rusty Barton.
Hi, Virginia
tell the
Little.
jury-
Welcome.
How Miss Ferris came to be arrested?
How she came to meet him?
How she came to be arrested?
Oh, to be arrested. I'm sorry.
I'm closer to it than you are, my
After the
friend.
autopsy result was
Guess
finalized
how
and
old
published
I
by
am?
the GBI, we had
Newbies,
a positive
not my,
identification
not
on
my
paper
old crew.
documented from
Newbies only.
Investigation. We took warrants on Ms. Ferris. We started looking for her. We didn't know where she was at the time. It had been almost a year after the investigation. I had not had any much contact with her since. We soon discovered that she was in Tullahoma, Tennessee with Rusty Barton.
And how did she come?
So the relationship was still going.
Sergeant Pope and I took another trip up to Tullahoma and began looking for her. We asked the local police department for assistance. We went by Martha Jane's house to see if she was there.
Are we going to see the video?
Gary Ferris's Mercedes that she was driving was parked in that driveway. We went to Rusty Barton's residence where he was living with his daughter. His truck was gone. I believe we tried to call Rusty. Hadn't spoken to him in a while either. He didn't answer. I reached out to Bobby Carter, which was Rusty's attorney.
Read the ticker.
Got him on the phone, explained to him what was going on. Bobby Carter called me back not long after and said,
Virginia,
Rusty, they'll meet you at the
me
Tullahoma
too,
Police
darling.
Department in about 20 minutes.
Prior to this, was Mr. Barton still recording their phone calls?
Yes.
And did Collier also record their text messages?
Yes.
Oh, somebody asked, I have a multiple formats. My membership start at 99 cents.
I believe I may have already admitted the total of the Colliers, but at this time I'll move to admit the remainder.
I can't remember, so no objection.
All right.
Okay. And then state will move to tender. It's titled text messages 18.
All right.
Within those.
No objection.
At this time, Sergeant Hayes, I'm going to show you text messages 18, State's Exhibit. I'm just going to hit close on this one, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, what are we looking at here, Sergeant Hayes?
This is a printout or whatever you want to call it of incoming and outgoing text messages between Rusty and Melody.
All right. Does it also appear to list their calls?
It does.
And this is, well, let's go to the top. What's the first date listed here?
August 1st, 2018.
What's the last date on this spreadsheet?
August 31st, 2018.
Expand that. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. All right.
Oh,
I'm showing
Gabby.
you field
Yes, one way to say it's in your
522 on that
genes.
exhibit. What is the text? It says incoming. What is that text?
One way to say it's in your genes.
And what does 530 say?
I love you. Be strong. Hand on your waist.
Oh.
I'm directing you to field 807, and that says outgoing. Can you read that in the record, please?
You think I'm having fun with all this bullshit? I can't drink enough to make it okay.
Amen, Gabby.
And that says
I'm in the same boat.
Yes.
Can't drink enough to make it okay.
In August of 2018, was Mr. Barton recording phone calls between him and Miss Ferris still?
He was.
Judge, the next call I'm going to publish in an hour. All right.
Zach, you let Gabby get away with that comment at 4:37? Wow. You let that one slide, Zach? I'm impressed. Amen, sister.
About it being warm. Turn the air on for y'all.
They say it's hot. Turn that air on.
Don't want y'all to get too comfortable.
At this time, the state's going to publish Collio's 4.
Right.
You get him?
Mr. Fogus would like me to use the LC.
Oh, Zach. Ain't misbehaving. He's saving all of his love for you.
Talk to him.
Gabby. Sorry.
Talk to him.
And
He said he basically told Bobby that he was a much better attorney than him, and it was a scare tactic, and we'll let it go with that.
well, he said, Melody, if they were going to arrest him, they would have done it then. They don't come up and tell somebody they're going to arrest you.
Sometimes.
Which is true. I mean, when you wrap your head around it, that's true. And he said, Melody, they can't arrest him. The TBI is going to have to go. He said, somebody
They said
there
that.
has.
They said that. They said that I would be arrested here, and then they would have to take me, extradite me to Georgia.
Right.
So, like Bobby said, then it hit the news here in Chattanooga and Nashville, and
right.
That's the first thing that's going to happen.
Okay, I don't know whether he told him this, but Manny said that you all need to get any information that proves that you were in town at that time. I said, well, that they had already gotten from a grocery store that you had been at. They had gotten the footage there because they even knew what you bought. He said they need to. He said because we're getting to the 30-day mark now, and he said it's going to roll off. He said you all need to get that footage and anything else that would prove that you were there. Not somebody's word, but a proof that you were in town.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
Do you know of anywhere else that you were besides Food Line?
Well, they've got a list of, Bobby has a list of my credit card statements, baby.
Okay.
He's got a list of where I was at. I wrote down and made up a timeline, per day of where I was, who I talked to, that kind of stuff. That
right.
From Monday to Thursday of that week, and Bobby has that.
Right. Right. Okay. So I didn't know what all he told him, but
I don't know. I don't know what he told him.
I don't know, but I have been right. But I've been upfront.
Fucking dying.
I know you are. So am I. So am I. But he said, Melody, think about this. He said, I know both of you all are freaking out. He said, but Melody, we were in your house. Nothing was glowing. They don't have anything. He said, it's a scare tactic. He said, I've got the report. There's nothing there, Melody. I said, okay.
It working, ain't it, honey?
I haven't seen the report. I don't.
That's all they were talking about was putting luminol on, on things, and that it had been, apparently been cleaned up, like, so I'm thinking, baby, did you get it cleaned up? Is it cleaned up? Then it's like, okay, he's been shot. Where's the gun?
Right. I asked Manny, I said, Manny, do you have a report from the GBI yet that says that he was shot? He said, nope, they're not turning it over. He said, so that makes me think that it's a lie too. He said, remember, they will lie to you. They will lie to me. They will lie to everybody. He said, Melody, and I tell you, there's no gunshot. There's no gunshot.
And you know that.
I know that.
How would you know that,
And
my
he said,
dear, unless you
"Melody,
did it?
they are lying to you." So what pic did they show Bobby any pictures today?
Yeah.
Do you know what that it was of?
It was the ones of the looked like just walls. I mean, all I could tell was walls. I couldn't say, I mean, it was like a picture of a wall, that had shit sprayed on it. I mean, I couldn't. And then there was a picture in like ashes of a bone that had a bullet in it.
Right. And I told him, I said, he said, right. He said, did they leave anything with Bobby? Do you know if they left anything with him?
I have no
Copies
idea.
of anything?
I don't know whether I'm coming, going, or done yet.
I know you don't.
I don't.
Did they show them to you?
What?
Copies of these pictures.
Yes, that's what I said. I saw a picture of a wall, or a couple of pictures of, a wall or walls.
Right.
And the stuff sprayed on, and then had a black light on it and
Okay.
floating.
Okay. I'll chat back. He said that more than like he said, do you know anything about this Bobby Carter? I said, I don't. And he said, do you know if he's trained to look at that to know that what they're showing him is the truth? I said, I don't know that either. He said, Melody, they will also show pictures that have been altered. And they can do that. It's not
Paranoid much?
for them to do that.
Boy, paranoia is hopping in there. Mm-hmm.
Melody, remember, I had my investigators in there. There's nothing in that house. I said, I know that. I do know that. He said, I've got the report. Melody, there's nothing in there. I said, I understand that. He said, okay, then. Of course, he was like, I said, look, I don't do this. This is not my forte. That's why I'm calling you.
Which is exactly what I told them. I was like, y'all, I don't know what the hell this is all about. I've never been in this position before. You're asking me questions about shit I don't know.
Right. Right.
He
said he wanted to know. He said, why did, right. He said, why did he get an attorney? I said, why did he get an attorney? I said, well, his wife was a court reporter and he had lots of friends who were attorneys in town. And I said, he did not talk to them without a lawyer. And he said, okay. That was he was trying to get wrap his head around everything. He said, but first of all, he said, how long did they stay? And I said, about 2 hours. And he said, Melody, I said, look, you can tell me all day long it's a scare tactic. He said, but I'm telling you how that they would have worked. He said, all they're doing is to try to get him to say something. Where are you at now?
I'm sitting in the Planet Fitness parking lot with 9 million other cars.
Okay. When you've been to Martha Jane's house, did you take your truck over there?
Yeah.
See, she told me that she told me this morning, she said, well, I might not should tell you this, that Rusty hasn't been coming in his car. He's going and borrowing somebody else's car to come to my house.
Now, see, that's not true at all. I have driven my truck over there every time.
Well, I knew you had yours over there the other time.
Yeah. I pull right up front of the garage, just like always.
How do you like my monkey?
Oh, well, surely you would have told me that.
What
if
difference
you hadn't
does
been
that
taking
make?
your vehicle. I don't know, because she said you thought that you had been tailed over there, that you had a GPS on your truck, so that was why you weren't bringing your vehicle over there.
No, that's not true at all.
Hopped up on my memories.
No. You know when I've been there. And,
well, I do.
Yeah, so. There was nothing good about me going and checking on Martha.
Well, were they in the same vehicle that they were in the other day?
They all look alike. Yeah, it's one of them dark
Target.
gray, blacked
Right.
out, you know.
Right.
So it's
Well, the other day when they came, last Tuesday when they came, did they go all the way back to Chattanooga and then turn around and come back to Tullahoma?
I don't know.
And Martha Jane told me, she said, well, they got all the way back to Chattanooga, that you had told her that they went all the way back to Chattanooga, thought of another question, and then turned around and came back and asked you that other question.
She's talking to Rusty.
That's right or not. I really don't.
Yeah.
That could have been. I don't remember.
I didn't think that there was enough time that had elapsed for them to drive all the way to Chattanooga and back.
Yeah, me neither.
And I mean, Manny is, I'm interested to see what he's telling Amanda. But of course, Manny is going, because I told him, he said, are your two idiot sons still talking to him? And I said, I don't know, Manny. He said, you know that they've got Scott's phone bugged? And I said, I do. And I said, and we've tried to tell him that. And he said, I'm not going to say that. I mean, he said, but I think that they think that Rusty probably knows something and that they can scare him into telling you. And I said, but Rusty doesn't know anything. He wasn't there. There's nothing to tell.
No, they verified that. I mean, they verified that I wasn't there. The only thing they beat up on me on is those 3 phone calls.
Right. Right. He said, all they're trying to do is scare you all. I said, no shit. Well, they're doing a good job of it.
The whole thing was, did you tell her anything? Did she tell you anything? That basically is it in a nutshell. That,
Right.
at night, those 3
It's
phone
what that they just repeatedly ask you today.
Yep.
Well, he asked me, he said, what were the questions that they asked him? And I said, oh, no, I don't know. I mean, I said that was basically our conversation was, hey, they had come and they had, and he said, did they leave a copy of that with Bobby?
That I don't know.
Well, that I don't know either.
This should be made into a movie.
So that was what he said. They're trying to scare him. So I don't know what all he told Bobby about you not talking to him anymore or anything like that. He said, because the thing of it is he said, how long has he talked to him? And each time I said, oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, he said they've got somebody who's talking to him and he's the only one that's talking. That's why they're coming back and talking to him. He said, because not any of us are talking to him.
Well, like I told them, I don't have nothing to hide.
Right.
I wasn't there. I didn't have nothing.
I was saluting you, Gabby.
What happened? I talked.
You're the boss of the boss.
3 times. I talked to her that night. We just talked. It was just normal shit. How did she have all that going on, doing all that, and all y'all are talking about is the horses and that kind of shit.
Hell
Because there
no.
was nothing going on.
But then again,
Because there was nothing going on.
I didn't tell her nothing. She didn't tell me nothing.
yeah. Dinner.
Yeah, because there was nothing
That's
going
hungry.
My fucking eyeballs are running that plumb out on the stem, baby.
on. I know it. I know. I know you were scared to death, and so am I.
Like I told Bobby. But Bobby.
She knows that camera there and she's very uncomfortable. I'm a military brat, so I got that down good. We used to have to stand for
Maybe there's
punishment.
nothing in the house. telling you, there's nothing in that house. Manny took his investigator through that. We went through that entire house. There's nothing in that house. Nothing. I can assure you, there's nothing in that house. And here's the thing of it is, there was no gun. There was no gun.
There was no gun because she took it from Rusty's stepmama.
Because there was no gun there.
Did they get that testimony in? Does anybody know?
Everything. I mean, the whole, blood, whatever.
Because there was none. The two pictures that he says that they have, which they had them marked on the wall. I mean, you could see where that they sprayed everything. Technically, there was 3 pictures. There was one right inside my front door because they had tape up, and you could see where that they had sprayed the wall. And it was like little sticky notes with like little numbers on it.
It's a live vest.
The marks are still there on the wall. I mean, they're very blatant. You could tell it's where somebody, like a dog, has come through and shook. I mean, they're tiny. I mean, we're talking the size of a lead of pencil.
The dog could have got it when it got in contact with him after she shot him.
It hadn't been for the tape on the wall. I mean,
And then he came in and shook. I don't know.
And you could see the stuff that they sprayed on the wall, to eliminate, quote, blood. Manny's guy came in. There's nothing there. They sprayed right up inside the basement door that comes up into my dining room. They sprayed that table. They sprayed the floor. They sprayed the door. They sprayed that. There's a piece that comes out. It's like a built-in cabinet and stuff there. They sprayed all that. They sprayed the floor. There was nothing on there. Nothing. Then they sprayed downstairs in the basement. There's a wall that separates, that kind of goes down there, that where you go around and go down the hall to the bedroom and the bathroom and all that kind of stuff. And then there's it's like where the stairwell goes down. They sprayed that entire wall. They sprayed the bar top, and they sprayed the floor.
Because they found one and told him
nothing illuminated.
They found the bullet.
But that's what they're talking about. That's the 3 places that they're talking about.
The detective told him.
And there was nothing on it because we were in there on Sunday. There was nothing there.
He was supposedly playing both sides of the fence to try to get information from her to satisfy his curiosity.
Was there anything in the 3 phone conversations about any of that? You and I, that night that they're talking about, that July the 3rd, that we talked 3 times, which to them was so out of the ordinary.
No.
What did we talk about?
We talked about fucking.
Which is our normal conversation.
Which is our normal conversation.
And I'm
ready
ready to get back to it.
Sometimes you have to listen between the lines and what's not said.
I was going to Lake Lanier the next day, and you were going up to the lake with Andrea. That's all we talked about.
Jesus is walking out. He's a reporter.
That's all we talked about.
Where are you?
But I honestly, in my gut feeling, I think that you are the only one that they've been able to, quote, talk to. They're not talking to anybody else, as far as I know. I mean, they could be talking to Kristen Scott every damn day, for all I know. But that's what I'm thinking, is that you are the only one that they're talking to, and they're trying to scare you into saying, hey, she did it. I mean, that's what Manny said. Do you trust him? I said, I trust him with my life. He said, then okay. He said, then.
Baby, do you know who did it? Who killed
No, I do not. No.
I mean, somebody killed him.
They illuminated almost the entire main floor, the bathrooms. Yeah, it was all over. And they found stuff.
Brad said today, he said, Melody, Amanda and I on our way to go get pizza and coming home from getting pizza last night. She said, you know, we did it as outside person looking in, you know. He said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Scott did it. He said, but there's too many peculiarities when it comes to Scott. There's too many. But Manny's right. You're the only one that's talking to him still. So I don't know whether he told Bobby not for you all not to talk to them anymore.
I haven't talked back to Bobby yet.
I had wondered.
Maybe do you think if Scott did it, that would you have not heard it? Known it? I mean,
okay, let me tell you this, and you tell me whether this is correct or not. Back some time ago, we had a goat that had to be put down. She had given birth. I had worked and worked and worked with her, and I finally got the little baby delivered, and of course it was stillborn. Well, she never really quit bleeding, and you know, whatever. And she was, I mean, you know,
It's human DNA, not goat.
And he told me he was going to put her down. And I said, oh, let me leave. Let me, before you do that. I don't want to be here when you do that. Well, later on, he came over there and he said, well, I'm fixing to do away with that goat. And I said, you didn't put her down. He said, I walked up and put the gun right up to her. He said, in that way, there is no noise. True or not true?
I have no idea. I have never done that. So I don't know.
Well, we're not going to Google it.
No. No, I have never done that.
So that's what makes me wonder. Of course, now, on the flip side to that, there was enough fireworks and stuff going off that night into, well after midnight. And probably they were still going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. People shooting fireworks and stuff. Now, if I'm
Rusty doesn't have a mom. It's a stepmother.
The upstairs bathroom.
His mother's now. Well,
you can't hear anything.
Not anymore.
Well, do you know where you were
She-
when you talked to me?
She is working too hard to come up with reasons, explanations, and backstory. She's fact checking too much, for my opinion.
Upstairs.
It sounds like a guilty person to me.
I know where I was at.
Right. No, because I had taken the sheets off of Ellen Addie's, the big bed up there, because when Emily and Amanda and them, when Emily and Chris and Olivia had been there.
Adair, I don't
went
think she's
upstairs and
testified,
saw
has she?
So, and
I
had
played the
put
recording,
bed back,
but not before the jury.
and I had gone up there and had stripped off the sheets and had put clean sheet. I was putting clean sheets and stuff on the bed up there. Of course, I was nasty from being outside, all day working and stuff. I had, took a bath up there. I vacuumed upstairs.
It's 6 o'clock their time.
Of course, Manny still believes that there is no gunshot. He thinks that that's all coming from the fact that Scott told him there was a missing gun. Which Manny wanted to know. He said, have they asked in any of this time to see any of your guns?
Mm-hmm.
No.
They will. Sorry.
I just asked if I knew that all my guns were in place, and I said, yes, they are. And they are. I checked every one of them.
He said if they had thought that there was a gunshot, he said they would be taking his guns and at least looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, they're doing a good job of scaring the shit out of us.
I can't even fucking breathe.
Well,
I kind of feel for this guy.
Good day to have your heart checked, isn't it?
Seriously. Hell, I think we're having ours checked on how did they end it? I'm asking all these questions so when I talk to Manny again that I can tell him what did they, Did they just get up and walk out? What did they do?
See, she's getting her memories from other people.
They said they would see me soon.
How were they dressed today?
That's not an independent memory.
Polo shirts.
And she can't testify because it's hearsay. She's going to testify, by the way.
Same two guys.
Okay. Well, I didn't know whether they would have on.
Oh, Gabby, I'll fill you in.
Last time they had them.
The man on the phone is her ex-boyfriend. And she cheated on her husband for a couple of years, driving back and forth to Tennessee, helping him with his ailing mother, her ailing mother. They hooked up. And they were dating during the time that she supposedly is charged for shooting and then burning her husband in the burn pile after he deceased from the gunshot wound. Hopefully after. And so we're listening to phone calls between her and the ex-boyfriend because they're not together anymore. And there's her ex-husband was 6'5", 300 pounds. She's like 5'2", 5'5", something like that. She's tiny. And the tractor that you may hear mentioned normally is kept in one specific location. That day when they came to the crime scene, it was in a different location. And one time she says she drove it that day, then she says she didn't. So that kind of catches you up. Oh, 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls. One boy lived on the ranch after coming back from serving time in the Middle East in the military. He became a ranch hand, basically. Father paid all the bills. He lived in an apartment above the garage, paid his phone bill, and gave his son the credit card sometimes to use. He'd go golfing. This woman had everything to the nine, the most expensive of everything. He had another son and 2 daughters that also the father helped out, and she's tired of the kids taking money because she wants to go blow it. This is a whodunit.
They had on suits. These were polo. Oh yeah, they had like an embroidered badge, I guess, on their polo shirts.
Right. But like I said, Melody.
More twist in this.
Not how they do things. I said, Manny, I'm not used to doing this.
And she's got 2 granddaughters that are kind of involved because they were there the day they found their grandpa. Grandpa was found in the burn pile.
I said, oh, there is no calm in this, Manny. I said, but he said before when they went up there, did they tell him that
When you're in that boat, you never knew what you're going to do.
Set up to meet at the lawyer's office. He said, this time they just showed up out of the blue, and I said, it's my understanding that they did. He said, but they went to his lawyer's office first. I said, yeah. Is that correct?
To me, all this just doesn't, it doesn't seem, I understand a scare tactic, but it doesn't seem right for them to lie about all of this stuff. I mean, why would they have,
This to me is more interesting than the Sarah Boone, honestly.
up on the wall and it had been cleaned up and there was blood there and say that, there was here's a picture of a rib with a bullet in it, that he'd been shot. I mean, I don't,
There you go, Ronnie.
I don't understand.
Right. Well, he said that, well, of course, now LeBron, of course, he used to be a cop, and of course, now he's been, he's an investigator, for whatever. And he said, first of all, Melody, he said, I can tell you that according to the pictures, that, you're not going to have all other bones gone and a rib there with a gunshot wound in it. It ain't going to happen.
They weren't all gone. You have part of his feet, you have part of his hands, you had some ribs, you had part of a pelvis, you had part of the hip, and you had a good chunk of the skull. That fire was hot and burned a long time.
In the rib. He said it's not going to happen. And he said, I could understand if it was in a hip or if it was in like a big, he said the Melody, there was nothing left of any of.
A bullet will stick into any bone it comes in contact with. By the way, for those who don't know, I'm Ada, volunteer firefighter, chaplain, first responder.
Could you see a rib bone with
I know my
plug
stuff.
in it?
I could see a bone with it. I couldn't tell.
The bone was slightly bent like a rib, and it was stuck in it.
Let me think about the picture.
My brain is fried. What's the Sandra Birchmore about? I'm fried.
So a rib bone would have been the curved bone. So
It was.
That's what it looked like.
See, even I can tell you from when being down there at that burn pile, there was nothing like that left.
I don't know.
Now,
I wasn't
you would have
there.
been right. No, you weren't there.
Oh, that one.
The thing about that is
Oh, yeah.
like
That's
you
corrupt
said,
as hell.
You don't even know. They're taking him
Duh.
pictures and showing.
Canton. Corrupt as hell.
They could have taken a picture of anything and to be showing him. I mean,
Definitely unalived.
And he said,
Yep.
there's
It clicked.
that have been doing this way too long. He said, I know what they're doing. He said,
Some people need to fry for that.
They're going to arrest him. They're not going to show up and tell him they're going to. They would have done it. They would have already had all that in place. They would have already had, but that was what he said. He said, why does he have a lawyer? And I said, well, small town, He said, I understand,
Well, I guess my only thought is, what if that is what they have? What if they do have that? What does that mean for us? I mean,
right. Well, that's the thing is I understand. I know you're scared shitless, and so am I, darling. So am I. But I know that there was no fight in a house. There was no struggle in a house. There's nothing there. That's the one thing in the world that I'm positive about. Which, I mean, when
She looks like she wants to get sick. Oh, she's sleepy.
I know. But one thing about it is that I trust Manny in the fact that I hope he knows what he's talking about. I mean, I really and truly think that I think he does.
So, who found the remains? That's what they call them. Who found the remains?
Scott did.
And did you get in the burn pile?
No,
Did anybody get in the burn
Didn't.
pile?
only Scott.
Did he poke around in it?
He did.
Did he handle stuff?
Yes, he did.
And they didn't crawl his ass for that?
Find that weird? Crawl his ass for that? They did not. Or no, I don't think that they did. I don't know it if they did. But even the paramedics that arrived at first
you did
on the,
go, I mean, when he found it, you did go to the burn pile, so you saw there wasn't nothing or not much or what? I mean, was there
me
probably
and
like
Amanda,
something else?
right, me and Amanda and Chris and Scott and Cameron and Addison were all around that burn pile. Every one of us.
Okay.
And I mean, we'd all been standing there. I mean, even me and Amanda and Scott had been picking up wood and chunking it back into the burn pile. I mean, you know, because it was all still smoldering, you know, throwing it back into the burn pile. And then Scott goes over, starts digging through there, picks up what, and I know that this is graphic and whatever, but you need to know it. He picked up what he said was Gary's face. Picked it up, looked at it, and put it back down in there. And dug around to the rest of the pieces and stuff. Picked it up, turned it over, took a stick, dug around in the burn pile, everything. And then starts freaking out that that's what it was.
Wow.
Yeah. So see, you've got, okay, let me tell you this. Let me walk
That
you
may
through
be
what all
wise.
happened. When Amanda got there that morning, I walked out
Day.
and sat
It
down
was
on the
a
front
good
porch, and we were discussing what we're going to do that day, where they're going to go get something to eat there, what we're going to do. She wanted to go up to the outlets because Cameron was wanting a new backpack and going up there to do that. And Addison said, yeah, that was what she wanted to do, you know. And then they said, well, they wanted to go ride on the RTV. And they said something about Big Daddy and couldn't find him, that they had looked for him that morning. Well, then about that time, Scott comes walking up on the sidewalk to the front porch and said, you know, and Amanda's sitting on the steps, and I don't know, I was in one of the rocking chairs. And Scott comes up and I said, have you seen your daddy? And he said, no. And I said, so he's not over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, well, the girls were looking for him and we can't find him. His immediate response was, there's a gun missing. And he jumps up and runs through goes in the house. And I didn't realize what I was like, what? What are you, you know, what gun? What, you know, and Amanda's like going, what's he doing? What's he even talking about? You know, still there was no panic with any of us except for Scott. So Scott heads down to the basement, and then Scott comes back out and gets in his truck and heads back over to the barn. Well, me and Amanda go in the house, and we looked through the house and walked out, and Scott comes back at some point. I don't know who got on the RTV, but anyway.
I suspect that may not be an accurate statement, my dear.
Through the house and whatever, and then out through the basement door. And we walked out to the edge of the woods and down by the pond and just, you know, still, nobody's in a panic. Nobody's in a whatever. She called his cell phone. It immediately went to voicemail. she sent him an email message on both of his emails, on his personal email and on his company email. And she said that and said, hey, look, we're looking for you, whatever. Still, nobody's in a panic. Nobody's in, whatever, except for Scott. Well, then Chris comes up, and I'm going to get my two girls before the shit. He said, I'm going to get my daughter and leave here before the shit hits the fan. What shit's going to hit the fan, Scott, Chris?
Arguing and fighting.
And I'm getting out of here. So that makes me lead to think that he has talked to Scott. So he's already on his way to get out of something and get out of there. I said, I didn't think your dad, and I remember asking her, I didn't think your daddy was coming to get you until, this afternoon. He said, I don't know. He said, he's being Chris. He's just flipping out about stuff. So then Scott comes over on the RTV, and Amanda she said, I'm going to go back. She said, I'm going over to the barn and look to see what, so she's supposed, I don't know how she got there. I don't know whether she went across the dam or whether she walked the driveway. Don't know. But anyway, I hopped on the RTV with Scott. We rode back over to the shed over there, and he pointed out that the tractor was not in his proper
Gabby,
spot.
it's an understatement. He loves the fishes. See him kissing on them all the time?
Well, the tractor's not in the right spot. Well, I didn't put the tractor there, Scott.
Love's an understatement, my dear.
From there, then we rode up the driveway onto the road of the property so that you can look down on the property from up there. We rode up there and turned around and came back. And then I'm not trying to think how that we did, but anyway, all of it, me and Amanda and Scott were over there at that burn pile when he started pilfering through it. And Amanda started walking off back to the house. And that's when he told me, that's human remains in that burn pile. I've seen him 100 times. And I'm calling 911. But he's walking away from me as he's saying that. And me going, what are you saying? Well, Amanda heard it more than I did because he was walking toward Amanda. Well, he called 911. He would not let any of us hear him when he called 911. And he went and met them at the front of the driveway, down by the driveway and the road, at the entrance to the property, and stopped them and talked to them for what seemed like an eternity. And then he rode in the paramedics truck up to there. Well, they get out, and they had, of course, they said it was protocol. They got out with a defibrillator and a backboard and, another bag and, that kind of stuff. And he told me and Amanda, you two do not go down there. I said, you're not going to stop me from going anywhere on my property. So me and the paramedics and Scott walked back to the burn pile. And once again, he reached down and picked it up and showed it to him. And then laid it back down. So then they radioed in something, and about that time,
I bet they did.
Of course, they're only 3 miles from my house, so it didn't take long to get there. They radioed back, somebody, and the sheriff got there. And from that, then I'm the one who actually talked to Detective Hayes first, and he kind of got, from me, okay, what shook down today? What was the thing of today? And I told him just what that I told you. He wanted to know about Gary's medications, where they were, anything that I had on his medical history. I went in there and got that. It was in Gary's office, in a file folder. I went and got him what I had, and he did not take it. I mean, I have since found it, and they did not take that. It was still there. They did take his medication, and they took his wallet.
I know YouTube's been crazy lately, Gabby. I apologize.
And then the next time that I really talked to any of them was that night when me and Amanda and Chad and Scott went down to the free home, which I guess it's a police station. It's not really a police station. It's like a conference room and, you know, computers and stuff. It's not a real police station. And we went down there and they asked the same thing what that they had asked me that day. Hey, go through today, go through yesterday, go through, you know, this morning. And I told him the exact same thing all over again. And he said, well, you're telling the exact same thing because it's the truth. That's what happened. So then at 1:15, they said, well, what would you say if we told you that there was a gunshot wound to a rib? I just sat there and looked at him. And he said, well, who's going to go out there and tell your children? Me or you? And I said, well, I'm not going to go out there and tell them that because I don't know that it's fact. I'm going by what you're telling me. And they had already told.
Then there's that.
In the midst of all of it, had already told me they will know nothing until they take the remains down to GBI headquarters. You will know nothing. So that stuck in my brain that when he was telling me that, I said, look, you're just telling me that, you know. I don't know that for a fact. Oh, so you know that there wasn't, I don't know anything. That's what I told him. I don't know anything. Well, your son says that there's a gun missing. Okay. Nobody seems to know anything about this gun thing.
Guys.
I said, he is a gun freak.
We still have 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we're going to zoom through the phone call. She's saying the same thing.
It was not functioning.
Yes.
Okay, so was it recording anything?
I have asked to talk to you.
We're going to get to the end of the phone call because it's kind of repetitive.
I need to talk to you.
Well, when I can sit down face to face and talk to you, I will.
See, the problem is, guys, when you talk on a prison phone or any phone, assume it's recording.
I love you. Good night.
I love you too.
Assume it is recording.
Sergeant Hayes, you mentioned, well, there's been mention of a security system at the house and that was collected.
Yes.
Was that ever extracted, the data within it extracted?
It was.
There was statements from family members that it was not functioning. Was that confirmed when the data was extracted? In 2018, it was not functioning.
Yes.
Okay, so was it recording anything in 2018?
No.
How convenient.
When it was extracted, was footage able to be extracted from that machine?
Yes.
The DVR.
That's correct.
But nothing from 2018, right?
Correct.
At this time, state moves to tender Hayes 51, 52, and 53.
No objection.
All right, then move.
I'm publishing Hayes 53. Before I play this, do you know what we're looking at here, Sergeant?
It's a video camera view of the front porch of the residence.
What is the date up in the corner?
4/15/2017.
Was there anything beyond 2017?
By the way, they had a beautiful house, y'all.
This is
Beautiful.
2155 for selling.
It is.
Do you know who that is?
That's Gary Ferris.
Oh, the deceased. What, mine? What do you mean, mine? I don't.
State's now publishing Hayes 51. Is this that same angle from Hayes 53?
It is.
Does it appear to have night vision on
It
in
does.
this video?
Yes.
What is the title there down at the bottom?
Front door.
Who is that?
Melody Ferris.
Oh, she had longer hair then, a little tinier.
States Publishing, Hayes 52. Does this appear to be the same angle that the two previous clips are from?
Yes.
And what's the date on the top left corner?
April 30th, 2017.
Who's that just walked out the front door?
That's Melody Ferris.
Who's approaching from the sidewalk?
Scott Ferris.
He was the one that lived on the property and was taking care of the property, all the groundwork, feeding the animals, caring for all the buildings, everything. And she was pissed that his father was paying for things. You couldn't hire a ranch hand for the price they got away with Scott. Okay.
You heard the recordings of Miss Ferris and Mr. Barton that we just played prior to lunch, correct?
Yes.
Now, when she was talking to you and Sergeant Kuykendall, it was actually Melody who pointed out Mr. Ferris's remains to Scott.
That's correct.
And in the beginning of that interview, you were asking her about Scott Ferris and Chris Ferris.
Correct.
And basically, she was telling you he wasn't going to cut his gravy train off in reference to the boys.
Correct.
And the gravy train is who?
Gary Ferris.
Thank you, Sergeant. That's all I have for you.
What's that? I don't,
Go as long as you intend to, and if when we get past 5:15 or so, come to a logical conclusion. Unless you think we can wrap up by 5:30. I don't know. I'm not anticipating that it's gonna happen. Just
You never know. You never know. We're all pretty tired. All right.
I have an hour.
I don't think I need to.
I'm going to take a comfort break. Be right back.
Now for 2.5 weeks. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the beginning of your involvement in this case.
Okay.
And so that was roughly 1:30 on the 5th, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly. And what were you doing earlier in the day?
Just a normal day at the office. We just finished lunch. We usually went to lunch around 11:30. So.
What did the call sound like? I mean, you gave a little bit of a rendition, but what did you think you were coming up on?
Coming up to an accident that someone had a medical episode and fallen into a brush fire.
And did you and Kuykendall typically work together back then?
Yes.
So, like every case, would you have called yourselves partners? Because I think you said you guys were not partners.
We would help each other. So we were the two people in the day shift, what we called the person's unit. It was just me and him. That was it. So if we needed help and the other wasn't busy, our desks were next to. I think I sat in front of him. He was right behind me. So.
Okay. But you weren't his boss.
Correct.
Okay. But you were, in this case, Hans looked at you and said, "You're going to do this one."
Correct.
You're the lead.
Correct.
How quickly was that from the time you responded? Was Hans already there?
Yeah, it happened on scene. Kuykendall and I had shown up. We called back to the office and said, "This is not, this is more than what we thought it was. It appears to be more than what we thought it was." And that's when more people started coming.
So you and Hans were there, or you were there before basically all of Cherokee County got there. Y'all were some of the first responding from Cherokee SO.
Uniform patrols on scene of the Free Home Precinct. They're the local responders. We were coming all the way from Woodstock. That's where our office is, the Criminal Investigation Office. So we were the first members of Criminal Investigations that arrived on scene.
Okay. Why do you pick you to be the lead?
I don't know.
what was the normal way of assigning cases back then?
If it was a case that Uniform Patrol had taken a report on and CID response wasn't required, Sergeant Hands, Detective Cockendall, or myself, we would come in every morning and we would review cases, decide which cases to screen, and that means those don't have enough solvability factors. You know, we're not going to work it. So we screen those. We kind of get those off the list, and then you go through the list and decide what can be worked, what needs to be prioritized, and things along those lines. If it's an active scene, you know, we respond, and a supervisor makes a decision on the scene.
So you guys get there, you're assigned, but you'd already been down to the burn pile.
Yes.
Right. And what did you tell? You're the one that called and said, "Look, we think this is more than simply an accident."
I don't remember if I called him or Cockendall. I believe Cockendall probably called back to the South Annex.
He's the one that said this is more than an accident. Cockendall.
We both looked at it and we're like, well, this is not what we expected to see when we got here. So we need more eyes on scene. We need to let our supervisors know.
Right. What training at that point, which I know now, obviously since this case, you probably learned a lot about this kind of stuff. But at that point, what training did you have in bodies being destroyed by fire?
Early in my criminal investigations career, I did help with it was a murder-suicide where the defendant, or the suspect, there was no defendant, burned the house down on top of the family. So I had responded to that scene. I had seen bodies that had been burned up in a fire. As far as formal training, actually being taught in a class, I don't think I had any at the time. Correct.
Just in the field, you had that one case, and then this case came along.
Correct.
And now you have more formal training than probably you ever could have imagined.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you then tell me about you kind of parsing apart the people that you saw. Who did you see first? The first person that you spoke to that day in the family.
I walked up, and you know, most of the family that was there was hanging out in the driveway area. I saw them, didn't know who they were at first. Walked past them, you know, to go talk to my law enforcement partners that were on the scene to figure out.
Pinion was there.
Kind of size. He wasn't there yet.
Okay.
So at the time, Pinion was my captain, so he was the highest ranking. He was the CID commander, so he would have been doing whatever he was doing. He may have been at the office. I don't recall. But you know, you follow the chain of command. We would call back. Our direct supervisor was Sergeant Hands. We told him what we had. Then he would make his notifications above him.
And above him was Pinion?
Ultimately, above him was Pinion, but between him and Pinion would have been Lieutenant Clark.
Lieutenant who?
Clark, Darryl Clark.
All right. Was he on scene?
At some point, yes, he came out there.
Okay. Now, did Pinion came? He did come out.
He did.
All right. And did Pinion talk to Scott before Cockendall did?
I don't know.
From the reports. I mean, because you're the head guy on this case, right? Yeah. I mean, you've been sitting here for the whole time, and we're going to talk a lot about every aspect of this. And I'm going to do everything I can. I don't think I'm going to get this finished by 5:30 today, but I'm going to try. But you ultimately, the buck stops with you, correct?
Not necessarily. I was named the lead detective, which in my eyes meant, you know, I hate to call it fun, but when the crime scene, when everything's over and all the work on the back end happens, the search warrants and all that, I'm the guy that gets to sit on the stand and talk about it all at the end, basically. So on the scene, there was multiple lieutenants, multiple sergeants, a captain, you know, all them. They outrank me. So even though I'm lead detective, if I say I think we need to do this and they say otherwise, I have to do what they tell me.
And that's kind of what's come across, I think, to the jury is really nobody can put their finger on who's really in charge of this investigation. Would you say that's fair?
I can see how it would come across that way. Yes.
Okay. All right. So how did it get decided that you would go spend, which obviously you didn't know how long you were going to talk to Melody, because it was within 30 minutes of you arriving that you sat down on the porch and talked to her. Mm-hmm. How did you and Cockendall say, well, I'll talk to Melody, you talk to Scott?
I don't recall exactly how the decision was made. It would have been between Detective Cockendall and I, or Sergeant Hands, of, you know, you go talk to this person, you go talk to this person. You know, obviously Melody and Scott were the people who lived on the property, so I believe that's why they were chosen to speak with them first.
Okay. So when was the first time, which the jury has heard your whole recording, which I mean, there's, you know, hours obviously of these recordings with Melody, but when did you and
Gabby, I hope you come back and join us. We'd love to have you.
And you got done with Melody.
You are welcome here.
Exactly when. It would have been
You'll find we are all more alike than you realize. Once again, thank you for everything.
Information about the gun that Scott was saying was missing.
So you said more information. Prior to that, any of the on-scene witnesses said, this guy, Scott Ferris, says there's a gun missing?
I think Scott was telling the initial arriving officers as they were getting there.
So you'd already heard that?
Yes.
Before you sat down and talked to Melody?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I don't think you brought any of that up with her in the first interview, right?
I don't recall if I did. I don't think I did.
So let's go back to Cockendall. So Cockendall, he kind of goes in, gets him in the car, talks to him. Jury's heard that, or at least his rendition of that and Scott's rendition of that. But what did he tell you, Cockendall?
Just a brief overview of I don't remember his exact words of what Scott had told him. He would have told me what he felt was important from his conversation that I should know, is the best way I can put it. So definitely, I recall learning more about this missing gun, like what piece of furniture, the story about it being a couple weeks prior when he was down there about with a cable guy looking for the remote.
I'm going to ask you this. I mean, did it not seem a little weird? I mean, you showed up, there's a body that's burned to the point of not being recognizable. Don't really necessarily know who it is at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've got Scott Ferris over here talking about a bullet or a gun.
Correct.
Okay. Did you not think that was kind of odd?
It caught me by surprise. Yeah, I mean, it caught my attention.
Like no evidence in the house has been found yet of, which by the way, when did you guys get the search warrant?
I don't believe I was on scene. I did not author the first couple of search warrants. It was later that evening. I believe it was after the first bullet was found.
The
In
search
rib
warrants?
cage.
What's that now?
I believe it was after the first bullet was found in the rib cage. Would have been the search warrant to get inside the house.
Okay. So you guys weren't searching the house before the bullet was found?
Not inside the house that I recall.
Because wasn't the bullet found? I mean, we're talking about towards midnight, and Detective Kuykendall had already been in the house, and he'd been on the floor, and he'd found the bullet while you were talking to Melody at one point at the precinct.
So we're talking about two different bullets. The bullet I was referring to was the one found in the rib bone that was out in the fire pit. That was found in the evening. Because I know I interviewed Melody the second time at about 9:30 at the Freeholm precinct, and I had discovered that prior to that.
They also had a bullet that was found on the floor in the man
That's
cave.
your testimony.
Yes.
Expended bullet.
But you were made aware of the
Compacted.
bullet in the rib cage while you were talking to Melody at the 9:30, or what time?
No, it was before that.
Okay.
That was the reason for the second interview. We had new information that we needed to,
Right. Just trying to get our bullets right. Which one you knew about first?
The rib cage.
Rib cage bullet. All right.
Yes.
But let's go back to, when did you leave
Hey,
the
Wendy
scene
Joe.
at Purcell Lake?
As in to go to Freeholm to interview Melody?
Yeah.
It would have been a little before meeting her there.
Okay.
We were on the scene when we discussed going there to be interviewed, but she was still hanging out in the driveway.
Okay. Was the sun still up?
Was the sun still up?
Yeah, that's just a good way to tell me it's summertime.
Yeah, I don't recall if the sun was still up or not. It was around that dusk, getting around that dusk time based off the time of my interview with her.
So y'all agreed to go over, and you've explained all that to the jury, but where was Kuykendall at that time?
I don't know.
Hello, Wendy Joe.
Going in the house?
I'm assuming.
That's when you found the bullet?
At some point, yes.
You've been sitting here. This is very unique that well, it is and it isn't, but you're the only witness that has sat here throughout this entire investigation, because there's an exception that allows you to do that.
Yes.
As you've seen more and more and more of the on-scene investigation, you would agree with me that that did not go according to plan.
I don't know what the initial plan was, so I don't know if it went according to plan or not.
Well, you're not a crime scene expert. That's not what you do.
That's correct.
But you knew that these guys, I mean, as we've all been sitting here learning throughout this case, that you've got crime scene supplements detectives supplement crime scene, and they all kind of have to work together towards one goal, right?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that almost immediately, this crime scene kind of devolved into chaos.
I wouldn't call it chaos. It was definitely expansive. It was more than we typically handle.
Sure. And you had, I believe, Detective Kuykendall. Were you there when he was dispatched to go stand at the tractor?
I would have been on scene. I don't recall hearing it or seeing it done.
Right. Is it not unusual for a detective who's supposed to be talking to witnesses that all of a sudden this detective, he's going to go over here and stand watch next to a tractor?
Unusual?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, at the time, I don't know exactly how many people were on scene or who directed him to do it, but I wouldn't say it would be unusual. I've stood and held crime scenes if I wasn't the lead detective multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
But he's already interviewed Scott. And then you guys in that afternoon were interviewing Chris. Emily shows up, Amanda, Melody, all these people. And somebody thought it was a good idea for Detective Kuykendall to go stand next to a tractor.
I'm assuming so.
Okay, who was that?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
I mean, at one point, and I have to think, again, we've all been on this case for years. But sometimes I think, what was Hayes thinking at this moment? If I look over and if Michael Ray is over here trying to guard a tractor and we're in the middle of a very serious trial, I would be kind of angry about that. Were you? When you realized your partner is essentially standing next to a tractor?
No. I had multiple detectives and investigators on scene that day that were doing different things. So I don't even think like I told you, I don't even think I noticed him missing. I assumed he was out doing whatever he was told.
Okay. By somebody else, and we don't know who that was.
The captain could have told him to do it.
What's that?
I don't know who it was.
Right.
Who told
And that's fine. And
Higher up could have told him to
You
do
don't
it.
know? You don't know.
And he would.
When did you?
Hello, Britt. We missed you today. Mm-hmm.
I don't recall. It may have been that next morning.
Is that when you found the shirt?
No, I found the shirt on Saturday or Sunday? I don't recall
Don't
exactly the
recall?
day. No.
Okay.
It was, we were closing down what we call.
I
closing
know,
down the
right?
circuit. We were getting ready to finish the house.
All right, so I'll come back. So you didn't find the shirt that day, so I'm going to come back to the shirt. I've actually got the shirt pulled. Going to have that ready for the jury to see and the shoes. But was that the first time you went in the house?
Was that the first
Like
time?
Saturday, Sunday?
No, that would not have been the first time. No.
Would it have been Friday, or did you go into the house at all Thursday?
I believe it would have been Friday.
Okay. So after all these interviews,
Well,
with Melody,
wonderful, love.
it's after that
Work is
that
good.
you went into the house for the first time.
I believe so, yes.
Because all your interviews with Melody Ferris were completed by lunch on Friday, right?
Yes.
That would be the 6th.
Correct.
Friday the 6th. We're done. There's never another interview. That's it.
Right.
Okay. All right. So going back to the crime scene itself. When did you begin to actually learn what they were finding on the crime scene or not finding?
Throughout the case, you could hear the interviews that we played.
Sound like you're getting phone calls and texts.
Phone calls, text messages. Hey, step out. Stuff like that.
I mean, that's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're over here trying to do your job, and you're trying to interview a witness, and somebody's constantly distracting you.
Yes.
And it seemed like it was different people.
At times.
All right. What are you supposed to do in that situation, Hayes?
What am I supposed to do?
Right. What do you do when you're getting all this conflicting information? How do you parse through that?
Deal with it as it comes the best I can. You heard my phone going off in an interview at times. I'd ignore stuff, and then the phone would keep ringing, and I'd step out and answer. And some of it was, hey, what is she saying? Is there anything else we need? Asking for information from me based off of what I'm doing. Other was passing information along to me.
Okay. And that was information about what? What was the primary bit of information that was being passed along to you while you were interviewing Melody Ferris?
Which time?
The first time.
The first interview?
The first interview.
I don't recall being interrupted too many times in the first interview. We were on scene. We had just initially gotten there. I think most of the text messages, I say at the end of the interview, my sergeant was asking me to come down there.
Don't make me give you that side eye.
Which sergeant was that?
It would have been Sergeant Hands. He was
Okay.
my sergeant.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot where I was.
This is better than
He
Boone.
likely, I said in my interview, there goes a crime scene truck. They just arrived, stuff like that. So,
By the way, where's that crime scene? Did it just drive back there all the way down?
its initial response, I don't recall. At some point, it was back down in the backyard, I'd say halfway between the back of the house and the burn pile. So their equipment was close.
Did it drive kind of through the grass there? Back on you guys are sitting, and let me pull this up instead of us sitting here and talking about where you may have been.
We have a photo or video. We have exhibity.
Were y'all sitting on this porch?
The bottom patio on the concrete?
So below that?
Below that porch, yes. Outside of, I believe it was Gary's office door.
So down here?
Correct.
Okay. See if I can find a better photo of that. Behind these trees is where you guys would have sat?
Yes, near the back.
Right there.
There you go. Yep.
Were you in the swing or was Melody?
Melody was in swing.
All right. So did the crime scene truck drive down through the grass right here?
No.
Where did it drive?
It went down the driveway. When you hear me in my interview say there's a crime scene truck,
Okay.
I heard something coming, turned around and looked, it was coming down the driveway. I believe it may have made a wrong turn and went up towards the
Chicken
barn.
coops?
No, towards the barn and people were kind of waving it to come back to the house. But after it got in the driveway, I don't know because I continued to interview Melody.
Okay. Did you ever see it drive down to the burn pile itself?
I did not see it drop down there.
Did you ever go back down to the burn pile after your interview with Melody?
I did.
Right. What was going on down there?
Crime scene was there. Phone calls were being made because, again, it's an expensive scene. I think our crime scene unit looked at it and realized, well, we've never handled anything like this either. We didn't get an expert or someone that knows more of what they're doing on the phone.
Do you know if Shaw was already on the scene at that point?
I don't recall if he came with a crime scene truck or drove separate. I don't. A lot of people showed up during my interview with Melody. When I compare from when I was told to go interview her, interviewed her for a little over an hour, and then came back, there was a lot more people on scene.
Okay. But Shaw, do you know that he was on scene yet by that point?
I don't recall exactly when he arrived. I believe he was. He was one of the first responding crime scene supervisor, so he'd be out there to size it up.
So that's kind of leading into my next question. So he gets assigned to be crime scene supervisor, and you are detective, right?
Correct.
So how much were you two communicating?
Throughout the night, periodically.
Okay. Can you remember and explain that to the jury?
you know, and again, I was fortunate enough to get to hear him testify. And I know what he did. His knowledge was around the burn pile. So he's the crime scene unit supervisor on a regular day. He's a sergeant, so everything kind of went through him. But on this day, he was over the burn pile area. So any information he would relate to me would have came from that burn pile area. How he assigned his unit, his people to different areas of the house, or who was supervising them, or who was in charge of what, I can't answer.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever that afternoon walk over to the barn?
On the afternoon of the 5th.
Thursday the 5th.
I don't recall if it was on the 5th. I know I walked over there. And it was daytime. It was hot.
The first day you guys arrived.
Right.
You don't remember if you walked over there or not?
I don't.
Okay. So the sum total of what you did on the scene on the 5th was talk to Melody. Did you talk to anybody else that you can remember?
Yes.
Who?
Amanda Ferris.
Talk about that interview, if you don't mind.
It was short. You know, I spoke with her, started asking her questions. I didn't know she'd already been interviewed by somebody else, so it was very short.
Okay. What have you ever gathered or learned from Amanda?
Let's take a breather for a minute. Let's take a stretch break. Everybody stretch. Oh, like I used to do with my kids. Okay, Wendy Joe. Boone, I haven't watched you since last week. What are your and Ronnie's thoughts on how the defense and prosecution are doing? What do you think of her testimony? Well, we'll start with Miss Boone herself. She did far better than I thought she would, but I thought she was going to go and do a what is it called? Monologue, not a monologue. She was going to just talk, testify, pulling a brain cramp. Didn't expect her attorney to question her. So he controlled her very well. I thought overall she did good. But if you look at body language analysis, which we will do Sunday night, yeah, there's a lot of telltales. I think that Mr. J dropped the ball on narrative. Thank you, Andrea. Really dropped the ball on the cross. There was so much more on the plate that he could have just inhaled. But I think if you're paying attention today, a lot of what he dropped or left on that plate yesterday, he picked it up today. I think he did. I think as much as we wanted him to do more, like I said yesterday, sometimes it's better to do less and get other witnesses and rebuttals to give you more. That way you don't look like you are argumentative with Sarah Boone, because that can bite you in the butt or can help. It just depends. So, understand that I think that he did leave things, but as long as he can come back and pick them up, that's fine. I think there's a lot of damage that was done today by the defense's witnesses against Sarah Boone, because some of their comments and statements that Sarah Boone had told them, like the Mrs. Harper, are inconsistent with what she testified to in court and what she said prior. So I'm still on the fence. I still think this can easily end up as a hung jury or not guilty. I believe it's possible that they overcharged. That's where I'm at. Okay, let's get going.
And that's one of the 4 Ferris children, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she's not testified at this time, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what have you learned from Amanda? She was on scene, right?
She was on scene. I didn't learn much because I spoke with her briefly. You know, she basically said I was here to pick up my fiance's daughter, Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. And she got there, she learned her dad was missing. They started looking for him.
I think it was a strategic move,
And she basically made the comment, you know,
but uncomfortable and risky.
And I said, oh, basically, I didn't know you'd already been interviewed. She was upset. I wasn't going to make her go back through, you know, what she saw right then. So I ended the interview and moved on, and I never spoke to her again.
I will say that suitcase situation to me, where she struggled, was a problem. And the fact that all of the videos, she says 2 fingers, and they're going to bring those up tomorrow. See, he didn't address that with her yesterday because he's going to use her own words to impeach her. So sometimes it's best to let the videos do the talking instead of you do the fighting. And I think that's where he is. So yeah, I'm anxious to see how that goes tomorrow because people are watching and taking notes. They're going to see, oh, you left 2 fingers, not a whole hand. And the only time she talked about his hand coming out and trying to grab her and she poking it with the bat was on the stand and in the, or during trial. But all the video evidence, she said, I beat him with the bat. Yeah, and Dr. Harper took Sarah's word at everything and even caught her in a few lies. But like I said, that a lot of times therapists and people in that field will let the lies go because you're going to believe your truth, even though it's not true. And when you're as dead set on your truth, even though in reality it's a lie, there's no sense in arguing you. And the doctor did not label her as narcissistic. Yeah.
I've been meaning to ask you this.
But she has
we
a
have
few
sit here and listened to these
tendencies.
recordings forever, and that was before body cams really came into. Did detectives use body cams even now?
Yes.
Y'all put body cams on to interview people.
It depends. So some people do. I believe what the policy states, if you're going to a pre-planned, like if you're going to go serve a search warrant, detectives are supposed to wear them.
Sure.
You know, but natural deaths, things like that, you can record however you want.
Okay. But to interview folks, you typically wouldn't want to put a camera on and just have it right in their face, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend.
Because in the interview room back at sheriff's office, the cameras aren't out in the open; they're kind of concealed, right?
That's correct.
All right. So tell me how you put would you just walk up and have it already on and in your pocket, or how would you do that?
I typically carried a portfolio type thing. I would open that so I could write and hold it in my hand under it. Sometimes I'd lay it on the pad. It just depends on the circumstance. Sometimes I put it on the table. It just depends on the situation.
Would your interviewee typically see the recorder or not?
Not always. It would depend.
Okay. So in this case, with Melody, for example, do you remember what you did with the recorder?
I don't recall.
I think she
in the
did.
first interview with her on the back patio, I probably
I'll have to look again.
In the phone.
Yeah, it was on me. I wasn't necessarily setting it on the table so she could see it.
Right, and that's common practice, right?
Yes.
And the reason I'm curious, why are you asking this again, John Luke? I don't know that most people are aware that detectives don't get their recorder out and sit it on a table.
Correct.
Typically, you keep it in your pocket.
Some people will. I don't like mine in my pocket because if it moves around on the mic, like when I rub this one, it'll bust your eardrums if you got headphones on, listen to your recording later. So, and sometimes it muffles the sound. So I typically never put mine in my pocket. It would be in my hand, under the pad folio, something like that.
But concealed.
Yes.
That's part of the practice.
Yes.
Right. And that's not against the rules.
Correct.
It's kind of highly encouraged. Correct.
Correct.
Right. And did you record your interview with Amanda?
I believe I did, yes.
Right. Did you ever gather from Amanda or anybody else on the scene that she was bringing up the things Scott was saying about a missing gun? Do you remember that at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance?
They
to
both
take a
could have
break
had PTSD, but it doesn't negate what she did, and it's not enough
in the afternoon
to
to
defend
1
it.
in the morning? Did you ever stop?
Not really. I think they brought us pizza to the.
Last thing I'm going to say about this, and then I'm going to focus more on this again, but I want to say this. As a person who was on disability for post-traumatic stress disorder, let me just say this. The time and when she did what she did was not a time that
would have been a trigger for her. He wasn't yelling, he wasn't beating her, he wasn't hitting the TV with the baseball bat, which she sat there calmly recording. Now, if that was a good TV and somebody was beating the hell out of my good TV, I'd be beating the hell out of them, especially the size. That was a 55-inch. That's huge. That's expensive. So, just saying, Honey Boo Boo would be gone. He'd be out of the house. So for her to sit there and calmly record what he was doing and take pictures, show me she didn't feel threatened in any way. Amber Heard in that case. But when this had happened,
We had a good day. It was a good day.
how can you sit there and say that and then turn around and declare that you did this because of BSS and therefore it is a basically she's trying to use it as a defense, which you can't. It's a reason why. There's nothing to defend. She did it. So it's like an alcoholic getting in the car, driving and unaliving somebody. You can't blame the alcohol. It doesn't excuse what she did. And that's exactly what this was. She's lied about a lot of things. So in my humble opinion, you need to be held equally responsible as if you were driving a vehicle drunk and unaliving somebody. It's the same thing. You can disagree with me. I'll take it.
The scene to eat, and just between interviews and watching the crime scene do what they were doing, trying to drink water, but never like go home and sleep for 3 hours break. Now,
Did you actually take any breaks at all in the first 24 hours? Any sleep?
yeah. After I interviewed Miss Ferris the second time, I interviewed
Yes.
Scott Ferris. After her, I believe I went home for a few hours, but I was back early the next morning to interview Miss Ferris again.
Did you so it's safe to say that you spent the vast majority of the first 24 hours just interviewing witnesses?
Correct.
When did you get your first actual report from either Shaw or Thrasher or Stewart about what was being found on the crime scene?
At some point, Kuykendall told me, obviously, I learned about the bullet that he had found in the basement, and I don't recall exactly. It wasn't long after he found it, because of course that was a pretty big piece of evidence. I believe after I interviewed Melody on Saturday, the last time I interviewed, it's been a long time ago, on Friday.
The 6th.
The 6th,
right?
Yes, which was my last interview with her that morning. Things started calming down a little bit, and I was able to spend some more time at the scene, finally getting to walk around and see what they were seeing.
But what I'm asking is, did Shaw sit down with you and give you a report of what they were doing?
When you say report, like hand me a piece of paper or
No,
just
it doesn't have to be
verbal?
a piece of paper. He call you up. Hey, this is what's going on over here. This is what we found. This is what Thrasher found. This is what Stewart found. Did that ever happen?
That happened. I don't think it was on Friday. When I say that we were doing the walk around through the scene to release it, that was actually with Shaw and Ballard, Lieutenant Ballard.
So that was probably Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. After you interviewed basically all the witnesses in the case.
Correct.
Don't you think it would have been helpful to you have had to have them been able to get you some of this information sooner than Saturday when y'all are kind of closing the scene down?
Sure, hindsight's always 20/20. I mean,
Well,
I'd like to know everything as soon as it happened, but it just didn't work out that way.
But you would have liked it to
Sure.
have happened. That would have been helpful for you to ask questions, right?
Absolutely. It would have been helpful if I could have cloned myself 10 times over and, everything was feeding one brain.
Okay. Why was Kuykendall back at the house this is what I keep getting confused with, because you and him are tasked with this, and you heard him, he uses the word task a lot. I wasn't tasked to do this, I was tasked to do that, and I've still been trying to figure out who was tasking who here. So why was your partner, essentially your detective partner, going and guarding physical evidence and then going in the house and doing crime scene investigation work and not out interviewing witnesses? But you were staying on task, doing your job, interviewing witnesses, but he's over here doing all kinds of stuff.
I don't know.
I mean, did that not frustrate you a little bit?
I didn't know what was happening at the time.
Okay.
I was in my interviews.
Okay. So tell me, going into the interview, the second interview with Melody at the
You guys are right. I just rewatched it. It's either cardboard or plastic or paper, but there's something on that floor. So that tells me they plan to do that. You're right. There was something on the floor. Good catch. I'm going to bring that up to Manana.
station.
Okay.
The fire station, I believe, or community center.
Yeah, it's the precinct, the sheriff's office precinct, fire station, and community center.
It's everything, all in one.
Yes.
In Freeholm.
Correct.
Okay. So you're out there preparing that. You explained to the jury the area you did the interviews and all these things. But what was your plan going into the interview with Melody?
To get the truth.
What was your vision of the case? You've been in on the case for 10 hours at that point. What was your thoughts?
At the time, everybody's pointing fingers at everybody, so I was going in knowing now that Gary had been shot, that we found the bullet. At this time, I didn't know about the bullet in the basement, but I knew that Gary had been shot, so that changed the outlook of the investigation. I'd already spoken with Melody once. Wanted to see what else she knew now that I could present her this new information.
Okay. What is your tactic? What would you say your tactics are generally for an interview or an interrogation?
My tactics?
Yeah.
It depends. I like to go in and try to read the people that I'm talking to. I feel like I can read people pretty well. Sometimes people need to be talked to a little more aggressively than others. Sometimes a simple conversation can accomplish the goal. So I'm pretty fluid in that.
Okay. So you seem to be, tell me if I'm wrong, but typically yours is a more conversational style. Correct?
Correct.
And we've all sat here and listened to so many hours of your interviews. You don't seem to be very confrontational, correct?
At this time, no.
Okay. Never really in any of these interviews, you seem to be the one that was like, Pope was brought in up in Tennessee to be confrontational, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then in this one, as much as I guess he can be, because he's always apologizing, Kuykendall was the confrontational one.
Yeah, I've listened to the interview. I'd agree with that.
Okay. So was that predetermined or just something that happened?
No. With which one?
Not with Pope. I think y'all determined in advance he was going to be the bad cop.
With Kuykendall?
With Kuykendall.
It wasn't predetermined. That interview happened pretty quickly after the bullet in the rib bone was found, and he and I had done so many interviews together in the past because most of our criminal investigations career we've worked together in some form or fashion, and we read each other pretty good. I know when to shut up when he's talking. He knows when I butt in to listen and things like that.
Well, it sounded like he did a lot of talking in that interview.
He always does.
Okay. Maybe sometimes when he's under cross-examination.
He's probably going to be mad when he goes back and watches this.
But I want to get to something. So, you guys already knew essentially about her having a relationship with Rusty Barton. When did you find out about it?
Family members, I don't recall. Obviously, I think Scott had mentioned it, the name Rusty Barton. Then we eventually had found that credit card.
Which Kuykendall found, I believe.
I don't recall who.
Okay. All right. So you had heard it from family members already. You knew that Scott had said there's a missing gun and there's a Rusty Barton, right?
And the Ted Wiley, yes.
And Ted, you already knew about Ted Wiley, a guy from 10 years ago.
Right.
Right. But, you know, she's not over here, and the district attorney's office kind of questioned about things that she didn't bring up and things like that. You know, you've been doing this for a long time, Hayes. People don't typically bring up extramarital relationships in interviews right away, right?
They typically don't offer the information, no.
They don't.
Right.
So that's not unusual, right?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. So going into, it's safe to say, did you know about any extramarital relationships going into the first interview sitting on the porch?
I don't believe I did at that time.
Okay. But you did already know about the gun.
I'd heard mention of it.
Going into that interview.
Correct.
Within the first 30 minutes of you being on a crime scene.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't know about the affair.
I don't believe I did.
All right. But you knew about the affair by the time we get to the station that night.
Yes.
Did you know anything more, like any details about the affair? Can you remember?
I believe the statement was that she would disappear up to Tennessee, and you know the people that Miss Barton that she was going up there to visit and take care of, and
Martha Jane.
Martha Jane.
All right.
Martha
So
Jane.
you already knew about Martha Jane.
Yes.
So it's safe. I mean, we've all been together now, and I keep saying that, but it's unique for me to cross-examine somebody who has sat here and had 2.5 weeks to study for these.
What's that, Zach?
But it's safe to say
Zach's abandoning us, everybody.
Knew all the cast and characters.
He's abandoning us.
Jury knows about.
See you
right
tomorrow,
now,
Zach.
Within about the first
Hopefully.
6 hours of you being on scene.
Most of them, yes. I'd say that's fair.
But the primary
yeah.
people on that picture board that the district attorney's office printed out, and you knew about it.
Yes.
Even some of them you'd say you knew about within 2 hours. The vast majority of them.
Yes.
Okay. How do you think that framed the way you thought for the rest of this case?
Knowing
Very good question.
how many people were involved or that names were brought up?
Kind of generally what you already knew. You knew that there was a spouse and she was having an affair, and you have a son that says a gun is missing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that has been the general theme of y'all's case since within the first hour of arriving on scene?
We were told that pretty early arriving on scene, and as we continued to investigate it, the evidence continued to point that way.
Okay.
You can't help if the evidence is going that
So let's go
direction.
back to the
He's
scene,
going to
'cause
follow
I
it.
want to kind of get to this point. You know, you go back to the scene after her interviews, and Hedwig, you collected some evidence, did you not? Church. How do I get into this? Do I need gloves?
Now what is he doing? You should have planned this a little better, honey boo boo.
You probably need some gloves too. We'll get some together.
They should have a box of gloves on the witness stand.
I'll give you the shoes back. So where were you back when you went back to the house? Where were you in the house when you found this shirt?
The shirt, the master bedroom closet.
Okay. And doing a terrible job. Johnny Cochran would be upset with me putting on these gloves.
Oh!
All right, got it. I'm going to do this with one glove.
Snap. That was bad. I loved it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? you could hold that up. Open, you could open it. We've seen pictures, but sometimes I think we should look at the real things.
What just fell out?
Is that the shirt that you found? I mean, it's okay if you don't remember, but.
Yes.
All right.
I believe
Tell
so.
me what drew your attention to this shirt.
At the time, it was a little darker back then. I think in the the packaging, some of the soot has been wiped away, but there was what appeared to be.
You think that was soot?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said?
That's what it looked like to me.
Okay. And was it in a? All right. There's all kinds of circles drawn on this.
Yeah, there is.
What is this stuff? Did you notice any of this?
When I pulled it out and handed it off, we all started looking at it. I had 2 crime scene detectives there with me.
Do you remember which ones?
Yes. Shaw, I know, was with me because we were doing the wall through the house. And Ballard was on scene because he was called over as well. That big cutting, we started seeing stains that looked like they were possibly blood.
Right. Now I got to ask you this: Did you say to Your Honor? Could you turn on the overhead, please?
What you
Yes,
doing?
I'll do. I will do whatever you guys think I should do.
She's like, I'm
So
not
this
having
is the
any of
spot
this.
You're talking about right here.
Correct.
All right. Which could be any number of things. Yes?
I agree.
Dirt, you name it.
Could be.
Did you ever look over at Shaw and say, hey, Shaw, can we do a test to see if this is soot?
No.
All right. Did Shaw look over at you and say,
Yep, another 11-hour
"We got
day.
a really good soot test. I can check for that."
No.
Well, then how? You don't really know what this is supposed to be, right?
Well, scientifically, I can know, my guesstimate is from looking at it.
It's just a guesstimate from looking at it, but it
Sure.
could be any number of things, right?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Right. And then the blood, we got cuttings and all this stuff. We got cutting of blood
Yeah.
up here. This is the hole that was cut out. That was where the blood was found.
Yes.
And you were made
Yeah.
aware at least later that was just Melody's blood, right? You knew that.
Yes.
Okay. You know that now.
I do now.
Okay. Did you ever ask
Suspected blood.
anybody on scene what she was wearing and when she was wearing this shirt?
No.
Okay. The shoes. Where did they go? Is there another pair of shoes?
There's 2 pairs.
Okay, I need both. I'm sorry, everyone. I apologize. All right, these shoes right here. Did you find these? I think you found all
Those
the
are
shoes, right?
small, so
All
I
right.
think that's the
So,
wife.
what did you notice about these shoes?
When I looked at the bottom of them, see what appeared to be a blood stain on the bottom.
All right. But they hadn't. There were 2 pairs of shoes, both roughly looking like Nikes.
Correct.
What's that?
Small table in the back. The little foldable one.
You put this stuff on.
Yeah. Ringing the, let's
Yeah, let's get you.
let's take a second.
Quick.
Are we almost done? Oh, good. About 30 minutes. Perfect. Oh. Now they're done with the exhibits, I'm going to speed it up just a little bit because it's going to go for a long time.
Man doesn't have his card and can't get back in this.
Okay.
Y'all figure it out
All
now.
right, so this is the one. Did you find these first?
I don't recall which ones I found first.
But these were not wet.
Correct. This pair was not wet.
Okay. But you did you find them in the closet or in the mudroom?
They're in the closet.
Right. And nothing to your knowledge has been cut from these shoes, right?
Correct.
So this, I believe, is what you guys continue to do. And I know we know it's been 6 years since this, but this was the blood spot right up here,
Yes, the dark spot under the red, under your thumb. Yeah.
right here.
Yes.
Was there any other blood that you knew of on these shoes?
Not that I knew of that I could see.
Okay. There's some markings up here. I just didn't know if you made those markings or you had any clue what that.
I did not make those markings.
Right. And you knew these were ultimately tested, right?
Yes.
And none of these involved Gary's blood. This is Melody's blood.
That's correct.
So what did you? I mean, you were the detective. What did you think was the cause of this blood on her shoes?
I didn't know. I know, when we spoke with her, she'd broken some plates around this time frame. And, you can hear in one of the interviews, she pricked her finger and she's working out on the farm. I don't know.
Did you ever go through any of the phone dumps in this case? They've been admitted through you. So did you go through them?
Some of them, yes.
Did you ever see the picture of Melody's bleeding finger?
I did eventually, yes. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so would you think that would be maybe when she got the blood on the
Jesus
shoes?
Christ, what's
But
wrong?
you don't know.
I don't know.
But it was her blood.
Yes.
Right. All right, now I'm going to approach with these shoes. So where did you find these?
They were all in the closet. I believe there's
Glad
no
to
photographs
see
shown
you.
of
Thank
them-
you for joining
of
us.
them. She had like cubby. Oh, that's the best way I can describe it. Like cubby holes from elementary school with shoes in them. And I just started grabbing stuff.
But you testified earlier that you felt these shoes. Now, I think I heard you say you had gloves on.
Yes.
Just like we do now. So how could you tell they were wet?
They were cold.
Okay.
Colder than the other pair. So
But did you see any water beating off, or did you like squeeze it and have any water drops come out?
No.
And these shoes, were they tested? Do you know?
I believe a spot, Sergeant Shaw on the scene had swabbed a spot on one of them and did the presumptive test, and it was negative.
Negative. Nothing on the shoes.
Correct.
So at this time, Your Honor, I would like to admit defense Hayes exhibits 1, which is the shirt, 2, which is the shoes with the blood, and 3, which is the just plain shoes.
Any objections? All right, they're admitted.
And you know, this is a logical kind of stopping point for me.
We can go for another 30 minutes.
Okay.
So let's go.
Okay.
But yeah, I knew there'd be no way you
I'm just trying to find stop transition points. Okay, I think we can take the gloves off. I want to go now and talk about the post begin. There's like you said, you testified earlier. I think that was one of the most informative pieces of information about being a detective. You don't get to do any of the fun stuff, and you spend all this time typing up search warrants and keeping this case forever. That's what a detective is. It's not fun like being on TV, right?
It's any type of law enforcement. It's 90% paperwork and 10% fun, if that.
Okay. So let's start into that. So you have now interviewed a vast number of people. You have interviewed Melody. So let's go to, I think the interview started about 9 o'clock. You testified early too on the 6th with Melody. That's the last interview.
Correct.
Went on for 3 or 4 hours. What'd you do after that? After this long interview with Melody?
You're talking about specifically on Friday?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
They were still searching. I called to the scene at some point. They were still out there searching. Probably going home and got some more rest as well.
Okay, so you went home and got a little rest. When did you guys, I don't know if this was the point you started tasking, where was Kuykendall getting his tasks from that he testified to?
I don't know.
Not from you.
Some of them may have been from me, but mostly, yeah, someone else in the early stages, the first couple of days.
Okay. So how did you guys break up responsibilities from this point forward? As far as, because it looked like Kuykendall kind of went off and maybe started checking alibis. Would you say that's right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How did you guys decide that?
Again, supervisors were directing people what to do because I wasn't there the entire time. So sometimes we made decisions and checked things on our own based off of the interviews that we had done, followed up on our own information that we'd obtained.
So you would report to Hans?
Yes.
Who was here just the other day. We saw him. You would report to Hans. Who would he report to?
The next person above him would be Lieutenant Clark. Whether he was following the chain of command or not, I don't know.
You know, so Hans and Clark would be giving out responsibilities
Correct.
simultaneously.
Sometimes.
So who was you were talking to Hans?
Mhm.
Who was Cockendall talking to?
I don't know.
All right.
I guess we ran
Where did
Beavis
the idea
off.
come from to separate and go to Tennessee versus go check out alibis? Because you went to Tennessee next, right?
No, I didn't go to Tennessee until Tuesday.
You went on the 10th, I believe.
Of the next week, on the 10th. That Monday, I called, started checking alibis. I called Ted and Philip, checking on Scott's alibi.
Okay. Why did you not take Cockendall with you to Tennessee?
At some point in the early stages of this,
I didn't
Cockendall
have
started
to.
working another homicide investigation that had come in. So
It's not my
Cockendall
only
at some
case,
point became
dude.
not available to me. I don't recall if that was this instance or not, but in the early stages of it, because I remember Cockendall wasn't very happy that he had to go do something else. He wanted to stay on this case with me.
It was not a good day.
Pope was available. I know Pope. I know his style. I know he's good at what he does. I think I asked him if he wanted to ride up with me because when I was told I was going, and when the decision made I was going, they're like, pick somebody, make the arrangements, get up there.
Go.
So that was your pick. And
Yes.
that's why he went with you.
Yes.
Y'all make that decision on Monday the 9th?
Yes, I believe so.
Will, do you know what that other case was that started to take Cockendall's attention?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember it's in the early stages of this.
All right, so you sit here, I mean, again, very unique. You sit here and you've watched this day after day after day after day after day. And you're the lead, you're the guy that's had to come in here and answer to all this. But at what point do you think that it would have been appropriate to do the next level of checking, i.e., looking into Chris's alibis? More than just talking to Jenna, which did you ever listen to that phone call, by the way?
Which phone call?
The phone call that Cockendall had with Jenna.
At some point, not in the early stages of this.
Did that not come off as weird to you?
Yeah. I mean, yes and no.
Okay. Well, so why yes and why no?
I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about the way it ended abruptly. Not everybody likes to talk to the police. Some people are busy. They got things to do.
Okay.
Some people are told by other people not to talk to the police. So, just.
Okay. But what was weird about it? Her cutting off the interview? All right. You got to answer.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But also that somewhere in there, and you've heard this now too, and I don't know if you were aware of this at the time or if Cockendall reported it back, that Chris slept alone that night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You knew that. When did you know that? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't recall exactly when I found that out.
All right. So Cockendall didn't call you, and then you didn't then say, okay, I think it would be appropriate now for you to get a phone dump on Chris so we know where he was at. Did he ever even call you and tell you this stuff?
We spoke daily. I don't recall the content of the conversations.
Okay. And did you guys ever do any kind of geofence to track where Chris was?
The only geofence we did was of the property.
Just of the property.
Yeah, pursuing. Right.
But not of Chris's phone specifically.
We did. We did cell phone records. I know we did some cell tower dumps. I'm not going to explain those and how they work.
But you didn't.
Of the property.
None of that. You don't know how any of that turned out.
I know we used it to verify some of Chris's statements, and nothing showed that he came back to the property when he said he was away from there.
So far as you know.
Well, hello, Mr. Herbert Lapatina.
That data was, those search warrants were being written by someone else. When the data would come in, that data would be forwarded to the intelligence unit. They would process the data.
Please
whatever,
subscribe and
give us
like.
information back. Eventually.
Hola.
But again, you heard.
Y'all
what your
meet my
partner was
friend
doing,
Herbert
that
Lapatina.
There was a Pokey City or Pokey Bowl or whatever the name of the restaurant was near where he lived, and Cockendall didn't go down there and even interview anybody. Do you think that was a good decision?
I don't know what was going through his head at the time, or whoever made the decision not to do that.
Okay. And did you think it was strange that nobody saw Chris from the time that he went to bed to the time that it was about 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning out at the Peachtree Road Race? That's a huge amount of time. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say it's a long amount of time.
Really?
Or an unusual amount of time. I don't know when everyone else woke up or.
But it's the night that you guys are contending that Gary
Sorry,
Harris
y'all.
was murdered.
The night for almost 11 hours.
The night of the 3rd into the 4th. I still think
Again.
they have the Peachtree Road race on the 4th of July.
Mhm.
I've never made it to the end of the race, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But that was when. That's when you guys are contending, I believe, that this murder happened. Is that right?
Correct.
And Chris Ferris was at the property that day.
Correct.
And he was the last adult other than her to see his father alive.
Correct.
And you just took him at his word on that?
No.
And Jenna says, well, I know he didn't leave, but she was asleep. And she didn't know he'd left and went out to the race. Right?
That's right. I remember hearing that.
Okay. So you're hearing all these things. And, you know, hey, you're up in Tennessee and you're doing everything you can to get information. But your partner that you've left back down here, it just looks to me, and I'm a defense attorney and I've got you guys on cross-examination. It looks like you guys began to totally shift and laser focus and just rush through these other things. But you were focusing in on Melanie by that point and just trying to quickly check these boxes. And we're not going to
Motive,
move any further down the track.
opportunity,
Did
and
you say that's right?
motive.
Would say we're just trying to check boxes. I'd say that we were following that.
Motive.
Right. But you didn't
Money.
close the boxes is what I'm saying. That's
Inherited
where I'm at. You've got a wide
life insurance
open-
policies.
You thought you had an alibi. There's no
Millions.
alibi for the hours of bedtime, which we don't really know when that was for Chris, and when his wife and Addison went out and saw him at the race. There's like
Almost
11 or
$2
12
million
hours right there that
worth.
You guys have got nothing on.
Cash,
Phone records. We have
not including the property and house
brought
and
any phone
possessions.
Any of this, you're just saying that. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Judge, is there a question? Not no argument.
It was a little argumentative.
Oh,
Okay. All right. So
I love it when a
when
lawyer
did
admits
Cocktail
that.
actually leave the case? Do you know?
I don't recall.
So at that point,
She
who was
does
your
have pretty
Who
hair.
was helping you?
She does.
I had the ability, if I needed help, to ask, to direct it. You know, we went over the rank structure. I was a detective at the time, so I was technically a corporal rank, which outranks a deputy. We had a little
Yanni's
bit of
have started-
authority to, direct people to do things. Even as a lead detective, if you're a investigator deputy rank, they afford you a little bit of, this is more important, I need this. So if I needed someone to do something, I could ask.
Let me ask you this before I'm getting close to being finished with Cocktail because he was no longer involved in the case. But what did you do when you found out about Joanne Ward? Did he tell you about that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
That Gary was having his own extramarital relationships? When you were finding this information out, what were you thinking?
It didn't seem important to me at the time that Gary had affairs many, many years ago. At the time,
Yeah, it
seem
wasn't
like it would help me solve
current.
how
It
he
was
got shot.
cool years ago.
Did you ever see any of the emails between Joanne Ward and Gary Ferris, which were within the week, right there, all the way to the time of his death? So
Best
that wasn't
friends.
years ago. You can see that Gary was at least attempting to have a relationship with another woman.
Did I ever see those?
Yes. Did you see that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So Cockendall, I don't think he necessarily got those. But
Can't
he asked
ask
me
him
questions.
anything if he hadn't seen
You
it.
just don't remember if he told you about that, do you?
Correct.
Gotta stop.
And Angela Phillips, when did you learn about her statements?
Her initial statements or
both?
The follow-up.
Right.
I interviewed her when she called back the second time I wanted to. I can find the date in my report. I don't recall the date.
But it was later and it was you, right?
Yes.
And you're the one she disclosed this full relationship to, all the way
Yes.
back in the 90s.
Yes.
She alleges that she can't remember if she had sex with him or not.
That's correct.
All right. So by that point in the interview, or in this investigation, you had essentially taken over all interviews because Cockendall was not in the case anymore.
To a point, except for, when Sergeant Pope was helping or anyone else.
But you would agree with me that
Yeah, I
this
know.
case is probably
Right?
the most complex murder case in the history of Cherokee County
Good point.
at this point.
During my career, since, from, we'll say 2009, when I went to Uniform Patrol until this point, yes, it's the only one I know of.
Okay. And it appears that by mid-July, and tell me if I'm wrong, that by mid-July of 2018, that you have basically been left holding the bag by yourself.
I wouldn't say that's true. People were still authoring search warrants. They were getting sent off. Things were happening in the background. As technology evolved and, we switched from old-fashioned police work to now we got all this technology and stuff. There's a lot of people involved in intelligence. You heard Bot Zone come, Kevin at the time, processing, trying to extract information, and that took some time.
But they can only do that off of the information that you gather, right?
Yes.
And so again, for the year, if I had to say from July the 15th of 2018 to July of 2019, which is right about the time that you issued the warrant, which you're the one who signed the affidavit for the arrest warrant, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So in all that time, though, you were the guy. You didn't have a partner on the case, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, let me ask that question better. You didn't have a partner, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So that was a lot for you to undertake on your own.
Again, if I needed help, I asked for it. There were still multiple people in the background working on the investigation.
Tell me about, as we began to transition into the interviews that you had with Chris and Scott, what led to that? For you to sit down and have an interview with both of them at the same time?
We heard it said, I think it was in the interviews, at one point the entire family stopped talking to us. After several weeks, Chris and Scott decided that wasn't what they wanted to do, so they reached out to us, and I set up a time for them to come in.
Okay. And tell me about that interview.
It was basically just them reestablishing contact. They wanted to come in and see if they could gain any information from where we were in the investigation. They decided that they weren't going to follow the orders, the request, I should say, of the attorney and the rest of the family. That they wanted to stay in touch with us and help any way they could.
So, and that, you used the right word, Detective, that they did say they wanted to gain information from you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not find that to be a little bit suspicious?
No.
Okay. But in cases when, would you have considered them suspects at that time?
At that time?
Yes.
When this thing first started, the whole world was a suspect, and then, as Mr. Fogus put it, we started shrinking the world down. So I don't recall.
That's
at this time if I
normal.
would have considered them suspects.
Okay.
I don't recall at which points I considered them suspects and ruled them out and ruled them back in, or
Right,
or any of
because
that.
you later ruled one of them back in, correct?
I wouldn't say that's correct.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that. But let's go back to the center. They were asking you for information about the case, yes?
They're asking if I could provide it, yes.
And you did, yes?
I don't recall. It's likely would have given them an update.
Well, let's do this because I don't want to sit here and start replaying interviews for you. What do you remember right now about that interview with Chris and Scott, other than they were asking you information about the case? Did you gather anything from them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything about that?
Other than what I've already stated, not the specifics now.
Okay. All right. But do you think it's bad practice to take two witnesses and put them in the room at the same time so they can hear each other talk? Are you guys not trained to not do that kind of thing?
I mean, not specifically. We sometimes we use it as a tactic to put them together and
See what they say.
together and then separate them and talk to them again later and see what they say separate.
Okay. So at that point, you say that Chris and Scott were not suspects in your mind, and that would have been by late July. I believe it was around the 24th, somewhere in there. You interviewed them. You'd already determined they're not suspects.
Like I said, I don't recall labeling them a suspect or not. I don't.
Do you ever remember in your mind, but you've used the word shrink the world down.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know when you shrank the world down. When did you do that?
Pretty early in the investigation.
How early?
Within the first couple of weeks.
Okay, so I'm out here now talking a couple of weeks out. So somewhere in there, would you said the first day? Or
Would I
after?
have begun shrinking the first day? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about shrinking it down to Melly, it was after that second interview, wasn't it? You completely shrunk it down.
It was. I mean, she was the only one that we had provable lies early on in the investigation. Being deceptive.
So let's talk about that.
Okay.
So when you have a witness that you believe to be deceptive, which people do that in cases, right?
Do people do that?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So we got her lying about an affair, but you charged her with that. Or she admitted to the affair. Essentially within the same conversation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But you still charged her with it.
Correct.
Okay. So you did that, and so because of that, that's her being deceptive in your mind, right? About an affair.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that an affair is completely proving an affair is not proving a murder.
Correct.
Okay. Can we end there, Judge?
Although I'm concerned about giving you the overnight to recharge, but I don't know that would make any difference. All right. With that, we'll break for the evening, start back at 9 in the morning. We're gonna.
That's 8. That's
bring
8.
lunch in for y'all. Then we're gonna take our field trip, and then we're gonna excuse y'all for the day. Hopefully, we'll be done with this witness by the time we break for our field trip. All right, but maybe not. All right, y'all can be excused. Remember everything I told y'all about not looking up anything, talking to anyone, looking up anything, etc. I'll give y'all some specific instructions about the trip tomorrow. All right, y'all can be excused.
Okie dokie, let's watch. She gets the weirdest drinks. Okay, guys, that'd be it. We have had a day. Oh my gosh, y'all. We have been on again. Oh, Lord have mercy. We've been on for 10 hours and 43 minutes. Oh, they get the field trip tomorrow. And then guess what? When they're done with the field trip, they can go do their voting before they come back to the courthouse if they wish to go vote. Yeah. Go look at where somebody was unalived and then go vote. Like, we do this every day. I don't know about that, y'all. Well, now I get to go do homework. No rest for the weary. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for the Sarah Boone trial. And then when that either goes into lunch break or goes to jury deliberations, we'll hop on over this trial during the verdict watch. And we'll keep on a trucking. Thank you, Ronnie, for modding all day. Thank you for joining, Andrielle and Wendy Joe and, oh my gosh, Herbert Lapatina, Gabby. I think I said Gabby. I don't remember. There's so many of you guys that have joined me today. I appreciate you. You guys are amazing. And I hope that you will come back. I really hope you'll come back. I'm trying to find who that other one was that left that weird. Okay. So don't forget, tomorrow we may go to jury. I hope we do. I hope we do. Okay, guys. Now I get to go be a college student. Until I see you, 8 Central tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.